Ναι, 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 ακούγομαι. Good morning. Thank you all for coming here, for participating in this conference. This conference is the second international conference, which is organized in the framework of the project LACRIMALit, Leaders in Crisis Management in Ancient Greek Literature, which has received funding from the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation, ELIDEC. This project is hosted here at the Institute of Mediterranean Studies, and also the collaborating institution is the University of Crete. For this second international conference, we were lucky enough to receive a proposal from 3 postgraduate students of the University of Crete, Sofia Floros, Marina Georgakaki, Katerina Magaraki, who also expressed their interest in organizing a conference on crisis. So we decided to join forces and to focus for this conference on young researchers, MA, PhD students, and also early career researchers. Of course, some senior scholars were also invited, but the majority of speakers are young researchers, and I think this will give fresh perspectives to this research. I would like to thank my organizers, Markus, the 3 Graces, the 3 girls who did really a lot of work, and wish you all success for the conference.
Good morning also from me. I don't have much to say. I'm just happy that everybody could come here to this nice conference, and that we have the second conference of our project, which is really interesting. Last year, we also had a nice conference here. And I also want to thank Sofia, Marina, Katarina for co-organizing and doing a lot of administrative work before the conference started. So that's greatly appreciated. And so now I'm looking forward to a lot of interesting papers and a lot of exchange and to meeting new people. So thank you very much for coming here and looking forward to your papers.
So our first speaker is my dear colleague Athina Kavoulaki. Athina Kavoulaki is associate professor of classics at the University of Crete with a specialization in Greek tragedy and poetry more generally. And she is going to talk about Litae. Athina?
Ευχαριστώ. Thank you. Good morning. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here today at this friendly and scholarly gathering in this beautiful, venue. And I'm truly honored to open up the dialogue on the fascinating topic of the conference. I do thank both the organizers and the hosts, and especially the organizing committee, for the invitation. And I wish every good success to the proceedings of the conference. Now, thank you, yes. Some months ago, members of the organizing committee communicated with me and asked me about the topic of my paper, clarifying that it would be the opening lecture. So, thinking about it, I decided to start from the start. Let me have this, okay? Okay. Okay, to start from the start, from the first surviving text of Greek literature, i.e. Homer's Iliad, which actually introduces itself and addresses its audience from the very beginning through an incident of crisis, a crisis provoked by the strife that shook the bonds of friendship and alliance between Agamemnon and Achilles, the great heroes of the Iliadic epic. You have the first lines in front of you. A few weeks ago, when the organizers sent us the poster and final program of the conference, I was truly delighted to see that the ancient vase and relief that decorated the cover depicted the taking of Briseis from Achilles, the very incident that marks the escalation of the crisis in interpersonal relationships in the Iliad. No doubt, the Homeric epic sets the tone of our theme and our dialogue today, a tone which I would like to pick up and carry on further, inviting you to focus and reflect not on the causes and first stages of the clash, the crisis, but at the crucial and critical central moment when the leader of the Achaean army, Agamemnon, the king of kings, stands in front of the whole army, crying with black tears, as the text literally says, and admits his failure, as well as the failure of the Achaeans to carry on fighting to take Troy. The cause of the Trojan War is at risk. An almost 10-year-long campaign is about to end in total failure. The crisis, which started with the strife, the eris, between Achilles and Agamemnon, and escalated with the taking of Briseis, the anger of Achilles, and his withdrawal from battle, culminated ultimately with the defeat of the Achaean army and the threat of their utter destruction by Hector and the Trojans. At this crucial moment, the most critical in the long duration of the Trojan campaign, the Achaeans realize that they have to do something, that they have to deal with the crisis, to manage the crisis. Crisis management is the topic of the whole project. So they have to manage the crisis. Otherwise, the cause of the war is lost. In terms of narrative structure, this takes place in Book 9, the book section which starts with Agamemnon weeping, which I showed you before, and continues with his open and public regret for quarreling with Achilles and breaking the bonds of alliance with him. Agamemnon openly declares that he is ready to re-establish good relations with Achilles, to return Briseis and make amends. He's even ready to offer him one of his daughters and make him a son if he agrees to return to battle. Representatives of the Achaean army, the so-called embassy, decide to approach Achilles in order to inform him of Agamemnon's regret and his generous offer. They hope to persuade him to throw his anger away and reunite with them in battle, so that the crisis is overcome. The embassy scene, which took place at night, constitutes a pivotal moment in the action of the Iliad. The speeches exchanged are full of significance and full of rhetorical artistry. Each of the three members of the embassy use a different persuade and bend Achilles. And as you all know, the results are restricted. I would like to draw your attention to the second speech addressed to Achilles, the speech of Phoenix. Okay, Achilles' pedagogue, and to discuss the means that he uses in order to explain to the young hero how rifts in relationships can be bridged and crises overcome through an alliance that supersedes the tattered human bonds and offers the possibility of renewed and strengthened relations of a different order. The speech is long and comprises 3 exempla, i.e., 3 paradigmatic stories that illustrate the speaker's points. The third exemplum is the famous Meleager story, while the first is Phoenix's own life adventure. Between these 2 stories, we have the central piece, the second exemplum, the one that highlights the importance of changing one's mind under the weight of circumstances and the way of entreaties, supplications. The powerful influence of entreating words and acts, says Phoenix, affects even the gods who do not remain implacable but prove pliable. To justify his assertion, Phoenix goes on narrating the myth of the Lita, and I'm using the term myth following Martin West in this case. The passage is well known, but as my analysis will be mainly text-centered, it is probably worthwhile reading the text in translation. You have it in Greek in front of you, and you have the handout, which I hope you all have, because we will use it. I will use, of course, the screen, but the handout is also useful. So I'll go on reading the translation. On the handout, you have the ancient text and the translation that I have composed, as well as other translations on the back, on the verso page, and there is a modern Greek translation there. So, but Achilles, tame your mighty passion. It is not at all right to have a pitiless heart. Even the gods themselves can be swayed, although their majesty and honor and strength are much greater. And yet men move them by sacrifices and humble prayers and libations and burnt offerings, entreating them when someone has stepped too far and transgressed. For Litae, entreaties, are also daughters of great Zeus, lame and wrinkled and squint-eyed. Slowly and carefully they toil on their way and are left behind Ate, ruin, folly. Ate is strong and sound on her feet, and she far outruns all the Litae, and she first does harm to men all over the earth. And the Litae follow as healers after her. Whoever respects the daughters of Zeus as they come near, he receives great help from them, and they hear his prayers. But if a man denies them and harshly turns them away, they go to Zeus, the son of Kronos, and entreat him that Ate should follow that man, that he may be injured and so make full requital. But Achilles, do provide that honor shall attend the daughters of Zeus, honor that bends the minds of men, even of the great ones. For if the son of Atreus were not bringing gifts and naming more to come, but was forever raging terribly, I should not be asking you to cast aside your anger and help the Argives, even though they are in need. But now he is offering many gifts straight away and has promised others to come later, and he has sent forth the best men to entreat you, choosing them from the Achaean army, the ones dearest to you among the Argives. Do not scorn their words or the steps of their journey, podas. Before that, there could be no blame for your anger. Podas is in the Greek text, I have translated as the steps of their journey. Now, a small comment on translation. I have left the names litai and ate in Greek. They are printed with capital letter, initial letter, in the original as proper names. They also constitute ordinary substantives, as you all know. Rendering them into English or even into modern Greek is not easy. In English translations, the term litai appears as entreaties, prayers, supplications, even apologies. The basic meaning of the term lite is prayer, entreaty. From the same root, we have the verb lisomai, which means beg, pray. Both terms are used to express requests, more or less formally, to gods or even to humans. Ate, on the other hand, you see, one sec. Ate, you see here, is a notoriously difficult term and concept which has a broad range of signification involving infatuation, blindness, delusion sent by ghosts, mischief, ruin, disaster. I prefer to leave ate and lite untranslated as proper names, given that in the passage above, both abstract nouns, litai, ate, become animate beings and acquire anthropomorphic traits and behavior. In other words, they are both personified and are given roles in Phoenix short exposition. This amplification of Phoenix rhetoric through personification has made Homer's readers see this passage as a kind of allegory, a narrative involving personifications deliberately in order to make a didactic point. Personification is indeed a rhetorical device, but it is also a mode of thought, a cultural phenomenon with deep roots in Indo-European and Eastern traditions. Burckhardt saw it as a kind of religious language, an Aegean Eastern koine. In the context of this tradition, divinized abstractions populated the entire cosmos and could grow into fully individualized gods. Hesiod's world abounds in abstract divinities. Many of them may not have had an established cult, according to the evidence. But this does not make them less divine or something different. They are all part of Zeus' order and they are interrelated to the other gods. They are not treated as a separate category. Phoenix story has been judged a piece of Hesiodic style in the Iliad, and the litai in particular have often been compared with Hesiod's Dike, justice, in the works and days. It should be noted that neither Hesiod's Dike nor the litai are simple personifications. They are both deified abstracts. They are divinized. I would like to approach the Iliadic story of the litai from this broader perspective of traditional discourse on divine powers and investigate more closely how the interaction between mortals and immortals seems to have been conceived and shaped in Phoenix exposition. Phoenix does not speak as a religious authority, but as a person of wisdom. He speaks in an admonitory style that follows the tradition of wisdom literature. From this point of view, his insights may reflect a traditional understanding of socio-divine politics in context of crisis, and this insight may be worth investigating. I have used the word politics deliberately because Phoenix' second exemplum explores political dynamics on a cosmic scale. His principal assertion is that human agency, through lisesthai, can affect and change the stance of gods, since gods themselves are open to change, to interaction and communication. This is a bold assertion, but one that lies at the foundation of Greek cultic reality. Lisesthai, as you see here, I'm at the beginning, lisesthai in the broad sense of formal request through ritual language and ritual action, constitutes the primary channel for the formation of bonds of reciprocity and alliance with the gods. It is something remarkable, and Phoenix acknowledges it. This important channel through lisesthai makes interaction and negotiation with the gods possible. It must be a power. Phoenix is able to produce an account, a story for the present and effects of this power of lisesthai in the world, using the resources of mythology, genealogy, relations to major divinities, competition with other powers, etc. A first striking issue concerning Phoenix, in the story, the principal character and focal point, of course, is the figure of the litai. For some reason, many studies on this passage have actually focused on ate, but I want to focus on the litai, who are actually the raison d'etre of the whole account. It is around their figure that the narration is structured. It starts, as you see, the narration, with the name and the genealogy of the litai. They are daughter of Zeus, line 502. It continues with the physical traits of the litai. They are cholé, risé, paravlopes. And third, line 403. And third, they have their competitor, who is no other than Ati, their sister. And then we have their function in the human world, a section which extends to actually to 4 lines. Finally, the story concludes with their role on Olympus as supplicators of Zeus for the restitution of their honor in the human world. Here's the end. In this succinct but all-inclusive narrative, Phoenix carves their mythical portrait, the mythical portrait of the litai, presenting them comprehensively and in a dynamic form. It is often said that the litai bear the traits of the shameful mortal suppliants. However, apart from bearing the bodily marks of supplication, of suffering, the divine litai are able to heal, exakeonde. Apart from uttering a treatise, they are able to hear and fulfill prayers. And apart from approaching mortals, the litai are in direct contact with Zeus. The power then of the litai is manifold. It extends either way to mortals and immortals and seems to be the product of intense interaction. This dynamic conception and depiction of their power is served in the text by an emphasis on the imagery of movement, a device that seems to articulate the narration of the whole second exemplum. Although litai, the entreaties, may represent a language phenomenon, their effect seems to be concretized in bodily and proxemic terms, which are worth examining. A first striking issue concerning Phoenix's portrayal of the litai is the attribution of unattractive physical traits to these creatures. They are cholé, lame, risé, wrinkled, and paravlopes, squint-eyed. These features are not simply ugly, but represent body deformities. Their lameness, wrinkles, and old age, as well as their problematic eyesight, all point at mobility problems. In other words, the 3 features of the litai seem to undercut their ability to move. In their earthly whereabouts, they walk slowly and with heed, alleguse, kiuse. But they are always left behind their sister Ate, who is strong and sound of foot and manages to disable mortals, vlaptusa, you see, okay? Ate. Vlaptusa. So they are always left behind Ate. Nonetheless, as the text hastens to suggest, the disability of the litai becomes a kind of prerogative. Coming late and after the injury caused by ate, they have occasion to manifest their potential as healers, exakeondai, i.e. their capacity to heal the injury. If they manage to restitute what ate has caused, they prove implicitly and eventually superior to ate. Their infirmity becomes their strength. The reference to the healing potential of the lite is emblematically formulated in the text, line 507. Εδε εξακαίονται ο πίσω. We have a clean-cut hemistich consisting of 3 words filled with alliteration of vowels, a, e, o. It is immediately after this emphatic reference that the narrative part, with a mortal protagonist this time, follows. This section highlights the field in which the power of the litai can be made manifest. And as it happens, it is the field of interpersonal relationships, of social action and interaction. The terms in which this interaction is sketched suggest an intricate interplay between mortals and immortals. The key element is the imagery of movement. More particularly, after Ate's strong-footed passage from Earth, which causes damages to human relationships, the lite enter the scene, but they do not impose themselves. They draw closer to the human victims at their slow and heedful pace. The phrase "ason kiusas" 508, "ason iusas," brings forth their slow approach and calls to mind the hikneisthe, the approaching movement of the hiketis, the comer, the arriving one, the suppliant. This is what the word literally means. In this case, the approaching figures are the lame, wrinkled, and squint-eyed litai, a group of feminine entities constituting a spectacle that may have caused complex reactions. All the more so, since the viewer of this spectacle in the Homeric text is a male, hos, a male figure. In this context, the gender and physical traits of the personified lite may acquire added significance. It is interesting that extremes of good and evil are represented in female form in Greek poetry and culture. Values and virtues are normally personified or deified as beautiful young female entities embodying what is desirable to a Greek man, to a Greek citizen. Charites, for example. At the opposite end, we have the various female monsters, like Scylla and Charybdis. The case of the litai is different from both these extremes. Where there are wrinkles, squint eyes, and lameness, they can hardly be desirable. But these features may call for respect, for shame, eidos, and pity. At the same time, deformities can signal something ominous or uncanny, or something repulsive. Under the weight of all these considerations, it becomes apparent that the figure of the litai is constructed as an ambivalent spectacle. While the imagery of their approach suggests that their involvement in human crisis operates as an open call to interaction and reception, this invitation turns problematic due to their ambivalent form. The interaction between mortal and immortal proves to be intricate for all its open and optional character. Phoenix sketches in his narration the diverse alternatives of human reactions. If the mortal man who is approached by the lita stands in awe, aidasetai, in front of them, if he respects and approves their arrival, a community between them is built. The mortal man benefits from their closeness and vicinity, as the litai can hear and react to the mortal man's prayers and entreaties. The dynamic encounter with the lita becomes more explicit in the second alternative, actually. Ως δε και να νύνεται. The second alternative of mortal reactions. Seeing the ambivalent convoy of the litae approaching, a man may not approve their coming and may even use harsh words to send them away. In this case, the litae are distanced from human community. They move to Olympus to establish a close contact with their father, Zeus, entreating him to let Ate, their competing sister, interact with men. The verb chosen to designate under Ate's intercourse with men is hepesthe. Here, another verb of movement, of course, a movement, motion, and attendance. Combined with the image of the strong and healthy feet of Ate, hepesthai seems to escalate to a level of pursuit that will have the mortal man as a target, and we have hina suggesting the purpose of the pursuit in the text. Zeus' consent is not explicitly mentioned in the text, but is implied. The whole sequence of events has been presented as a general truth and as a picture of the general order of the world, and that's why we have the use of gnomic aorist. At this point, at which a potential new circle of pursuit, injury, and disability has been drawn, a potential encapsulating the image of Ate following and disabling the mortal man and his relationships, Phoenix decides to stress the potential of human agency to change the course of events. Thus, instead of Ate pursuing the mortal, the wise old man urges Achilles to provide, to provide so that human honor attends upon and convoys accompanies the venerable litae. Phoenix rhetoric here continues the proxemic imagery and suggests a reversal of group formation and movement. The structure and syntax of the two consecutive lines seem to reflect the reversal. In these two lines, we have a reversal of movement. For such a reversal, Achilles' mediation and agency are decisive. From Phoenix's point of view, Achilles can act as an agent of social and divine politics, able to mediate that a new group formation can take a new course of action under the aegis of the litae, powers that both utter and hear prayers, that both bear and heal injuries. Achilles is thus openly asked to follow the divine litae jointly with the entreating Achaeans. Injured and unable to continue, the Achaeans, through Phoenix, entreat the swift-footed Achilles to move and convey the entire entreating body to the divine litae, hearers of entreaties and healers. To do so, however, Achilles must approve and not disapprove the entreating words and the approach, the presence of the injured and entreating Achaeans. And this is Phoenix's final plea that concludes the section on the litae. Do not scorn the words or the feet. The two nouns that Phoenix chooses to formulate his request constitute the full content of the entreating activity. It is striking, however, that it is the term podas that receives the great emphasis. The rhetorical emphasis, which is produced through enjambment and placement of the word at the beginning of line 523. Podas seems to pick up and recapitulate the imagery of movement and spatial action that was deployed throughout the exposition of the second exemplum. Podas recalls the feet of the litae, their heedful walking, and the human disabilities caused by the strong-footed Ate. The image of the limping goddesses and the injured human party fuse in one vivid tableau that calls for Achilles' acceptance and mediation. The term podas triggers associations with the action of the Litai in the world sketched in Phoenix myth. But in the light of that myth, the coming of the Achaeans signals an important absence. The injured male subject, the one admittedly affected by the strong-footed Ate, i.e. Agamemnon, who said Aasamin, is not among the entreating body that calls for interaction, acceptance, and healing protection. Achilles is asked to secure honors for the Litai jointly with the Achaeans, but the entreating body of the Achaeans appears disjoint, incomplete, and thus partly distant from the healing effect of the Litai. Achilles is confronted by an approaching group that complicates interaction, undermines the potential effect of the overall entreating activity, and leaves him indecisive. According to Phoenix, insightful presentation, the terms in which the power of the Litai operates in the cosmos presuppose involvement and proximity of all the injured parties. In this case, the terms apparently cannot be fulfilled. The imagery of movement that serve to highlight the potential of the Litai to heal the wounds in interpersonal relationships. The same imagery helps also illuminate the limitations placed to this potential by the human agents who are involved in the crisis and in the complex situations of human and divine politics. Phoenix, lust, and treaty may imply a latent awareness of this fact. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Athina, for this fascinating overview on the complexities of crisis management in Homer, which was really an excellent start. Time for questions, comments. Is there? May I start with? Yes, please, Claudia. Yes.
I want to thank you very much for your stimulating talk. And I must say, I really love Homer, especially for that he really gives a picture of ambiguities, yeah? And he is able to think one strand and to rethink the opposite in itself. So yeah, it's always such a kind of
Yes.
deep reflection. And so yeah, the ambiguities that that keeps the society together, yeah, or creates anger. So what is the dialogue with Agamemnon? Who is the guilty, or he is the first guilty? Is there a similar dialogue that drove him to rethink his own behavior also? Because yeah,
You mean before the embassy
yeah,
scene?
yeah.
There is before the embassy scene, of course, Achilles does not win Agamemnon. Okay, I showed you. I'm sorry. Again, the beginning of Iliad 9 is the critical point. Okay, the Achaean army has been defeated. Hector and the Trojans are there on the field, actually waiting for the first line of dawn to attack the Achaeans. The Achaeans are helpless. Achilles is not on their side. So he stands in front of them, as I showed you, weeping and saying, let's flee, flee. This is, what he proposes. And it is at this moment that the Achaeans realize that they have to deal with the crisis. The crisis has escalated, so they have to do something. And the Achaeans propose, the other leaders, not Agamemnon, propose that they make a council, the council of leaders, and in the council of leaders, because he weeps in front of the whole army, so they make a second council. Night, of course, has cast a dark, veil over the entire camp. So the leaders actually gather in Agamemnon's tent, and there it is Nestor who suggests and proposes that the way out of crisis is to call Achilles back to battle. And Agamemnon regrets, and openly realizes and acknowledges his fault. And he says, Asamin, I was struck by Ate. Okay, but since since I was struck by Ate, since I was in a folly, Aps ethelo aresai, I want to make amends. Okay, so he says, he starts, making the list of all the gifts that that he's ready to give to Achilles. He says, I will give back Briseis. I take an oath, I have not touched her. Important point, of course. And plus, I will give him one of my daughters, and I will give him part of my kingdom, and so on, if he wants. And so they choose the ambassadors who will go and will try to persuade Achilles. So Agamemnon has acknowledged that he has been struck by Ate, but he does not participate in the embassy himself. That's why, it is my interpretation, of course, that we have this kind of imagery focusing on proximity and proxemics, and we have the crucial words, podas, there. Do not scorn. Phoenix says to Achilles, because he realized it is Odysseus who talks first. His speech is actually a model of rhetoric, but it makes no difference at all. Second, we have Phoenix. I explained its structure, and in his second example, the one that he tries to explain the power of entreaties, because they entreat Achilles. So he tries to explain to him the power of entreaties and the potential of entreaties if he accepts the entreaties and takes the lead with the rest of the Achaean army following him. So we have all the imagery that shows this potential of reversal of the situation. But at the end, he realizes that actually this imagery and this formation of body is not full, is not actually complete. That's why he says, do not scorn the podas. That means the approach, because not the whole body of Achilles have approached Achilles. So do not scorn the words, like the ones that Odysseus talked, and the approach, which is an incomplete approach, because it does not include what his myth actually should have included. The injured party, the party that is hit by Ate and has broken the relationship. So we have a disjoint group there. Sorry if I talk too much and if I...
Questions? Or comments?
A long time ago, Bruno Snell said that humans in the Iliad are not able to make their own decisions because they're always influenced by gods. And would you say that also, if some people challenge this, of course, but now if the crises also are caused by gods and solved by gods or by the influence of gods, what would you say? Are the humans really doing their own things, or just...
In this case, yes, they are doing their own things, but politics in the heroic world involve at least two parties, mortals and immortals. We are in the heroic world. The whole cosmos actually involves both mortals and immortals. But during that night, when the embassy takes place, the gods are left behind or away. We have no, petition to God, apart from this myth that Phoenix actually uses. So I think in this case, Achilles was left without help. Because remember, in Iliad 1, if he didn't have Athena's help, Athena actually holding him back, then he would have killed him. Exactly. But at this night, at this gorgeous night when the embassy takes place, the gods are sleeping in a way. Okay, and the only mention and the only, you know, context in which both mortals and immortals seem to interact are in the myth of the Litae. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Kleanthis.
Thank you very much. This is not so much a question as more what I think might be a similar idea. Aristotle says that there are many ways to do the wrong thing, and doing the right thing is a difficult thing. So Ati is a way to do the wrong thing, and Ati is strong and powerful and goes fast to people. But finding the right way to interact with people and accepting the Litae is a difficult thing, and their idea of being lame and going slow and so on.
So
Actually,
the ambivalence.
yeah, it's more or less, I think, more or less the same idea. And the problem with Ati is that it comes twice. I mean, it's first you go wrong, then you don't accept the Litae, and then the Litae ask Ati to come back to you. So doing wrong, and if you don't see the way to do right, it goes worse and worse and worse. So
this is what's the circle.
yeah.
Okay, the cycle actually of injury and so on and so forth.
So I think, yes. I mean, probably it's my tendency to find Aristotle everywhere, but I think Aristotle more or less has the same thing in his own scientific way. Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, this imagery. What I wanted to stress is this imagery of this myth is so strong that it actually haunts your imagination. Once you read it, you can't, you know, escape from it. It has a great power, and it is through its imagery, through the deified abstract, through the proxemic imagery that casts a spell, actually, imagination. And I think this first stimuli that the Homeric text actually offers, I'm sure that they are further, you know, developed by philosophers when we have proper philosophy, actually, in the classical period. I believe that Homer and Hesiod are the first thinkers who give their, you know, philosophical insight in a very poetic, imaginative way, like the imagery of the feet, of the movement, of activity, and so on. But thank you for that. I would love to look more at Aristotle, at the points which actually cross with this passage. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your questions.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it was very thought-provoking. So there may be other questions, but we have to move forward. We're a bit ahead of time. Thank you very much, Athena. So our next speaker is Christos Poulopoulos, a PhD student at the University of Athens, working on Lycophron's Alexandria and Alexandria, yes. Alexander, sorry, yeah. And he's going to talk about three poets singing the clash between the Dioscuri and the Apharatide in Pindar, Theocritus, and Lycophron. Yes, thank you.
This is not the. Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. This presentation will revolve around the account of the fight between the Dioscuri and the Apharitide by three poets: Pindar in Nemean 10, Theocritus in Idyll 22, and Lycophron in his obscure poem Alexandra. The aim is to explore the different functions of the crisis in question in three different literary contexts, while trying to take a closer look at how the comparative reading of the three poets helps us shed light upon each poet's handling of the subject in their poems and their poetry making as a whole. But first, let's begin with the myth. Ancient sources give us various possibilities about Castor and Polydeuces' parentage. They are sons of Tyndareos in the Iliad and in the Odyssey, or of Zeus in Aeaea, in Alcaeus, and in Homeric Hymn 33. In the Kypria, one of them is mortal, Castor, and the other immortal, Polydeuces. They famously abducted their cousins, the Leucipides, Phoebe, and Lyra. The conflict between the Dioscuri and the Apharitide, their other cousins, arises from either the abduction of the Leucipides or a cattle conflict. Apollodorus provides a fuller account of the cattle dispute, where the Dioscuri and the Apharitide raid cattle in Arcadia. Idas, a fast eater, finishes his portion and that of his brother first, claiming all the cattle. The Dioscuri later steal the herd back, setting up an ambush for the Apharitide in Messini. Το laser πώς βγαίνει από εδώ? Α, ναι, αυτό, ναι. Ωραία. In the ancient imagery, we find that both the abduction of the Leucipides and the joint cattle raid are very old. A lady fragment of a Chalkidian pot from the 6th century shows Polydeuces lifting Phoebe, both names inscribed, into his chariot. In the following century, the carrying off, often by chariot, sometimes from a temple, appears several times in red figure vases, like the Attic crater in Lisbon Museum. Open. No. In Lisbon Museum, here is the abduction. As for the cattle raid, we find a representation in the poorly preserved parts of the frieze of the Monopteros of the Scythian treasury, or the Sicyonian treasury, although it is not connected to the fight. Concerning the actual fight, the archaeological data has little to offer. The clash between the Dioscuri and the Apharitide is only depicted in an Apulian Lycithos from the middle of the 4th century before Christ, following the main plotline of the literary sources, as we will see. Passing to the literary sources of the battle, although the result in early accounts is always the same, Idas, Lynceus, and Castor dead, there are some variations. In Pindar, we have clear references to the account delivered by the Kypria. Following vaguely a dispute over cattle, which is not in the Kypria, Lynceus, gazing from Taygetos, sees the Dioscuri in a hollow oak, apparently with a vision that can penetrate through solid objects. Idas then wounds Castor with his spear by stabbing through the tree and taking the Dioscuri by surprise, and Polydeuces pursues both Idas and Lynceus to the tomb of their father Aphareus. Here they make a stand and attempt to throw the polished tombstone at Polydeuces. This fails to daunt him, however, and he slays Lynceus with his spear, while Zeus hurls a thunderbolt at Idas. In Theocritus' account of the fight, the action begins in medias res at the moment when the Dioscuri have abducted the Leucipides and they are pursued by the Apharitide. When they reach the tomb of Aphareus, Lynceus addresses a long speech to the Dioscuri, attempting to reason with them. His speech is futile, so he proposes a duel between himself and Castor. During the fight, Castor first mutilates the fingers of Lynceus, and then he disembowels him. Idas prepares to avenge his sibling by hurling his father's tombstone at Castor, at which point Zeus intervenes by first disarming and then incinerating Idas. In Lycophron, the end is like a Shakespearean tragedy. Everybody dies. Because of the rape of the Leucipides, both the Dioscuri are killed by Idas, and in return, Zeus kills both the Apharitide. Starting with Pindar, the 10th Nemean ode is not a hymn for a victory at Nemean Games, but for a victory at Heraea or Ekatomvea, an Argive festival in honor of Hera, obtained by the athlete Theos, whose victory is due to the Theoxenia offered by his ancestor Pamphiles to the Dioscuri. The rite of Theoxenia seems to be particularly characteristic of the cult of the Dioscuri, for whom Theoxenia were celebrated not only in the Peloponnesian and Doria-speaking areas, but also, for instance, in Attica and on Paros. Vase paintings and reliefs show the divine horsemen galloping through the air towards the Kline prepared for them, like the votive relief from Louvre. The Gnomi of verses 59 to 60 sums up the moral of the story. Χαλεπά δέρης ανθρώπης ομιλήν κρεσόνων. Strife against those who are stronger is difficult for men to face. Mortal people like the Apharitide cannot mess with those superior to them. The Dioscuri are themselves half gods and protected by Zeus, like Theos and his family are protected by the Dioscuri. In the poet's prayer to Zeus, it is stated that the fulfillment of all deeds lies within the god. Theos has already won the Pythian, the Nemean, and the Isthmian games, but as far as we know, he has not yet participated in or won in the Olympic Games. Hence, his unspoken desire, ton menera tefreni siga istoma, is to bring home a victory in Olympia and thus become a periodonikis. The poet subtly prays to Zeus that he grants Theos the last but most important athletic victory, since the athlete, as well as his family, also falls in the category of the Cresones because they are protected by the Tindarids, the athletes par excellence. The myth aims to praise the heroic deeds of the Dioscuri, Zeus' offspring and protege, respectively, on the one hand, and on the other hand, to recall an event of God's intervention and divine help, which hopefully will happen again for the sake of Theos. By using vaguely the cattle variation, Pindar reinterprets the Dioscuri myth to fit the Argive context, where Castor and Polydevkis were worshipped with the Leucipides. He avoids the controversial aspects of their union and focuses on a more honorable cause for their conflict, reflecting the local religious practices. The last strophic triad contains the concluding scene of the myth. Polydevkis runs to his brother, who is dying, and with tears in his eyes, he begs Zeus to kill him too. Zeus responds by offering him two options. One is to grant him immortality, and the other is to give him shared immortality with his sibling. Polydevkis picks the second option. Polydevkis' choice, along with Zeus' intervention, shows the significant assistance of God in achieving glory. Likewise, the poet wishes that Theos, after so many bronze prizes at Heraea and in other local games of the Peloponnese, will succeed, with help of Zeus, to conquer the golden Olympic victory, which will make his name glorious and bestow the highest fame on his family, offering him glimpses of divine immortality. Theocritus' hymn to the Dioscuri can be divided into four sections. A, the prologue, where he praises the Dioscuri as divinities who succor men, horses in battle, and ships in tempests, reflecting the Homeric hymn 33. B, the Polydevkis narrative, which tells the story of his wrestling match with Amicus, echoing the opening of Book 2 of Apollonius Orgonautica. C, Castor's narrative, which recounts the dispute between the Dioscuri and the Apharitide. And finally, D, the Envoi, the poet's Phragis, where he eulogizes again the Dioscuri and comments on the poet's mutually beneficial relationship with his subjects. While the cause of the fight in Pindar is cattle, in Theocritus the fight is caused by the abduction of the Leucipides. Theocritus, through the mouth of Lynceus, utilized the motive of the cattle by making them part of the alleged bribe, along with mules and other possessions, that the Dioscuri offered to Leucippus to win him over. Subsequently, Lynceus, not knowing that he speaks to divine beings, tries to persuade the Dioscuri to give back the brides to the Apharitide by saying that it's going to be easy for them to find new ones. His speech is futile, so he proposes a duel between himself and Castor as younger brothers. Finding the long speech by the doomed Lycaeus intolerable, Villamovitz marked a lacuna after verse 170 and assigned verses 171 to 80 to Castor. However, this emendation has fallen out of favor in modern scholarship. The Castor narrative forms an antithesis with Polydeuces' narrative. In the first story, the dialogue sets Amicus very firmly in the wrong, while in the second, Lycaeus' speech sets the Dioscuri at a moral disadvantage. So too, Polydeuces' behavior, by sparing Amicus his life, has been seen as dictated by modern civilizing virtues, while Castor's by an older set of heroic mores. It is certainly true that the story of the rape of the Leucipides evokes the lost world of raiding and cattle conflict familiar from, for example, from Nestor's tales in the Iliad. Note that the Castor narrative has been characterized as an Iliadic pastiche, and that the civilized virtues of Polydeuces are also on display in the parallel scene of Apollonius Orgonatica, although there Amicus is finally killed. Lycaeus begins his speech by calling the Dioscuri the Moni. He speaks more truly than he knows because the Dioscuri could actually be viewed as divine beings between man and God that share the characteristics of both. According to Hunter, the opening of Lycaeus' speech is thus marked by an irony that reveals his ignorance and the depth of his misapprehension. Subsequently, he pleads that the Dioscuri would have little trouble in finding brides. Lycaeus' reference to the father blood in verse 165 is perhaps not very happy. Dover says that it would be a patronizing utterance if Lycaeus regarded Polydeuces as a son of Zeus, but he must mean your father Tyndareos and Tyndareos' father, not Zeus. Lycaeus is not trying to be patronizing, but again his misapprehension is revealed, and again he speaks more truly than he knows. For the ancestry of Polydeuces' father is, as everyone knows, a very distinguished one indeed. When he offers to help the Dioscuri in finding girls, he misunderstands the nature of the divine. It is these girls that the Dioscuri want, and therefore these girls shall have. Just as soteriological divinities choose the moment to intervene, so their actions may appear to some mortals to be harsh and capricious. If the god so chooses, Amicus will be spared and Lycaeus disemboweled. Appeal to ordinary ethical standard is beside the point. Taken together, the three scenes of Idyll 22 show three aspects of divine action: the saving intervention in part 1, the preservation of commonly accepted moral values in Polydeuces' narrative, and the power which can seem inexplicable, particularly when it is exercised in a way which does not always seem fair in Castor's narrative. For Alexander Sens, this view on divine action is connected to the Ptolemaic context of the poem. 4 genuinely Theocritian poems, namely 13, 22, 24, and 26, include compressed narratives on the deeds of gods and other mythological figures. All of them focus on divine figures who were important symbols for the Ptolemaic house. The Dioscuri as sibling savior gods who, despite apparent mortal behavior background, were actually of divine descent, were intimately associated with the Ptolemies in a variety of ways. However, these poems paint a complex picture of royal power that includes both their benefactions and their capacity for brutality against opponents, even for reasons that may elude easy comprehension. Following Griffith's and Hunter's interpretation, Sens argues that the poem shows two different aspects of sovereignty, as it is reflected in the actions of protector gods. The Castor's narrative ends with a gnomi, verses 212 to 13, very similar to that of Pindar. Ούτω Τινδαρίδες πολεμιζέμεν ούκαν ελαφρό, αυτοί τε κρατέουσι και κρατέω τους έφυσαν. It is no easy matter then to fight against the Tindaridae. Mighty themselves, they are sons of a mighty father. These verses create a union with the Pindaric model, with respect to which Theocritus creates an obvious intertextual relationship. In my opinion, the meaning of Theocritus' poem is stronger, and multiple layers of reading are revealed if we read Idyll 22 in conjunction with other idylls. Theocritus' bucolic world, a world of sensitivity and pleasure, is gradually constructed, passing from one idyll to another as a heterotopia in which the fantasies, shortcomings, and desires of his readers, and the public in general, for life, inspiration, and love are reflected. In the idylls, the dreams of an urban audience are projected, possibly of the multiracial aristocracy living in the vast city of Alexandria, which has experienced intense political changes wars, and population movements. In Theocritus' lore of shepherds and urban people in love, there is no place for gruesome violence. Hence, while the theological or political reading of the idyll might point to the multifaceted aspects of divinity and or sovereigns respectively, as scholars have brightly argued, by considering the idyll in its context of the bucolic world as it is formed in the collection as a whole, the hymn to the Dioscuri, and especially the Castor narrative, might function as a counterexample, bearing heroic and epic values completely irrelevant to the lifestyle presented in or even recommended by the poems. On the other hand, Lycophron's Alexandra, the most extreme sample of Hellenistic erudition, brims with violence and gruesome deaths. The poem is almost in its whole Cassandra's prophecy of events preceding and following the Trojan War, expanding until the historical times of the battleship of Salamis and Great Alexander. The proverbial obscurity of the poem lies within the poet's choice to not say anything directly. Cassandra's discourse is full of riddles, hapax compound words, periphrastic denominations, animal metaphors, and cult epithets that try to draw a veil on every hero, person, god, or event that is mentioned in the text. The Dioscuri story is a part of a very long narrative concerning the colonization of Cyprus by the Achaeans, which is interrupted by multiple digressions. Cassandra will link the Dioscuri and the Apharitide to the Troy theme by means of a different and new idea, namely that the gods have arranged the deaths of these Greeks to help the Trojans before the war has even started. In addition, Lycophron sets the scenery of the fight at the banquet offered to Paris in Sparta. The Dioscuri and the Apharitide first will argue with words, and then they will fight with weapons because of the abduction of their young cousins. The Leucipides are imagined as small birds, anepsias ornisi, as every helpless victim, exclusively female in the Alexandra, and of course Cassandra herself. The cause of the fight is summarized by the phrase Vioklopas arpagaste syngonon with Ipalagi. The alternative or Pindaric version of the origin of the quarrel, that involving theft of cattle, is hinted by the apex word aevnotu, which defines alphys, pointing to the forced marriage without the payment of bride price. Following, the daring of the eagles, which is the fight between the cousins, will be seen from Laconia, the stream of Pnekion, and it will also echo in Messinia, in Pherae. The eagle is a usual symbol of force in Lycophron. In general, the predatory birds are used often connected with sexual aggression and woman rape or abduction. The female victims of the rapes are described, as seen before, as small helpless birds, like for example as doves or sparrows, while the male perpetrators as eagles, hawks, falcons, vultures, etc. Cassandra's account of the fight is complex because of the animal imagery and the demonstrative pronouns that are used to point to each character of the episode. Idas, as a bull, will strike Castor, the lion, and as a response, Polydevkis, of the ass, will cause a wound on Lycia's rib, who is now described as an ox. Idas, as a ram, will kill Polydevkis, Tode, by hitting him with his father's gravestone. And finally, the two bulls, namely the Apharitide, will be killed by Zeus' thunderbolts. In the end, Cassandra states that Idas and Lycias will be accepted in Hades, whereas the two Tynarids in Olympus on alternate days, following Pindar's Pythian 11. The Dioscuri episode is probably one of the most typical examples of Lycophronian technique. Apart from the previously shown mechanisms of denomination through periphrasis, animal imagery, and pronouns, there is a standard fondness of Cassandra to reformatio in peius. In almost every case, Lycophron picks the worst-case scenario of every single myth in the poem, or he decides to shed light upon its most dark and gruesome aspects. Similarly, while in Pindar and Cypria we have Castor killed, and in Theocritus we have none of the Dioscuri killed, in the Alexandra, both brothers are assassinated by the Apharitide. Their deaths are not heroic at all, neither their bravery nor their strength are praised. As concerning every other hero of the poem who is not a Trojan, their strength and power are described in extremely bad terms as violent or destructive. And none of them is seen as an actual hero or even as an honorable person, not even the sons of the almighty Zeus. In addition, Cassandra has other reasons to dislike the Tindarids. They are both brothers of hateful, unethical, and lascivious Helen, the very first cause of everyone's doom, and of course, brothers of her own killer, Clytemnestra. Also, the Dioscuri commit the crime of woman rape, which reflects Cassandra's own rape by Ajax the Lesser in the Temple of Athena, as we will see in these vases. The fight between the cousins is the longest fight scene described in the poem, and so it would work as an alternative or a substitute for the Trojan War. They're both caused by the abduction of women, and they both end with suffering for both parties. Human suffering, in my point of view, is the actual protagonist of the whole poem. No one in Alexandria can escape fate, neither the victors nor the defeated. Every person in the poem, no matter the side they fought for, is doomed. In the Trojan War and in every war, as in the fight between the Dioscuri and the Pharitide, there is no true winner. To sum up, while in Pindar the heroism and divine origin of the Dioscuri are praised, both the Hellenistic poets deal with the crisis in question in a negative way, very subtle in the case of Theocritus, quite obvious in the case of Lycophron. In the Idyll, the immorality displayed by the Dioscuri depicts the irrationality and mysterious ways of God on the one hand, while on the other hand, by taking into account the bucolic world that is constructed piece by piece in the poems, we come to the realization that the epic characteristics and values that the Tindarids embody are nothing like the ones that are preferred by the poet. As for the Alexandra, the outcome of the conflict is completely in line with the dark pessimism of the poem and Cassandra's maliciousness towards the Greeks, revealing through the seer's obscure discourse the deeply anti-war message of the poem.
Thank you very much, Christos, for this comparative analysis, which was very interesting. Questions, comments? Okay. If there are no questions, we can proceed to Yannis' talk. Yannis Karakisiridis. Thanks again. Yannis Karakisiridis is a PhD student at the University of Crete, working on Sappho with Athina Kavoulaki is her supervisor. We'll be happy to hear your talk, Yannis.
Thank you so much. All right. All right. Thank you so much for the great organization. It's a great honor to be here. So today I will be focusing on Sappho and Aphrodite's interpersonal relationship, which is actually a well-known fact. Sappho interacts and is intimately acquainted with this deity in her mainly erotic poetry, to the extent that she has been characterized by some scholars as Aphrodite's priestess. Bruno Gentili considers Sappho as Aphrodite's ministrant because of Alcius' 384 Lobel page, fragment violet tressed, holy, sweetly smiling Sappho. and the epithet agna, holy, pure in particular. As a ritual poetess, she has been also identified as a sorceress or a cult leader of a so-called Mädchenbund, a group of young women with religious bonds, or her playing the role of an initiator in some rites of passage. The ritualistic roles attributed to the poetess are particularly due to her personal relationship with her special goddess. Sappho seems to be Aphrodite's protégée and favorite, and this is the reason why Aphrodite, beyond doubt, owns a special place in Sappho's poetry. Within this framework of affinity, it is worth investigating this communicative, thus ritualistic, spectrum as regards the position of Aphrodite in Sappho's lyrics and examining some moments of crisis between the two and the way these are addressed. But which is the right way for Sappho to communicate with her close divinity? Perhaps it's not fortuitous that the only extant surviving fragment from the Sapphic corpus comprises a lyric prayer to Aphrodite in which the persona cantans, identified by the name of Sappho herself, verse 20, you can see the handout, faces a condition of erotic crisis. In reality, the main request of hers is absolutely prominent. She desires to heal the symptoms of her disease. It est unfulfilled love madness, verse 3, verse 18 or 25, 26. And apparently, praying to the goddess is the right way to achieve this goal. Sappho reminds the goddess that she has been aided by her in the past through a hypomnesia, a reminder, verses 5 till 7, ahai potkaterota. It is by no doubt fascinating that Aphrodite is simultaneously the cause and the solution to the problem the poetic persona faces. Sappho indicates how Aphrodite should be treated in terms of a ritual speech act in order for the goddess of love to be appeased and heal the unbearable symptoms she herself afflicted. It seems that paying proper homage to Aphrodite through an ode/prayer and acknowledging the goddess's power is the right way to confront this insurmountable issue of erotic torment. Therefore, a crisis in erotic affairs can be construed as a crisis between the poetic persona and the goddess of love herself, given their interpersonal relationship. In other words, it is worth considering the moments of erotic crisis in Sappho's fragments as potential cracks in Aphrodite and Sappho's relationship, which can be fixed though. But how? There is another fragment in which Aphrodite and Sappho in her own name mingle. Sappho competes Andromeda in a poetic contest in order for her, in order for her to secure the role of Aphrodite's protégée. The dialogue is, Andromeda has a good recompense. Sappho, why do you summon? Pray to Aphrodite, who is rich in blessings. Sappho, along with Eros as Aphrodite's servant, holds a special place regarding the goddess's benevolence, as shown in fragment 159a foigt, Soutekamos therapon Eros. Nevertheless, the coinage polyolbon, attributed to the goddess, rich in blessing, could imply something close to the verb aramai, to stand as a verb, since the meter of the two verses is complete. To clarify, Sappho can be again praying to Aphrodite or summoning her in order to ensure the desirable reciprocity with Aphrodite and to surpass Andromeda and her good recompense. Another fragment in which Aphrodite appears to be judgmental towards the persona cantans herself is the mutilated fragment 22 foigt. However, it is noteworthy that this persona denotes her happiness, verse 14, Hairo, because of something related to the object of desire. The last three verses, 17 till 19, comprise the most significant part regarding the prayer theme. And once again, the goddess herself blamed me, Seiprogeneia, for praying this I wish for. The lyric subject, despite being reprimanded by the Cyprus-born goddess, is still praying Aramai and apparently up to the same goddess, and she will continue to do so as long as she desires something to happen. In this dimension of prayer, Sappho designates that the right way to address a moment of crisis or to secure Aphrodite's benevolence to a greater extent is to pray to the goddess through her songs. In fragment 1, Sappho invokes the goddess to reveal herself, epiphaneia, and come close to her, as she did in other cases in the past. The adverb deute, which is used 3 times, verses 15, 16, and 18, indicates the repetitiveness of this kind of occurrences and communication with the goddess. Fragment 86 also serves as another prayer to the goddess with the same, perhaps, if ever, pattern. Verse 8 with the imperative κλούθου με άρας hai pot κατέρωτα, listen to my prayers if ever again, can increase the effectiveness of the current prayer through a reminder, hypomnesia. The cult name Kytheria is used for Aphrodite in this fragment, while the incomplete euchom and the noun aras insert the prayer vocabulary, as does the verb lysomai in fragment 1. It is clear that Sappho needs to renew the intimacy and reciprocity between herself and Aphrodite by addressing her in a node/prayer. But how can Sappho boost the efficacy of her communication and achieve her goals? Based on the fundamental concept of reciprocity and recompense denoted by the ancient Greek word charis that runs through ancient Greek religious mentality, we should primarily consider the hieratic and communicative speech delivered to the god as a kind of an effective speech that aims at persuading and attracting the deity's attention in a favorable way. In this perspective, Sappho has to persuade the goddess to aid her by assuring her favor. But which is the right way to approach Aphrodite? The intrinsic nature of Aphrodite and her attendants are quite essential in this perspective of charis. Nonetheless, the term charis does not signify merely reciprocity, but also grace, beauty, loveliness, attractiveness, and favor, delight, and even charm. In terms of giving and receiving, it may mean both goodwill and gratitude. We should emphasize the divinities named charites, graces, who are amongst the goddesses' attendants. Their domains inherently involve notions of grace, beauty, and charm. In fragment 1, Aphrodite is not only summoned by the lyric subject, but the dramatized persona of the goddess appears and confers with Sappho, who suffers from unrequited love effects in both indirect and direct speech. In verses 15 till 19, you asked me, what has happened to me again? Why I called upon you by my side once more? And what my frenzied heart desires to happen? Whom shall I persuade once more to your love? It is clear that it is not the first time the goddess is invoked but to address Sappho's love issues. However, it is important that Sappho's past efforts to convince Aphrodite to help her have been successful. Sappho knows how to stop Aphrodite from torturing her and convince the goddess to ally with her. Sumachos, so verse 28. Aphrodite's speech in the 6th stanza of the first fragment designates that the goddess addresses the poetic subject in direct speech. Some scholars, like Cameron, Petropoulos, Thomas, note that the 6th stanza, spoken by Aphrodite herself and centered on the theme of love's persuasion, bears elements of a magical formula, specifically from spell of attraction and agoge spell. And the one who flees, she will run after you. And the one who denies your gifts, she herself will give them to you. And the one who does not love you, soon she will love you. The oppositional repetition recalls a magical formula similar to those found in the magical papyri. For example, if he sits, let him not sit. If he speaks to someone, let him not speak. If he looks at someone, let him not look. If he approaches someone, let him not approach, etc. In general, the repetitions, alliteration, and assonances contribute to these rhythmical effects that enhance the efficacy of the prayer. Siegel, in his article, Eros and Incantation, Sappho and Oral Poetry, touches upon the theme of enchantment in Sappho's ritual and public poetry, suggesting that Sappho's poems are in a manner incantatory. By focusing on the repetition, assonances, and alliterations found in some of her verses. To put it differently, Sappho enhances the efficacy of her speech act to Aphrodite by integrating some quasi-incantatory features. Regarding this kind of features of traits in the first ode, we should also know the elaborate invocation of the goddess, featuring the accumulation of 5 epithets along with the name of Aphrodite, Poikilothron, Athanat, Aphrodite, Pai, Dios, Dolopolo, και Potnia. Concerning the first epithet, Poikilothron Patnam, interprets the poikila throna as alluring charms of love in the form of flowers. See the use of the term in Theocritus' second idyll, where the witch Simetha attempts to bind Delphis through a love spell. The seventh and final stanza of the first fragment of Sappho's also evokes a motif found in the apple incantation to Aphrodite in the Berlin papyrus, namely the request of the accomplishment of the spell, telei telean epaoiden. Sappho employs a similar coda, verses 26-27, with the accumulation of 4 verbs in imperative, έλθε, λούσον, τέλεσον, έσω, and primarily in the phrase όσα δεμoi τέλεσαι τούμος ημέρεοι τέλεσον, as Aphrodite herself uses 3 forms of the verb teleo in Iliad's book 14, τέλεσαι, τέλεσαι, and tetελεσμένον έστιν. Sappho incorporates these charming features, which enhance the effectiveness of her ode as they resemble the allure, grace, and charm of the goddess herself. Thus, the deities of love, especially Aphrodite, in general, are perfectly suited to illustrate how Haris operates through this reciprocity of enchantment. Aphrodite, in particular, epitomizes the power of erotic thelxis, the ability to charm and be charmed, making her a perfect figure to explore the dynamics of attracting divine favor through grace and charm, especially in early ritual poetry, such as Sappho's lyrics. The goddess is established as the love magic mistress in early exemplary narratives. In Iliad 14, the deception of Zeus, the goddess loosened her magical girdle on which all kinds of love magic are fashioned, and passes it on to Hera in order for her to erotically charm Zeus and distract him from the battlefield of the Achaeans and Trojans. In the realm of the heroes, the power of Aphrodite magical tools is particularly evident in the exemplary case of Jason, according to Pindar's 4th Pythian, where we are said that Aphrodite sends the doubled wryneck bird tied to a wheel, a well-known magical device of hers, to Jason to teach him the prayers and incantations he needs to beguile Medea. Sappho employs a like-for-like approach by imitating Aphrodite's practices and incorporating some enchanting features in her prayers to the goddess of love magic in order to overcome the moments of crisis and win back her recompense. In moments of crisis, Sappho wishes to counterperform Aphrodite's charm. It is worth examining whether Sappho makes an analogous effort in the newly found and so-called Cyprus song. How can one often not be overwhelmed, Cyprus mistress, if you do not love him, her, and not especially want respite from sufferings that you hold back? Verses 11 till 12, this I know for myself. This is translated by Derek Bink. It is an indisputable fact that the Cyprus song, which supplements fragment 26, is rather fragmentary and urges scholars to propose multiple reconstructions. Nonetheless, what is prominently stressed by Sappho is her invocation of the goddess, verse 2, an aspect that establishes her poetic composition as an ode prayer, and the love vertigo, the disease the poetic persona carries, verse 1, asaido. Despite the abundance of the textual uncertainties, it is ironic and simultaneously charming that Sappho is completely self-conscious. Verses 11 till 12. The self-awareness the poetic subject denotes is not completely clear as well. The personal modality of knowledge does exist, though, to some extent. Winkler refers to Sappho's double consciousness as her private, woman-centered world in the public, male-dominant world. In the Cyprus song, though, it is not about a male-female dipole, or perhaps there is no enough evidence to stress such a perspective. Nonetheless, when I first encountered the term magical consciousness, it strikingly recalled Sappho's self-awareness. And this particular fragmentary, though legible verse in the Cyprus song. Susan Greenwood's anthropological research on magic establishes a different kind of consciousness on a pan-human level. Reaching beyond mystical mentality, magical consciousness has recognizable traits. This way of conception as a pre-logical mentality and a non-rational, marginalized form of knowledge in post-Renaissance Western cultures is participatory because of making connections, analogical beyond logical, divergent and non-convergent, based on emotions, creating patterns, and is also well expressed within the terms of indigeneity through the usage of mythologies. A magical religious framework through Sappho's prayer to contact the goddess creates the connection and the participatory holistic consciousness. Marcel Mauss regards magic as a social, collective phenomenon that assumes individual forms. Nonetheless, someone would argue that Sappho's modality of knowledge in this verse is rather personal and idiosyncratic, and it is true that they would be absolutely right. In the Cyprus song, the subject witnesses her own personal modality of knowledge, as for herself. However, the first stanza of the song offers, through the rhetorical question that leads to negation, an analogical and holistic perspective that could be associated with a more diffuse awareness. How could anyone not regularly be nauseous without Aphrodite's correspondence, you, Aphrodite, and wish the same thing to happen? Apparently, there is no other choice. Sappho's personal knowledge for herself could potentially be anyone's knowledge for oneself. Therefore, she's the one who's getting in trouble this time, but any mortal could actually stand in her own place and share this emotion as a result of Aphrodite's magical influence. Sappho, though, has the power to express herself artistically and denote this holistic overview of love magic as well, and even to fight it. In other words, she is able to confess the experience of magic as a pan-human orientation of consciousness through the lens of her own incident, Pathan, verse 3, and lyrics. Correspondingly, Sappho might acknowledge Aphrodite's influence on her in the present occurrence. See the first person pronouns in verses 5 and 7. If the premise is that whenever Sappho is under Aphrodite's magical influence, the poetess utilizes equivalent magical techniques through her verses to beguile the goddess and attract her favor that tortures her, then the Cyprus song could also bear the same dimension. The lyric subject praying to the goddess of love and attempting to enchant her. Yet, this is Sappho's capability as a poetess and 10th muse. Ordinary people would most likely have no such power and would merely helplessly endure the outcomes of Aphrodite's influence. In other terms, the poetic subject expresses her own personal knowledge about herself and her own personal condition regarding her own emotions, but she is also aware that this could also happen to anyone else who succumbs to Aphrodite's will and bears analogous symptoms. She has the skills, though, to stand as a representative victim of Aphrodite and perhaps to overcome it through her artistry. Sappho refers to the act of praying, arastai, in the recently discovered and autonomous fragment 16a, which at last is not the final part of Anactoria's ode. To be happy is not possible for a man, to pray for a share, I, for myself, I know this well. Many conjectures have been made by scholars, great, through though notions such as felicity, if the text begins with the adjective olbion, remain uncertain. However, it is fascinating that this fragment also starts with a generalization, anthrop, that comes to opposition to, or perhaps aligns with, the lyric subject, em auta. Ultimately, the reference to the praying act, along with the participatory dimension, pedechinde arastai, is declared. In other words, an analogous to the Cyprus song and magical consciousness perspective is shown. Praying to participate marks the holistic dimension of communicating with the gods and sharing a common experience or emotion through religion and or magic. Sappho, once again, compares every human being to herself with a clear reference to the act of praying. In this manner, it becomes evident that Sappho, through her ritual poetry, is able to pray, participate, and share common knowledge. In conclusion, Sappho knows how to navigate crisis with her beloved goddess and secure the desired reciprocity. The poetess cannot be fully deprived of Aphrodite's benevolence. She does her best to counter-perform Aphrodite's magic in her prayers, attracting divine favor and charis through her own enchanting means. While Sappho chants and prays to Aphrodite for merit, she also enchants the goddess, recognizing that this is how Aphrodite wishes to be treated. As the goddess of love magic, Aphrodite expects such treatment, and Sappho is fully aware of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yannis, for this talk, which had many affinities with your supervisor's talk, I think,
Exactly.
especially in the role of gods for the crisis management. Yeah, it was very nice.
Thanks so much.
Questions, comments? Athena.
Actually, commenting on Melina's comment, our two papers, I mean, I had no idea, Dianis had no idea about what I was going
Neither
to
did
talk
I,
about
exactly.
until yesterday when I saw him actually. And I had not realized that actually lysoma is again the key term in Sappho's effort to approach the goddess, to solve her crisis of her human relationships through building a kind of relationship with the goddess. And we have a kind of triangle there, and we have a similar triangle actually in the Iliad as well. We have human relationships, and we have also the immortal involvement, which is a kind of catalyst for that.
That's true.
And I actually, Melina, I was struck. I said, okay, this is. Anyway, thank you so much. I will have to think about it again.
Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting paper. I'm not a specialist on Sappho, so maybe my question is from knowledge of specialists. But I'm triggered by the term Zimmermann you pointed out. So is it common to call Aphrodite Zimmermann, which is normally a term for military and legal activities, or is law?
Well, this is the huge matter of Aphrodite being a martial deity, actually. And in this fragment of Sappho, she is a martial deity because it's the first time she appears in her chariot, actually, which is not really common. But especially for the Sumachos, it's a characteristic of the magical papyri. I mean, asking the mortals to ally with their gods. Sumachos paredros is an equivalent term. But yes, in this actually martial terminology, I think that it's really important that actually Sappho tries to ally with Aphrodite, because up until then, Aphrodite tortures her. So that's why I mentioned that Aphrodite is the cause and the solution to the problem. So she needs to ally, and she needs to beguile her. Thank you.
Other remarks for Yannis' paper? Oh, no, relevant. A question actually for both you and Athena. I was wondering while I was hearing your papers that perhaps could we say that there are some standard emotions related to crisis and some others related to its resolution. For example, eros, passion, anger in the Iliad are more related to a crisis incident, whereas on the other hand, we have grace,
felicity, happiness.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was wondering whether there is this pattern, let's say, in.
Well, especially in erotic. Sorry, I go first. Yeah, thank you. Especially in erotic poetry, you know, the pathology of love and the physical symptoms someone have because of love madness. I mean, they're really emphasized by many scholars in the past. But you know, exactly what you mentioned. If we compare, for example, this fragment to Sappho's fragment, the second fragment in the interspecial garden, where Aphrodite is summoned to pour some wine in the cups. It's a totally different imagery. I mean, we could say that this is not a crisis for sure, but the Cyprus song and the first fragment, I think you can see, as, for example, verse 3, Mime asai simid oniai sidamna, I'm nauseous, pain, distress. We have this kind of symptoms, pathological symptoms, actually. Yeah.
Other questions? No? From the younger members of the conference?
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. That's great.
Okay,
Thank you.
so this is time for the coffee break. The
Mhm.
coffee is here outside. We can all go. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
Jan.
so much. Thank you.
Thanks to all three speakers for a very nice introduction to the conference.
The rough city, and chaotic city, and well.
I really want to go to Berlin.
Oh, let's say it's nice sites, yeah, beautiful sites. Of Asia. That's really.
I don't speak German. And then
it's rather the other way around in Berlin.
σε οποιαδήποτε από αυτές τις θέσεις και να κάτω, μπαίνεστε στο Zoom, δεν χρειάζεται.
Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Please be seated. Dear colleagues, please kindly be seated. Yes. Okay, let me welcome you all to the second morning session of this very interesting conference. My name is Maria Papadopoulou. I'm Assistant Professor in Digital Humanities and Classics, and I will be chairing this session. Our first speaker, the co-organizer of this conference, Markus Zimmermann, lecturer at the University of Bayreuth, will present on Kleonvrotos' crisis in leadership and the battle at Lefkra. Give me just one moment to introduce you a little bit more formally to our audience here. Markus received his PhD in ancient history at the University of Bamberg in 2016. The PhD was published in 2017 in the Antiquitas series with the title Romanization and Representation in Noricon. For his habilitation, he then turned to Greek history. In 2024, he finished his habilitation in ancient Greek at the University of Bayreuth, where he has been working as a research associate since 2014. His habilitation will be published in 2025 with the title The Exercise of Power and Decision-Making in Xenophon's Writings in the Clio Beihefte series. Since 2022, he has also been member of the project Leaders and Crisis Management in Ancient Greek Literature, directed by Professor Melina Tamiolaki. So Markus' research focuses, in the context of these projects, focuses on decision-making and leadership in classical Greek literature. So thank you, Markus, and we look forward to listening to you.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Today I want to talk about the battle at Leuctra, and I will start. Just a map at the beginning. Everybody knows where it is, but well, it's where the battle took place. Many researchers see Sparta's defeat at Leuctra in 371 BC as a decisive event, as it ended Sparta's previous superiority in open battle, which had significantly contributed to Sparta's reputation as the most potent military power in Greece. John Buckler, one of the leading experts on the history of 4th century Greece, summarizes the Spartan defeat as follows. Epaminondas had broken the Spartan army in a decisive victory that ended the notion of Spartan military invisibility. In retrospect, this defeat can also be seen as a beginning of Sparta's decline as the hegemonic power in Greece, even if this was not yet foreseeable at the time of the defeat for those involved. The Athenian historian Xenophon also shared this view, and his description of the events will be discussed below. The focus of interest here is not on the historical reconstruction of the battle or its significance for the history of Greece, since extensive research is available for both of these points. Instead, the focus is on Xenophon's historiographical and literary treatment of the event. For Xenophon, however, the turning point in Sparta's history came earlier and was caused by Sparta's moral decline, which was reflected in its impious behavior. The decisive moment for Xenophon was Sparta's occupation of the Cadmeia in Thebes in 382 BC. as it violated the existing and sworn conditions of the peace and was therefore an offense to the gods. This emerges from Xenophon's assessment of the events. No one could mention many other incidents, both among Greeks and barbarians, to prove that the gods do not fail to take heed of the wicked or of those who do unrighteous things. But at present, I will speak of the case which is before me. The Lacedaemonians, namely, who had sworn that they would leave the states independent after seizing possession of the Acropolis of Thebes, were punished by the very men unaided who had been thus wronged, although before that time they had not been conquered by any single one of all the peoples that ever existed. Xenophon's explicit criticism can mean that he sees this event as a turning point in Sparta's politics, which at the same time marks the beginning of Sparta's decline as divine punishment. A parallel to Xenophon's views on this can be found in the Cyropaedia, in which the moral decline of the Persian Empire in Xenophon's time is explained by the fact that Cyrus the Great always kept his word. In contrast, godlessness now prevails and no one trusts the Persians anymore. I know, for example, that in early times, the kings and their officers, in their dealings with even the worst offenders, would abide by an oath that they might have given and be true to any pledge they might have made. For had they not had such a character for honor, and had they not been true to their reputation, not a man would have trusted them, just as not a single person any longer trusts them now that their lack of character is notorious. In Xenophon's view, the violation of the oath and the occupation of the Cadmeia placed Sparta on a similar low moral level to that of the Persian Empire at that time. Xenophon's negative view of Phoebida's actions and Sparta's handling of them later made clear on the Hellenica by the remarks of Callistratos, who cites the occupation of the Cadmeia as an example of the adverse effects of ill-considered actions. In your own case, also, I see that sometimes many reverses results from the things you have done with too little judgment, among which was, in fact, the seizure of the Cadmeia in Thebes. If we now turn to Xenophon's account in detail, we will see that for him, the defeat at Leuctra was caused by both Sparta's impious behavior and by Cleombrotus' failure as a leader. Xenophon reports that in 371 BC, a peace treaty was signed in Sparta between Sparta and Athens and their respective allies. The next day, however, the Thebans demanded that the name Thebans be replaced by Boeotians in the list of the signatories, which Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, did not accept, leading to the exclusion of Thebes from the peace. The account ends with the statement that the Thebans then returned home disheartened, atumos. In the following passages of the Hellenica, Xenophon describes how the brilliant victory over the Spartans at Leuctra can arise from this disadvantageous situation of the Thebans. The emphasis on the despondency of the Thebans is already an indication that this development could not be foreseen. This is all the more true if Epaminondas, as the Theban negotiator mentioned by Xenophon, had opposed Agesilaus in full knowledge of the consequences, as is supposed by several scholars. In this case, the despondency attributed to the Thebans by Xenophon would be a deliberate contrast for narrative reasons to the Theban success described in the following section. If one assumes, with Hamilton, that Xenophon does not offer a complete account of the events and the protagonists involved, but merely wants to explain the Spartan defeat, Xenophon's account is particularly informative for an understanding of his views on good and bad decisions and good and bad leadership. According to Xenophon, the Athenians begin implementing the agreements after the peace treaty. The Spartans also start to withdraw their armies from the cities. At this point, King Cleombrotus is in focus with an army and asks the Spartan authorities how he should proceed. The Spartan Protoos argues in favor of disbanding the military in accordance with the oath, Catatus Orcus, and only intervening if someone tries to prevent a city from becoming independent. Such an approach would guarantee the benevolence of the gods and cause the least annoyance to the other cities. Proteus did indeed say that it seemed to him they ought first to disband the army in accordance with their oaths and send around the world to the various cities to make contributions, as large as each city chose to make to the temple of Apollo. And afterwards, in case anyone tried to prevent the cities from being independent, to call together again at that time all who wished to support the cause of independence and lead them against those who opposed it. For he thought, he continued, that in this way the gods would be most favorably inclined toward them and the cities would be least annoyed. Cleombrotus covers his back by asking Sparta what to do, and the proper and pious behavior is suggested by Proteus. By insisting on the observance of the oath and also emphasizing with the superlative oimenostatus, this would meet with the highest approval from the gods. Xenophon makes clear what course of action he would have chosen. In the Spartan assembly, however, the proposal meets with rejection. It is said that Proteus' statements were even regarded as nonsense. Xenophon comments that now it seems a divine power has taken over the leadership, the daimonion. Sparta decides to instruct Cleombrotus not to disband the army and to attack the Thebans unless they release the cities. When, as expected, the Thebans fail to do so, Cleombrotus marches to Boeotia. Thebans expect the Spartans to pass a particularly bottleneck and guard it. Cleombrotus, however, unexpectedly, so using the same word, takes the path through Tisbai and conquers Croesus. In a way, Xenophon contrasts the Spartan assembly's behavior, which he portrays as irrational, with Cleombrotus' rational approach. While the Spartan assembly makes an inexplicable mistake for Xenophon, which he can only explain with the workings of a daimonion, Cleombrotus begins his campaign as a foresighted general who anticipates the equally foresighted behavior of the Thebans, bypasses the bottleneck guarded by them, and celebrates his first military success with the conquest of Croesus. Xenophon also draws attention to the contingency of decisions through the Thebans' failed plan. Even a rational approach does not always lead to success due to a variety of factors beyond one's control. The Spartans and Thebans each set up a camp at Leuctra. As the armies face each other, Cleombrotus' friends advise him not to withdraw without a fight, as this could result in severe punishment in Sparta. After all, he had achieved little in his last two campaigns against Thebes, while Agesilaus had operated successfully in Boeotia. For this reason, if he wanted to save his life, he should go against the Thebans. His opponents also pressured him to risk the battle by insinuating that he was partial towards the Thebans. These statements provoke Cleombrotus, Paroxyno, to go into battle. Thebans also believe they must take up the fight to prevent the apostasy of their allies and avoid giving the domestic opposition cause for an uprising. So that's what the friends say to Cleombrotus. Cleombrotus, if you let the Thebans escape without a battle, you will be in danger of suffering the uttermost penalty at the hands of your state. For they will remember against you not only the time when you reached Kynoskephalae and laid waste no part of the country of the Thebans, but also the time when, on your later expedition, you were beaten back from effecting your entrance. Although Agesilaus always made his entrance by way of Kytaira. Therefore, if you really have a care for yourself or a desire to see your fatherland again, you must lead against these men. Such were the words of his friends, but his opponents said, now is the time when the man will make it clear whether he is in truth partial to the Thebans, as rumor has it. Xenophon describes a decision-making process driven by external factors on both sides. Cleombrotus is severely restricted in his freedom of choice due to his previous, less successful campaigns, as leaving without a fight could be interpreted negatively back home and could result in punishment. Furthermore, he is urged into battle by both his friends and his enemies, each with different motives. Therefore, there is no longer any weighing up of options. This is underlined by Xenophon's choice of words, according to which Cleombrotus feels provoked to go into battle. However, the starting point of the Thebans is not better at the moment. Their decision is dictated by the premise that a retreat would lead to losing allies and to other problems at home. Xenophon's use of the verb logizomai, however, identifies the Thebans' considerations as rational in principle, while Cleombrotus' actions are described as irrational by the verb paroxyno. Another critical difference is that Cleombrotus only has to fear personal consequences if he withdraws, whereas the Thebans as a group would have faced problems. Therefore, the Thebans' decision is characterized by their desire to do what is best for the collective, while personal motives influence Cleombrotus' decision. His behavior is similar to that of Callicratidas before the Battle of Aginusa, where he makes a decision based on personal honor alone without considering the consequences for his fleet. Both commanders decide for the entire army, albeit for different personal reasons, and thus place their personal sensitivity, which leads to fatal defeat in each case. Before the outbreak of hostilities, favorable omens are said to have encouraged the Thebans. Interestingly, Xenophon states that there were also people who believed these were not genuine omens, but a deception on the part of the Theban leaders. As a result, things take a turn to the worse for Sparta. According to Xenophon, everything that happened is now the Spartans' undoing, while the Thebans succeeded in everything and even had chance, Tyche, on their side. The Spartans are said to have drunk some, also even more, the Spartans are said to have drunk some wine before the final consultation before the battle. This has spurred them or provoked them to go into battle. But in the battle, at any rate, everything turned out adversely for the Lacedaemonians, while for the other side, everything went prosperously, even to the gifts of fortune. For it was after the morning meal that Cleombrotus held his last council over the battle and drinking a little wine. And drink as he did at the middle of the day, it was said that the wine helped somewhat to excite them or to provoke them. At first glance, mentioning the motivating omens and the coincidence or the tyche on the part of the Thebans and the influence of alcohol on the part of the Spartans seems like an excuse for the coming Spartan defeat. The second glance, however, decision-making under the influence of alcohol is more likely to be understood as a criticism of Sparta and of Cleombrotus as a leader. The repeated use of the verb paroxyno, which Xenophon had previously used to describe how Cleombrotus had felt provoked into battle by the speeches of his friends and enemies, also makes the pre-battle deliberations recognizable as irrational. Furthermore, excessive wine consumption, well, it was not excessive before the battle, but excessive wine consumption is to be rejected in Xenophon's eyes. A good leader must therefore excel in abstinence, which is, we have many examples in the memorabilia for this. Moreover, self-control, also a lot of examples in memorabilia and other writings. Moreover, self-control is the most essential prerequisite for being a kalos kagatos. And in the Lacedaemonian Politeia, the Spartans are described by Xenophon as men with the most excellent self-control. Furthermore, children in Sparta, also in the Lacedaemonian Politeia, furthermore, children in Sparta were kept away from wine, according to Xenophon, or at least encouraged to consume wine only in moderation. And it is also ascribed to Lycurgus that he generally wanted to prevent excessive drinking through his regulations. The Spartans at Leuctra thus violated the Lycurgian ideal presented by Xenophon in the Lacedaemonian Politeia. This can be cited as a further argument that Xenophon wants to make the Spartan defeat understandable, but does not want to excuse it, instead criticizing the Spartan actions. In the following, Xenophon describes the Spartan defeat in which Cleombrotus and many Spartans were killed. He particularly criticizes the poor Spartan cavalry, which in his description played a large part in Sparta's defeat. After the defeat, some Spartans demanded that the Thebans be prevented from erecting a tropaion and not ask for a truce to recover the fallen. However, the polemarchs see how high the losses are, consult with the essential man, thus spreading the responsibility for this decision to a broader cycle, and conclude a truce. In Xenophon's description, the Spartan defeat at Leuctra appears to have been caused primarily by a chain of Spartan mistakes. However, these mistakes could have been avoided if they had behaved according to the Xenophontian ideas of leadership and morality in the individual situations. This does not reflect well on Sparta in general and in Cleombrotus as a leader in particular, who does not fulfill these claims in his actions and does not instruct his soldiers to adhere to them. The starting position of the Thebans is by no means more advantageous. This is clear from Xenophon's mention of the Thebans' despondency after the failure of the peace negotiations. However, they make the better decisions and also have chance on their side. Nevertheless, the mistakes on Sparta's side are decisive in Xenophon's account. In addition to the Spartan assembly, which in Xenophon's eyes made an impious decision, voting for the campaign, Cleombrotus in particular does not cut a good figure. At the beginning of the campaign, when he was not yet exposed to pressure from third parties in his choice of options, he could bypass the Theban guard post with an unexpected route and successfully conquer Croesus. In the decisive situation, however, he does not weigh up his options rationally, but allows himself to be provoked into battle by the speeches of friends and foes. Although he is theoretically free in his decisions, his previous unsuccessful campaigns put him under pressure to act as mentioned by his friends. In particular, the retreat he ordered in 376 BC probably played a role here, as it brought criticism of Cleombrotus' weak leadership style, Malakia, to the assembly of allies. Previous decisions, therefore, have a significant influence on the current one. Cleombrotus' motives for action are of a personal nature, as they are concerned with his reputation as a general and avoiding personal punishment. In Xenophon's view, this is just as negative as the consumption of wine in the last consultation before the battle. Cleombrotus' behavior confirms Xenophon's characterization of him in connection with the campaign against Thebes in 378 BC. According to Xenophon, the Spartans preferred Agesilaus when choosing a commander for this campaign because they considered him to be more prudent, Phronimos, than Cleombrotus. 7 years later, it turns out that the Spartans, or Xenophon, were right in this assessment, as Cleombrotus allows himself to be goaded into battle by the speeches of others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Markus, for this thorough analysis of crisis in leadership. You gave a name to this crisis, even in your title. So the floor is open for questions from the audience. Comments? Yes, thank you.
Are there any other reflections done by Xenophon about the, let's say, structural conditions in Sparta and the high expectations for, let's say, for the worship, for the moral-like behavior of their leaders or something like that? Are there any structural reflections of that? But because in other treatises, he very richly thought about and reflected about kind of partnership and something like that. And is it here more on the personal level also?
Yes,
moral.
Yes, most of the time it's more on the personal level. There are several examples, like Callicratidas or others, where the Spartans decide, like we know, to prefer to die in battle instead of leaving the battlefield. But Xenophon does not think that this is a good idea most of the times, because most of the times it leads to a defeat of the Spartan army and to the loss of soldiers, which in Xenophon's idea of leadership is not a good thing, because a good leader has to look for the security of his soldiers and of course for the success, but just to go to battle because like it's good for your honor is not a good thing for Xenophon. But the pressure on the leaders is not analyzed like in a structural way in the Hellenica, but you can collect some examples to see that there is there is a pressure on leaders. That's a general point which you can find in Xenophon's in Hellenica and also in the other writings, but mostly in Hellenica. That also in Athens, of course, when we think about the Agenuside trial, they're always the leaders have. They are the leaders and they have power, but they always have to fear to be punished for if they do a bad decision. For example, when Phoebidas conquers the Cadmeia, Agesilaus says in Sparta in the assembly, well, if this turns out to be a good thing for us, then we won't do anything. But if it turns out to be a bad thing, we will punish you. So even though we don't know which decision is preferred by the assembly after you made the decision. So he's focusing on the contingency of decisions and the problems which leaders can have doing these decisions. And it's the same problem for Spartans and for Athenians and also other leaders who are not like omnipotent kings, but yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Markus. I enjoy that very much because first you showed how many actually different factors Xenophon takes into account in order to illuminate the process of decision-making behind all these great and glorious events. In a way, this is somehow analogous or parallel to the multifaceted way of decision-making in Greek tragedy, for example. I don't know if Xenophon somehow has a kind of model, tragic model behind, but I'm not going to ask about that. But I like, and especially your focus on personal actually motives. I like that, but because I think this is important in historical, I think, accounts and in historical events as well. I noticed in one of your texts an interesting thing for me, because I'm interested in image related to mobility, motion, and so on, as you realize from my paper. In Hellenica 6:4-3, Xenophon uses the phrase to daimonion ege. And I wonder, yes, idigaros eike to daimonion egen, you see? Huh? I wonder how frequently he uses the phrase to daimonion, and if it is always in a negative sense, as it seems that it is here, negative, it is their fate, but actually they're, condemning fate, let's say, that actually leads them. So I wonder if this is frequent in Xenophon, if it has a negative connotation, and this imagery of, the daimonion again leading on, pushing on, is frequent. Of course, it reminds me of Socrates and so on and so forth, but I wonder how frequently we have this kind of imagery in Xenophon. This is my question.
Thank you very much. For the first point on the tragedy, you can find a parallel to the tragedies from the late 5th century in regard of, for example, in King Oedipus, it's also said at one point that fast decisions, that if you make a fast decision without thinking, which is a topic also in the tragedies, it's also for Xenophon a bad thing. If you just do out of anger, you do something and then you regret it afterwards because you failed. But it's really interesting to dig in deeper to see the parallels. And for the daimonion, it's not frequently, but it occurs several times Interestingly, I think nearly all of the mentionings of the daimonion in Hellenica is after the one which I have done. So when Xenophon says here, he also that now when the gods are punishing the empires, then the daimonion occurs more often in the narrative, but sometimes also positive for the themes, or when the themes try to conquer Sparta later on, the daimonion is on the Spartan side. So it could also be positive. And on the formulation, again, I haven't looked it up. That's an interesting point, which I will look up. And sometimes also Xenophon writes about theoi, not always daimonion, so but also very seldom. So that's an interesting point about the formulation. Thank you.
I thank you for pointing this out.
Thank you very much. I think we can continue. If anyone from the audience has more questions, Markus will be here until tomorrow. So there will be ample opportunity to ask further questions. Now it's time to release you with an applause. And I would like to call to the podium Maria Dampu, who will be presenting on Aristides and Themistocles in the parallel lives of Plutarch. So, two rivals in a Greek camp. Maria Dampu is PhD candidate at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in the Department of Classical Philology, currently working on a PhD thesis titled Methodological Approaches in Plutarch's Parallel Lives. You have the floor, Maria.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to participate in this conference and to discuss a matter that comes up quite often in ancient Greek literature, interpersonal crisis. I will present to you an episode from Plutarch's Parallel Lives, the rivalry between Aristides and Themistocles, two important men in Athens. In each one of the In each one of the 23 pairs of Plutarch's Parallel Lives, a Greek and a Roman military or political hero are compared to highlight their character and the qualitative differences in their shared moral traits. The biographer aims at the reader's moral improvement, not necessarily through imitation of positive historical examples, but also through examining and reflecting on the choices, mistakes, and challenges faced by the protagonists. This is why Pelling refers to protreptic and descriptive ethics. Parallel lives serve as a pedagogical tool for developing the reader's ability to make moral decisions. In this context, the interpersonal relationship of the protagonists, particularly the conflicting ones, play a significant role. By observing the circumstances of personal conflicts and the possible ways of overcoming them, the reader evaluates the protagonists and forms a holistic image of their character. This becomes even more intriguing as in Parallel Lives, protagonists in one biography often appear as secondary heroes in others. For example, in Greek lives, Alcibiades, Pericles, Cimon, as well as Themistocles and Aristides, function as complementary or opposing heroes in their biographies of their contemporaries besides their leading roles in their biographies. Through this technique, which Beck called internal synchresis and recognized as a fundamental methodological tool of Plutarch, the personality of his biography's center figure is comparatively illustrated and the thematic and moral issue at hand is highlighted. Specific events and practices are brought to the forefront, The intertwined material is better illuminated, and the common motives and triggers for the narrative material's presentation are cross-examined. Simultaneously, the reader is given the opportunity to gain a broader perspective on the ancient socio-political life. Therefore, it's not a historical narrative. The narrative material is modified, condensed, or omitted depending on the biographer's goal. In internal comparison, Wortmann sees Plutarch's effort to show that political involvement should be a field of cooperation and not an arena of competition for one's dominance over another. When cooperation is absent, there is deficit of virtue, which is brought to the foreground. Wortmann's observations apply to the case of Themistocles and Aristides, two Athenians whose rivalry became proverbial. It was first recorded by Herodotus, reappears in Aristotle's Athenaeum Politia, Diodorus, and Nepos. Plutarch comments on it as a dark political chapter in the history of Athens in several lives, but it is systematically covered in the lives of Themistocles and Aristides. The two men lived in Athens at the same time and served these goals with dedication. However, each one of them adopted a different value system due to their differing moral orientation. The conflict in their relationship soon extended from the personal to the political level. The questions that therefore arise are the following. Under what conditions and how does this rivalry develop? Is there a difference in the way the narrative material is presented in its life? And if so, why? What stance does Plutarch take its time towards these heroes who represent different principles and interests and appear from different perspectives? The rivalry between Themistocles and Aristides has its roots in a heated episode of romantic jealousy over handsome Stesilaus. This incident, as the biographer emphasizes in the preface of Alexander, may be more significant than battles, war formations, and city sieges in portraying the protagonist's character. However, Plutarch is not interested in the romantic rivalry per se. The jealousy is important here because it serves as a negative precedent in their relations and a harbinger of a fierce competition that sheds light on the structural characteristics of the heroes. Their mutual pursuit of Stesilaus ignites an adolescent enmity, with the epithet mirakiodi also applied to the protagonists as lovers, as the term mirakion generally refers to a young person, a youth without yet mature reasoning. The romantic rivalry confirms Plutarch's observation that in his youthful years, Themistocles' nature was anomalous και αστάθμητος. Plato in Politia also described this age range as a stage where the young person is preparing to transition into a phase of psychological maturity. The unbridled ambition of Themistocles, necessary yet dangerous in Athenian political and military life, finds one of its earliest expressions in this youthful rivalry. In Aristides, the shared romantic passion is portrayed with vivid imagery of the two lovers' inability to bear it. They both become embroiled in a fierce and painful conflict, same as a harsh physical exercise, foreshadowing the intensity of their later political conflict. True to his statement in Cimon that he will endeavor to objectively present the character of his protagonists, Plutarch does not idealize Aristides. In his early youth, when his moral virtues, especially moderation, had not yet formed, Aristides was unable to handle his emotions rationally. Without attempting to idealize or conceal the truth, Aristides retains his human characteristics intact. As the narrative progresses, the political differences between the two men come to the fore. Aristides, as a supporter and political ally of Clisthenes, and admirably Curgus, leaned toward the policy against the trend of aristocratic restriction, making him the uncompromising and persistent opponent of Themistocles, who was considered a supporter of radical democracy. The long duration of their political rivalry is emphasized in Aristides by the use of the imperfect tense esche, and the present participle antitassomene. Similar verb forms appear in Themistocles, with the adverb ai preeminently preceding the present participle porevomeno. Thus, the beginning of a prolonged political rivalry is immediately declared one of the earliest political topi as it affects the characterization of both heroes through noting very clear political terms. The distinction Plutarch adopts for Aristides as a proponent of an aristocratic constitution and for Themistocles as a leader of the demos likely come from Aristotle, who influenced by the demagogic behavior of the 4th century politicians, spoke of Gnorimus and Daemon. However, in the 5th century, the distinction between aristocrats and democrats did not really exist. Aristides, admiring the democratic but not radical reformer Clisthenes, could not have been an advocate of conservative politics. According to Frost, in the 5th century, Demos was simply called to decide for or against the proposal of an aristocrat. Aristotle himself notes in the Athenaeum Politia the existence of many political rivals at the time and names Aristides and Themistocles as leaders of Demos. Roach assumes that the tradition of political rivalry and placing Aristides and Themistocles in opposing camps is due to the later ostracism of Aristides. It is most likely that Themistocles was considered more democratic and radical compared to the more moderate, though not aristocratic Aristides, within the context of political rather than party rivalry. Whether this is an oversimplification by Plutarch within the framework of a comprehensive thematic and chronological review of Athenian political history, where a distinction between democrats and aristocrats is part of the narrative, or a rash mistake, there is no doubt that this political dimension forms the basis for a deeper differentiation between them, which gradually unfolds through the progression of their biographies. The characters' differences between the two men lay the foundation for the mutual crisis. In Aristides, the contrast is emphasized through the use of the adversative conjunctions tin men, tin δε. Themistocles is portrayed as a man of action, cunning, and risk-taking, while Aristides is a guarantor of stability and an enemy of deceit and falsehood, qualities indirectly attributed to Themistocles. In Themistocles, the ambitious protagonist embodies the model of a pragmatic politician without moral qualms or prudence. In contrast, Aristides is characterized by the virtues of goodness, moderation, justice, and gentleness, values that are placed in the service of the city and are embraced by Plutarch himself in other lives, such as in Lucullos or in Pelopidas. This is why Aristides is compelled to adopt a harsher stance against the impetuous Themistocles, even in cases where Themistocles' proposals were correct. The rivalry is presented as relentless. Aristides concludes that the city salvations could only be ensured by the removal of both men. The culmination of the conflict is the ostracism of Aristides, following the manipulation of the Athenians by Themistocles, a brief incident in the life of Themistocles. However, the Athenian people bear their own responsibility as described in the life of Aristides, since it was a key event in the protagonist's life. The Athenian populace is reproached for its arrogance and envy toward anyone distinguished for power and prestige, in this case for justice. Essentially, they are deemed unprepared to live democratically and vulnerable to the abuse of ostracism, a tool for manipulating the people and exiling political enemies. Thus, the toxic atmosphere of slander and envy prevailing in Athens, due to the Athenians' lack of political intelligence and responsibility, prevented the prevalence of the prudence and justice that characterized Aristides. Themistocles' role in Aristides' ostracism is acknowledged but not deemed decisive. According to Plutarch, it is the political situation in Athens that undermines the harmonious coexistence of the just and the practically useful, represented respectively by Aristides and Themistocles. However, when the Persians threatened the freedom of the Greek cities and all available resources had to be mobilized, Aristides returned to Athens through a decree of amnesty. The need for unity and the transcendence of any rivalry brings Aristides to Themistocles' camp just before the Battle of Salamis. They decide to abandon their competitive spirit and nobly compete for a higher purpose, service to the homeland. Hence, in Aristides, Kaliph-Philonikia is mentioned, while in Themistocles, the spirit of collaboration is confirmed through Themistocles' request for Aristides' help in convincing the Greek commanders to fight in Salamis. With the reconciliation of the two men occurring just before the epic Battle of Salamis, the victory is credited to both. Themistocles' Oxynia and strategic skill would not have led to success without the approval of Aristides, known for his wisdom. Later also, when the issue of immediately expelling the Persians arose, the best results were achieved through the combined virtues of both Athenians. While Themistocles, elated by the victory, proposed the destruction of the bridge at the Hellespont to annihilate the Persian fleet on Greek soil, the moderate and far-sighted Aristides foresaw the failure of the Greeks and disagreed. Then Themistocles implemented another stratagem involving Artakis, which hastened the Persian withdrawal. Therefore, the chosen strategy was the result of the harmonious collaboration between the two men, a point highlighted by the biographer as essential for the smooth functioning and positive progress of cities. It is worth noting that modern scholarship views this event as fabricated, as according to Herodotus, the discussion took place between Themistocles and the Spartan commander Evriviades. If so, the event described in the Lives is a Plutarchian invention to serve his moralizing goals, which can be summarized as follows. In Aristides, the contrast between the two Athenians, the reckless and risk-taking Themistocles, and the prudent and reasonable Aristides, who prioritized safety, is emphasized, while in Themistocles, the contribution of a more mature politician to the Greek victory and his willingness to cooperate with Aristides is underscored. An additional aspect worth noting the relationship between the two men, indicative of the current balanced cooperation, is Themistocles' plan to burn the Greek fleet's dockyard at Pagasae to strengthen the Athenian naval power. In both Lives, Themistocles announces the capture of an extremely useful idea, but the Athenians, having complete trust in Aristides, assign him to the task of evaluating the unknown plan. Aristides, adhering to principle of justice and the common good, argues that while the plan is the most beneficial, lysitylesteran, it is also the most unjust, adikoteran, and it is thus abandoned. The Greek cities remain united and aligned in line with Plutarch's Pan-Hellenic vision. The two men reflect different aspects of prudence, and they form a powerful and ideal combination of wisdom and intelligence, justice and boldness, as it is first noted in Athenaeum Politia. From the above, it becomes evident that the rivalry or crisis in the relationship between Aristides and Themistocles, as depicted in Plutarch's narrative, is a function of two factors: their differing moral dispositions and the era in which they lived. Their youthful rivalry, an expression of their immaturity, evolved into political antagonism at a time when the principles of Athenian democracy were still being formed. Meanwhile, Demos could not manage its power and passions. This political fluidity encouraged the ambition of Themistocles' morally undeveloped ethos, whose necessary adversary became the moral stable Aristides. However, when the stakes were no longer merely political, but concerned the very survival of the Athenian state and Greek values, the former rivals reconciled to jointly contribute to the Greek miracle. The depiction of this development is not presented in the same way in both of Plutarch's Lives. In Themistocles, the rivalry highlights Themistocles' ambition and acumen, and clarifies the areas in which these traits are expressed. Whether in the political arena or in the battlefield, his conflict and later reconciliation with Aristides mirror the evolution of his character. Initially and intensely ambitious in his youth, during the Persian invasion, he appears more composed as he sets aside selfishness and collaborates in leadership alongside Aristides. Plutarch's admiration for Themistocles' crucial salvific role also informs this portrayal. In Aristides, on the other hand, we witness the maturation of a character who, although raised in the same environment as Themistocles, perfected his natural qualities and upheld his reputation for justice. His contribution to repelling the Persians and later to the restoration of Athens were invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this very careful look, anatomy, I would say, into the lives of two prominent Athenians through the eyes of perhaps the most famous biographer in whole global literature. So the floor is open for questions to Maria.
Thank you. So at some point, we saw the need for an external foreigner in order to reconciliate two enemies. And I would like to ask you, since I'm no expert on Plutarch, would you say that had there not been this intervention, had there not been this occasion of the enemy, they would have still been reconciliated? I mean, is the image a crisis between two parties that has no resolution except if an enemy, an external factor, comes in and makes them reconciliate?
Yes, thank you. Plutarch isn't a historian, first of all. So we see this event of the Persian attack as an opportunity for them to reconcile. Plutarch sees in his heroes the best of their character. So the Persian attack is an opportunity for them to glow as personalities and show what they have best in themselves. If the Persian attack hadn't taken place, in my opinion, they would be enemies, political enemies, because that's the environment, the political environments that happened in Athens at that time. Please.
Thank you for your talk. For me, it's very interesting to see this, let's say, this difference between the moral evaluation and the political one. Yeah? Because I've got the impression that the moral attitude done by Aristotle and Plutarch is just a bit the later attitude, especially by Plutarch, living in the monarch in the Roman era, and of course his interest in, let's say, he has written a treatise on this advice for a career interested politician, for a young politician, yeah? And he told them then, well, speak about all the about our proud tradition and be active in politics, but don't instigate the demos into, let's say, revolutionary ideas. And I think there is Aristides the right example also. But on the other hand, it's quite interesting for me to see this relationship between both politicians as the gradual shift of opinion in Athens and the shift of political situation, because there was, I think there was just a rumor instigated by Themistocles against Aristides because of his political loyalties in the time before the ostracism. Yeah? And there was a huge debate in research on Athenian democracy. Okay, there was no structural opposition between aristocracy and the demos, but there is a much more gradual shift. Yeah? And I think in this personal polity, where you, as you said, the personal really became political, that you really see that Themistocles used this kind of, let's say, attitude to foreign politics, also to drive the, let's say, the situation just into another direction. Yeah.
Of course, yes. Thank you. You're right.
Yes. Okay. My question goes to a different direction, but I like the comment and I think it is important. My question is whether we have indication, I can't recall both lives now clearly, that's why I'm asking, whether we have indication in the text of Plutarch about the background of the two heroes and especially the educational background, and to what extent, according to Plutarch's view, this educational background actually leads to their moral formation and then to their political stance. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Plutarch is interested in the education because he believes that it's basic, it's the basis of the character's formation. Now, as far as Themistocles is concerned, there was a rumor that he was Nothos. Okay, so yes, and he tried a lot to put aside this rumor and become an Athenian politician. With as far as I remember, with an incident in Kinosaries, where he wanted all the Athenians athletes to be called equal. But his education is a very, I kind of say, complex theme, because it is recorded that he was near a sophist, Nisiphilos. He didn't want the education that other politicians followed because he was interested only in politics. So whatever had to do with the ethical, the moral education, he wasn't interested. So Nisiphilos, a sophist, took the place of the educator, and he is accused that pursued put Themistocles in the political arena more intensively. Now, for Aristides, Plutarch doesn't have many information. He knows that he came from a noble generation, but we don't know more about his education. No, he stands his moral traits as they come at the beginning, because he was stable, he was noble, he was just, and this came to the end. You're welcome.
Each time. So thank you, Maria. Please join me in a round of applause for Maria. It's time to call to the podium Anna Maria Migliara to talk to us about Plutarch's tragic Alexander. Anna Maria Migliara received her MA degree in classical philology from Crete, from the University of Crete. Since 2022, she has been a doctoral student in the research program Leaders and Crisis Management in Ancient Greek Literature here at FORTH. And her PhD dissertation is titled The Portrait of Alexander the Great in the Sources of the Second Sophistic. So you have the floor.
Just a minute. Just to make sure. Hi.
The subject of my talk is how tragedy works in Plutarch's Life of Alexander, and that it's a work in progress. Plutarch often uses tragic elements in his writings in order to emphasize defects and problematic situations, and tragic, dramatic, and theatrical are terms of censure in his texts. Alexander is variously associated with tragedy in the life. Bearing in mind that the essence of tragedy involves characters and heroes in great changes of fortune, which arouse pity and fear in those who contemplate them, Plutarch's Alexander could be characterized as a tragic hero. Additionally, if epic coloring chronicles Alexander's great deeds, Plutarch also uses tragic patterning to delineate the darker side of Alexander's character, except for the first episode that we will see, or to signal some calamity. Below, we will see how Plutarch uses tragic elements to capture the gradual deterioration of Alexander's character. In the incident of Philip the Acarnanian, who made a medicine for Alexander's illness and was accused by Parmenio through letter that he intended to poison Alexander, Plutarch depicts Philip's side as amazing and worthy of stage. While Philip was reading the letter, Alexander was drinking the cup with readiness and no sign of suspicion. The episode's economy and lucidity fully justified the epithet theatrical. It is worth noting that in Arrian's Alexander Anabasis, this tragic imagery is completely absent. Further, no? Okay, thank you. Further, in his public display of affection toward Pagoas, we find tragic imagery. Apart from the evident connection with Dionysus, who, as if he were present himself, conducts the revel, this affair is contrasted with his earlier prudence, Sophrosine, and his outrage in chapter 22 when Philoxenus and Hagnon offered him boys. Additionally, this distraction occurred when Alexander is drunk at the theater. Moreover, okay, thank you. Moreover, at Susa, Alexander thought to discharge from the army those soldiers who were incapable of fighting due to age and fatigue. The soldiers felt insulted, and they mocked him to continue the campaign with the new Pyrrhius dancers. Alexander got rageful, and after the apologies and the constant entreaties of the soldiers, he dismissed them, rewarding them, among others, with the first seats in the theaters and with wreaths. On the other hand, Arrian states that the soldiers were simply absent and that the reward that they received was monetary. Later, when Alexander was at Media, Plutarch says that he started to deal with festival and theaters again. This circumstance coincided with the illness of Hephaestion, who died as soon as his physician left for the theater. We should keep in mind that Hephaestion's death caused Alexander great pain and sorrow. Again, Arrian doesn't mention the information about the theater. Early in life, Plutarch refers to the tension between Alexander's hot temper and his self-control. His temper, thymos, is disastrous combined with drinking, and it breaks his prudence, Sophrosine, but at the same time is the source of great achievements. In the chapters describing Philip's affairs, the tragic tone recurs. We read about disorders in his household, the theme of tragedy. Olympias is described as jealous and sullen woman, and Philip's drunkenness catching the origins and foreshadowing Alexander's own proclivities in these directions. Philip's drunken attempt to attack Alexander is a doublet of the death of Cletus. However, Philip stumbles, fortunately for both, because of his anger and his wine. whereas Cletus dies through some misfortune of the king, whose anger and intoxication furnished occasion for the evil genius of Cletus. Concerning Cletus in particular, he was a commander of Greek cavalry under Philip, a position he retained under Alexander. He happened to sacrifice when Alexander called him. So Cletus left the sacrifice unfinished, and Alexander ordered him to complete it, as he considered it a bad omen. During a drinking party at Maracanda, Cletus got angry because the Macedonians were being taunted in the presence of barbarians, and many courtiers were flattering Alexander, calling him the son of Zeus Ammon, and degrading Alexander's human father, Philip. Cletus felt annoyed and started to praise Philip. So a misunderstanding arose. Cletus was led out of the room, but he returned, and Alexander, enraged, killed him. So the sacrifice ordered by Alexander in vain for the safety of Cletus. The sinister dream. Alexander had seen in his dream that Cletus was sitting in black clothes with Parmenion's sons who were already dead. And the fact that Cletus goes to his final feast straight from his unfinished sacrifice all reinforce the impression that both men are caught in some inexorable divine plan, a favorite theme of tragedy exemplified by Oedipus Tyrannus. The quarrel is reported mainly in direct speech, which add vividness. The climax comes when Alexander loses control and cannot restrain his anger. Despite Aristophanes' effort to stop him and Cletus' departure, the killing still occurs. The incident emphasized the idea of inevitability. It happened despite everything that mortal man could do. Cletus' re-entry and his defiance, marked by Euripides' tragic quotation, seem to be the work of his demon. Cletus dies, and Alexander's rage subsides. His instant remorse, his attempt at self-destruction, his extreme grief, and the serious reminder that this had long been determined by fate, all reinforce the initial impression that we are in the world of tragedy, where destructive divine forces bring men to their limits. As in several tragedies, the gods work through the men themselves and their characteristics, in Alexander's case, through his tendency for drink and his temper. It is worth noting that the Cletus episode, with its pattern of murder, remorse, consolation, is highly reminiscent of Hercules, who is Alexander's ancestor and closely associated with him. A comparison between Plutarch's account of this incident and Arrian's is instructive. Arrian has no evil omens, no dream. Cletus makes no unfinished sacrifice. Arrian interrupts Cletus' indictments with his own comments and has almost none of Plutarch's elaborate precautions. Alexander's friend tried to hold him back and failed. Cletus' voluntary return is mentioned as an alternative version of Aristobulus. Cletus does not use a tragic quotation, so it seems very likely that Plutarch has carefully constructed his version in order to produce this tragic effect. The consolation of Callisthenes and Anaxarchus bring no relief to Alexander's pain. Specifically, Anaxarchus warns that justice is sitting next to Zeus, and the idea that whatever the king does, right or wrong, is legitimatized by his status, remind us of Sophocles' Oedipus at Colonus and Creon in Antigone. Moreover, the quotation from Bacchia, which Alexander applies to Callisthenes, is absent from Arrian. Now, we will see how Dionysius affects Alexander in a negative way by leading him to take his most disastrous actions. It is worth noting that the successors used the connection in favor of Alexander and hence to his current successor. Dionysius was seen as a world conqueror and the bringer of joy. Consequently, the presentation of Dionysius as a malevolent force in Alexander surely heightens the tragic tone. When Alexander ascended the throne, he had to deal with great envy, terrible hatred, and dangers. Plutarch comments that running out of time, he started the campaign, leaving behind an agitated situation and unusual mobility. The destruction of Thebes, which is referred as misfortune, just as Cletus' death, is a display of temper, thymos, whereas he forgave Athens because he had already satiated his anger just like lions. The simile reminds us of Alexander's birth, and is important because lions are very much associated with Dionysus. Alexander attributed to the anger and the revenge of the god both Cletus' death and the soldiers' reluctance to continue the campaign in India. Olympias, who is affected by Thymos too, is also associated with Dionysus. The burning of Persepolis continues the tragic tone, and Dionysus is in the background again. Alexander is drunk at a revel. The palace is burned by a band of revelers with songs and loud voices, while Alexander marches with a garland on his head and a torch in his hand. The hardships of the campaign are contrasted with the conviviality in Carmania. Alexander proceeds in a reveling route, while the soldiers drink and wear garlands. Throughout the region, there was a lot of music and bacchic dance. Dionysus, as we have seen, is an unfavorable deity for Alexander. So Plutarch comments that the disorderly and roving way of marching was also followed by games of bacchic frenzy. The disorder and the wandering caused by the god is highly contradicted with the usually military discipline that Alexander moves. Then some bad omens foretell Alexander's fall. Alexander deals with many difficulties later. He has ignored the advice of the gymnosophist Calanus not to spread his realm too far, and the rebellion that broke out is rife. Calanus was an Indian ascetic who advised Alexander to concentrate in the center of his empire, and shortly before he died, he also prophesied Alexander's death. Πού είμαι τώρα, μισό λεπτό. Εντάξει. Troubles at Macedon, Oxyartes' death by Alexander's own hand, and Abulet's punishment are succeeded by Alexander's visit at Cyrus' tomb. The engraved inscription on which was written the text, I am Cyrus, and I won for the Persians their empire. Do not therefore be jealous of this little earth which covers my body, is a distinctly tragic theme, and deeply affected Alexander, who was reminded of the uncertainty and mutability of life. Calanus' death and funeral follow. His prophecy that he would soon meet the king at Babylon and then death from drinking at the funeral continue the feeling of inevitable fate. The bad omens for Alexander's death follow. The effect of the portents on him is powerful and dramatic. He lost his temper. He no longer believed in gods and treated his friends with suspicion. The once brave man became fearful, suspicious, and superstitious, and sees omens in the tiniest occurrence. The tribulations of tragedy sometimes bring about similar collapses. Creon, the hard man, crumbles quickly into submission in Antigone. The strong man, Hercules, must be led away like a child by Zeus. Under the influence of the god, the king Pentheus becomes a menace. Plutarch argues that Alexander's soul was filled with nonsense, fear, and superstition, which, like the manner of water, always seeks the lower levels. This comment foreshadows what is going to follow. Here we have a case of peripetia. The tragic hero will go from the absolute happiness to misfortune, and in particular to death. Alexander, the world conqueror, eventually dies full of dread. And here's some conclusions. The tragic coloring doesn't mean that Plutarch is attacking Alexander. Tragedy suggests calamity, and Alexander can be an example. However, he doesn't use it in Caesar, the parallel of Alexander. It seems that Alexander's life and career were more suitable for such an approach than Caesar's. Alexander was a patron of the arts, a lover of literature, and he saw himself in epic terms. Most importantly, though, the tragic patterning could not fit into Plutarch's conception of Caesar's downfall, because external factors destroyed him, whereas internal forces worked on Alexander. That's why Plutarch explained Caesar's term, and in terms of historical causation and politics, and Alexander's adversities in terms of tragedy, epic, and divine wrath. Moreover, the comparison with Arrian proves that Plutarch deliberately incorporated tragic element in the life. It is possible too that Plutarch was influenced by Herodotus' account of the Persian Wars, in which there are many tragic elements. The works cover roughly the same geographical area, and Alexander's conquest of Persia is seen as a reply to the Persian attempts on Greece. It is worth mentioning the episode with the statue of Xerxes in chapter 3:7.5, where Alexander, seeing a fallen statue of the Persian king, wondered, as if it had been alive, whether to set it up again. Xerxes, the tragic king who lost his great army, is encountered with Alexander, who, just as with Cyrus, meditates his fate. Finally, in the Aundientis Poetis, Plutarch condemned tragedy because the poets who aim at the pleasure or amazement of the audience find fiction and myth more suitable to their purpose than the austerity of truth. So we wonder, is Plutarch inconsistent with his use of tragedy? No. This does not mean that Plutarch utterly rejects tragedy, for as he argues in the same essay, the poets are beneficial to the extent that their works contain philosophical teachings. So, those tragic set pieces constitute the ingredients of idopeia, the formation of the life, and they fulfill the aim set by Plutarch right from the start, that he should be permitted to devote himself rather to the science of the soul in man, and by means of these to portray the life of each, leaving to others the description of their great contests. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that tragic elements are also found in the life and in the description of Nero, who both are somehow connected to Alexander. Demetrius is one of his successors and Nero his imitator. In fact, Plutarch mentions that after Demetrius' death, he was given a tragic and theatrical funeral, which ended the Macedonian drama.
Thank you, Anna Maria, for this interesting hypothesis and attempt to read tragic elements into the life of Alexander by Plutarch, backing it up by this comparison, through this comparison with Arrian's text. Let's see how the audience reacts to that. Yes. The back first. And then
Thank you so much for your presentation. I saw that on one of your first slides, you mentioned Gaia, and later you also talked about direct speech and vividness. So my question is about this vividness. And I wonder whether, apart from the thematic connections you see between tragedy and Plutarch, do you also mean to establish a kind of formal connection between Gaia in Plutarch and in tragedy?
Sorry, just a minute. Can you repeat your question?
So yeah, okay. So I saw that you work with this idea of vividness and Gaia, and you have convincingly shown how there are thematic connections between Plutarch and tragedy. But do you think there's also like formal connections in the sense of Plutarch trying to be as vivid as tragedy, or using Gaia as it's used in tragedy, for instance?
I think that he uses vividness and Argia as a tool to show that the gradual deterioration of Alexander's character. He uses vividness only in the bad sides of his character. And Cletus is the best example, where we have direct speech, if I can answer your question.
Thank you for your talk. For me, it was really astonishing because I never realized it in that way, how dramatic the portrait really is that Plutarch gives about Alexander. And I'm speculating about his motives. Because normally he is interested in political heroes, but to dramatize Alexander in a way, okay, I think he could refer to an already existing tradition. So Arian did not, but Plutarch did. And so maybe Alexander is just a bit outlived by his own myth in a way. Yeah? But on the other hand, is it, let's say, a result of the ambivalent attitude of Plutarch towards Alexander? Because Plutarch is a very proud citizen, yeah, he is a polites in the best way, yeah. And in this instance, maybe Alexander is not to be, let's say, not to be interpreted as a pure political hero, as Aristides or Themistocles both have their normative values and differences, but Alexander is he really a kind of political hero, or is this dramatizing a result that Plutarch is just a bit doubting about?
I think Plutarch doesn't see him as a political hero, just as Themistocles and Aristides. And Plutarch had written 2 other treatises about Alexander, on the fortune of Alexander, the Alexandri Magni Fortuna aut Virtute, where we can see that he uses epic elements for Alexander. So I think that he wants to deliver a moral message more than a political.
If there are more questions?
So it's not a question, but I was wondering right now if basically all this crisis Alexander had with Cletus, with other soldiers as well, with Callisthenes later, if they were inevitable. It seems that the thymos, the temper that he had, was so engraved in him that basically every crisis and every, let's say, bad deed that he did was, I don't know if it was, let's say, his fate, or if he did it by his own action, if he had a free will, for example. Because it seems, for example, there you say in one case that he did not attack Athens because he was already mestos, thymon mestos os perileondes, as if he was a lion, and lions basically act on instincts, like thymos was an instinct maybe. I don't know, but I want just to hear your insight. I know there is no real answer, but if
the example, sorry.
All these crises were finally inevitable or not here, whereas he forgave Athens, Mestoson, Iditon, Thymon.
Yes, I have to say that thymos, anger, temper is used both in Plutarch and in Arrian with a positive and negative sense. So I could speculate that he could use it in a positive way. Plutarch and Arrian says that anger helped him to develop his ambition, philotimia. So he could use it in a positive way. And for the example with Athens, I think, if I remember correctly, that firstly, he destroyed Thebes, and then he forgave Athens. That's why his anger was satiated.
Okay, thank you, Anna Maria, and please let me join me in thanking Anna Maria with a round of applause, as well as all the speakers of this session. And now we'll conclude this morning session and reconvene at 2:30.
Hello. Yes. So I'm happy to start the afternoon session of our conference today with the second session devoted to crisis and military aspects. Our first speaker is Kleanthis Mantzouranis from the University of Bologna, but as you may have noticed from his name, he is originally from Greece. He studied classical philology in Athens and Ioannina, and then he went to the United Kingdom, which he finished at University College London. And then he had some other positions in the UK. He was teaching fellow at the University College London and Birkbeck, and then he was teaching fellow at the University of St. Andrews. And in the last 5 years, he was research fellow in the ERC project, Honor in Classical Greece at the University of Edinburgh, where I met him some time ago. And since February, he is now in Italy at the University of Bologna as a research fellow with a project on Greek history, I think, yes. And his research interests lie in Greek ethical and political thought, especially Aristotle, Greek historiography, and the social and cultural values of archaic and classical Greece. So I'm happy that you could come to our conference and looking forward to your paper.
Story of the Peloponnesian War immediately spring to mind, namely the plague in Athens and the civil war in Corcyra. The plague is described by Thucydides as an unprecedented event in terms of its scale, an event beyond description or expectation, kreison logu, a disease against which no single remedy could be established and which no human body, either strong or weak, proved capable to resist. In his account of the civil war in Corcyra, on the other hand, Thucydides offers two observations which help us flesh out the aforementioned definition of crisis. I read from passage 1. For in peace and prosperity, both states and individuals have gentler feelings, because men are not then forced to face conditions of dire necessity. But war, which robs men of the easy supply of their daily wants, is a rough schoolmaster and creates in most people a temper that matches their condition. These remarks of Thucydides encapsulate, to my mind, the essence of what the situation of crisis consists in. First, facing conditions of necessity against one's will, and second, being deprived of the ease or abundance of everyday life. We may remind ourselves, for example, of the necessity imposed by the restriction in free movement during COVID and the changes that the lockdown brought in our daily routine, or the Greeks among the audience, of the dire necessity of the economic measures and the negative impact they had on people's everyday lives during the Greek financial crisis. Such adverse changes to life as usual, Thucydides says, and experience has bitterly confirmed, generate harsh and violent emotions in people in which emotions, as we shall see, are inevitably directed either towards their fellow citizens or towards those individuals who people take responsible for their misfortunes, or both. As has already been observed by Thucydidean scholars, the narratives of the two events are evidently meant to evoke each other through common structural, thematic, and linguistic patterns. To bring only one example, the necessities of war to which people become subject recall the forced removal of the Athenian population into the city walls and the necessity of inhabiting even places hitherto considered accursed, such as the Pelasgian ground below the Acropolis, while the ease, the euphoria of everyday life in times of peace contrasts with the hopelessness or perplexity, the aporia of the Athenian people during the plague. Thucydides' narrative of the two crises famously underscores the moral degeneration and the collapse of customs and conventional norms and restraints that resulted from the crisis itself. For the purposes of our inquiry, the two events are particularly useful in that they bring to the fore the different ways in which different forms of crisis can impact on interpersonal relations among fellow citizens. Despite their different typology, a political crisis and a public health crisis take a heavy toll on the way in which people interact with one another. The two events are also united in highlighting the limitations of power and the challenges posed to individual leaders in such extreme situations. It is these two themes, interpersonal relations and the challenges of leadership during crisis, that I want to explore in this paper. Beginning with Thucydides' reflection on stasis, a prominent theme of his analysis is the collapse of trust between individuals that permeates social life in times of civil war. The question, which individuals are trustworthy and on what grounds, is a recurrent one, and Thucydides bitterly remarks on the perverse ways in which trust is established in such situations. He observes, passages 2 and 3, that trust was typically given to the most violent of people, and that the basis of trust was people's common participation in evil doing rather than their adherence to divine laws. Under those circumstances, mutual suspicion, antagonism, and mistrust triumph over gentler qualities such as simplicity of character and nobility, which are then scorned and laughed at. People become thus more disposed to guard themselves against potential harm rather than show trust towards others, which is the very basis of any positive social interaction. The deplorable state of trust as a social quality is also evidenced by Thucydides' remark, passage 5, that people took more pleasure in taking advantage of other people's trust and violating their mutual agreement than in attacking them openly. The capacity and willingness to deceive was praised as a mark of cleverness. Hand in hand with the collapse of genuine trust based on pro-social behavior and mutual respect goes the substitution of the ties of kinship with those of party allegiance, another famous remark by Thucydides. The weakening of kinship ties is emblematic of the moral degeneracy that ensues from stasis, as it violates a central, indeed perhaps the most central tenet of ancient Greek morality, namely that one should help one's kin and philoi. If a father can kill his own son during stasis, as Thucydides recounts, then all moral certainties and stable relations of trust are overturned and substituted with expedient alliances and associations on the basis of partisan self-interest. This observation of Thucydides is especially important in terms of the nature of interpersonal relations during stasis, as it seems to adumbrate the process known from social identity theory as depersonalization. As a basic process underlying group phenomena, depersonalization involves perceiving oneself and others not as unique individuals, but through the lens of features that define relevant in-group or out-group membership. Through depersonalization, we redefine ourselves in terms of group membership and assimilate ourselves to the defining features of the group that we share with other in-group members. In this context, depersonalization is used merely as a descriptive term to refer to a change in the basis of perception. But if the tension between two groups rises, depersonalization may lapse into the more sinister state of de-individuation, whereby the sense of individuality is diminished and personal identity and accountability are submerged in the group. When the division between us and them, in other words, reaches a climax, the individuation can lead to the relaxation of inhibitions and the release of antisocial and mob behavior precisely in the manner that Thucydides describes in the narrative part of his Corsaira affair. This process of redefining ourselves in terms of a group can thus explain both the atrocities committed against outgroups and the weakening of individual ties of kinship in favor of partisan relations. The plague crisis, on the other hand, as a situation which underscores our common human vulnerability, produces a social situation which is both similar and different to the conditions of stasis, which is by nature divisive. To begin with the differences, Thucydides describes two ways in which people behave towards their relatives, friends, and fellow citizens. Some, Thucydides says, felt ashamed not to tend their close ones, so they visited the sick and perished, while others, overcome as they were by fear for their own safety, abandoned the sick in their misery to perish alone. In this latter group, ties of kinship and friendship fail not because people identify with another group at the expense of traditional relationship, but because, as Aristotle observes, extreme fear for oneself tends to drive away concern and pity for others. Thucydides' narrative of the plague is thus marked by the vivid images of the unburied corpses scattered around the city and of people uncared for and neglected who rolled about in the streets, half dead, and threw themselves into cisterns, tormented as they were by their insatiable thirst for water. The plague, in other words, brought about an extreme form of individualism, where people became indifferent to kinsmen, friends, and fellow citizens, and grew excessively concerned about their own safety. This is why it was those who had recovered from the plague that, according to Thucydides, had the luxury of feeling pity towards the sick and the dying, both because they knew what the disease was about, and also because they were now themselves in a condition of safety. This extreme individualism and concern with the self at the expense of others, however, is also what unites the two crises. In his authorial remarks, Thucydides emphasizes people's turn to the pursuit of individual pleasure as one of the central negative moral effects of the two situations. Motivated by fear for themselves, in the case of the plague, people sought to satisfy their immediate bodily desires as much as they could before the threat of the disease reached them. Motivated by hatred for their rivals in the case of stasis, on the other hand, people engaged in violent actions of revenge according to their pleasure, rather than for the sake of justice or in pursuit of the common good. In both cases, thus, the pleasure of the moment that individuals seek is not a benign, as it were, form of pleasure, but a selfish, short-term pleasure at the expense of long-term pro-social considerations. As Thucydides put it in number 10, no one was willing to put effort to and persevere in the pursuit of things considered fine or noble, kalon, a category of value typically associated in Greek with pro-social behavior and doing the right thing or the difficult thing, even at the expense of one's own immediate advantage. If people's disposition and attitudes in situations of crisis are so oriented, however, what scope can leadership serve? And how can leaders interfere to reverse the process of moral and social decay and reinstate positive interpersonal relations between individuals and groups? Thucydides' account of the two events highlights the challenges that leaders can face in such circumstances. In the course of the gradual descent of the Athenians into a state of hopelessness during the plague, political power and leadership are conspicuous by their absence, as there is not a single mention to any measures by the magistrates and power holders to control or mitigate the effects of the disease and restore some kind of order. So no lockdowns, nothing. This silence on internal policy during so critical a period, when power holders most need to prove themselves, is perhaps meant to emphasize the general puzzlement before the magnitude of the disease and to reinforce Thucydides' statement that the general character of the disease was beyond description or expectation. In any case, what matters most for our purposes is that in such circumstances, leadership becomes a likely target of people's negative emotions. As Thucydides says in passage 12, the combined effects of the renewed devastation of the countryside, the plague, and the ongoing war bring a wave of severe criticism against Pericles, the politician who is presented by Thucydides as the unquestionable Athenian leader up until the time of the plague. This is in fact the second expression of the Athenians' dissatisfaction towards Pericles, following their first bouts of anger against him when the effects of his policy began to be felt with the forced removal of the Athenian population into the city and the Spartan ravaging of the Athenian countryside. This is the first expression of Pericles, of anger against Pericles. Faced with a renewed and more serious wave of anger against him, Pericles delivers his third and final speech in Thucydides' narrative, by means of which he seeks to address the negative emotions of the Athenian people and respond to their accusations against him. In this attempt, as Thucydides' account suggests, Pericles was only partially successful. The Athenians did not abandon his policy, but the anger of the entire population, Oixympades, down there, against him, was not assuaged until they imposed a fine upon him and deposed him from the generalship. That is, until they deprived him of his formal position of leadership and his capacity to formulate policy and influence decisions. When it comes to the Corcyra affair, of particular importance for our purposes is the contrast between two Athenian generals, Nicostratus and Eurymedon, who arrive in Corcyra with detachments of the Athenian fleet and hence acquire a de facto power to influence the decisions and actions of the Corcyraean demos and their oligarchic rivals. Nicostratus actively attempts to negotiate between the two sides and avert further bloodshed, while at the same time, of course, securing Athenian interests, as is made evident by the number of verbs that describe his actions during his stay on the island. At first, Nicostratus succeeds in persuading the two sides to come to an agreement. But soon afterwards, a power struggle emerges between himself and the Democrats on the island, who appear not to be satisfied with the original settlement and seek to make use of the opportunity and gain the upper hand for themselves. They cunningly offer Nicostratus to substitute 5 of his ships with Corcyraean ones, which they then man with their enemies. And when the oligarchs chosen to embark on the ships react and sit as suppliants, Nicostratus negotiates again between the two parties and tries to provide assurances for the suppliants' safety. The Democrats, however, use the suppliants' reluctance to remove themselves from the temple as a pretext, and in an attempt to obtain complete power over the rivals, they invade the homes of the oligarchs and get hold of their weapons. At this crucial juncture, Nicostratus once more interferes and exercises his power in an attempt to restrain the Democrats and prevent them from killing any oligarchs they chance to meet. Despite his good intentions and efforts, however, Nicostratus' engagement with the affairs of the Corcyraeans is limited in its final results, as he eventually fails to control the demos and prevent the first stage of the massacre that took place on the island. Still, his actions come in stark contrast to the attitude of the other Athenian general, Eurymedon, who appears shortly afterwards on the scene. Eurymedon arrives in Corcyra with a fleet of 60 ships, yet despite his much superior force and hence his superior capacity to exercise power over the demos, his presence on the island is marked by the complete absence of any reference to action on his part. Paremine, he stayed. That's the only thing Thucydides says about Eurymedon. His inability or unwillingness to influence the actions of the demos results in the second state of the massacre, a 7-day generalized slaughter where people used politics as a mere pretext to settle their personal scores with their enemies. So, to sum up, Thucydides' account of 2 major events in his narrative of the Peloponnesian War offers a glimpse of the challenges that interpersonal relations face in situations of crisis. Such situations, as the Thucydidean Pericles predicts already at the opening of his first speech, put people's resolution to the test and generate painful emotions such as anger and fear, owing to the frustration of people's desires and designs and the feeling of uncertainty they generate about the future. Such circumstances take a heavy toll on positive interpersonal relations that are the rule in everyday life, as people turn their focus on themselves and their own immediate concerns and desires in response to the forced changes in their daily circumstances. Whether through extreme self-concern, as in the case of the plague, or through extreme identification with an in-group, as in the case of stasis, situations of crisis make people less likely to think long-term, pro-socially, and with a view to the common good. At the same time, Thucydides' account brings to the fore the challenges posed to leadership and individual leaders in such situations. A disheartening observation that emerges from Thucydides' description of the 2 events is that in situations of crisis, persuasion ultimately fails, and the negative emotions of people tend to prevail. Despite forewarning the Athenians at the beginning of the war and reminding them of the commitments they undertook when they voted for it, Pericles fails to soften the negative emotions of the Athenians towards him when the crisis comes. It is only after they give vent to their anger against Pericles by deposing and fining him that the Athenians are able to reassess his administrative skills in a more cool-headed manner and re-entrust him with the affairs of the city. In Corcyra, on the other hand, Nicostratus' conciliatory proposals fail to assuage the fear and hatred of the Democrats for their rivals, and when the opportunity presents itself, people succumb more easily to their basest impulses and drives than taking the harder path of moderation, cooperation, and trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting paper. I open the floor for questions of the audience.
Thank you. This was very, very interesting and very well presented. I understood, I hope I understood correctly everything, which is why I would like a clarification. I found the passage very interesting, but I don't think I grasped the idea correctly. It is passage 6. Now, you talked about party in the place of kinship.
Yes.
And you said about how in a time of crisis, a person turns to their own needs and satisfies his own, their own desires in turn, instead of, the groups.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give some more explanations as to why is that? Does Thucydides give any explanation? Is there any more information as that? Because it is very, very interesting.
Yes, this passage is part of the authorial remarks that follow the narrative in Corcyra. So it's about stasis. It's not about the plague where people look for themselves and neglect anyone else. So what happens in a situation of crisis is that let's say the default position in everyday life is that our first priority is our kin and closed ones. Now, the interesting thing is that in a situation of crisis, Thucydides notes, and I think we can find examples from, I don't know, the Greek referendum in 2015 or the Brexit referendum, where people who were on opposite sides of the referendum, friends, families, and so on, were somehow estranged because in times when the political stakes are very high, people tend to identify more with people with whom they share the same beliefs, rather than their friends or kin, as should be the case. Thucydides, of course, brings the example of a father killing his son, presumably because they were in different sides. And I think this is the problem that he sees in times of crisis. And as I said, the Brexit situation was very clear, where there were a lot of articles in newspapers and so on about the fact that friendships were dissolved, or at least friends were estranged, because people who had close relationships happened to find themselves in different sides of the Brexit debate, which I think confirms very nicely what Thucydides says in this case, unfortunately.
Yes, I would also add the American elections to this, which is very, very relevant. Thank you so much again.
Of course.
Further questions?
I'm just thinking about, isn't it maybe a reconfiguration of relations? Because normally it was so that, let's say in pre-democratic times or so, every aristocrat had his friends and relatives in other cities. And when there were, let's say, political upheavals or so in his own city or so, maybe he could rely on help, maybe like the Spartans could rely on Hemon or so in other cities. But with democracy, situation become more complicated. And is it that is the real problem for Thucydides? Because now, let's say the democratic leaders could rely on, or maybe just a bit manipulate Athens or so, and that made the situation more complicated than before.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, in the case of the aristocrats, for the aristocrats, the in-group, well, the aristocrats were part of the Athenian population, but their in-group, in a sense, were other aristocrats in other cities. And the interesting thing is that both in the time of Thucydides and now, we don't belong to a single group. We belong to different groups, and different groups may become more relevant in different circumstances. And this is one of the things that leaders can actually use to manipulate, or at least influence people, is to point to the kind of groups that will be more relevant to people in particular situations. There are many ways to play this, I think. Yeah, absolutely.
Any more questions? Good, we're on time. Thank you very much again for this interesting paper. Presentation. Okay. I have the honor to introduce Ekaterini Magaraki from the University of Crete. She is a graduate student working under the supervision of Professor Tamiolaki, and the thesis of her, title of her thesis is Leaders and Crisis Management in Flavius Josephus' Jewish War. And her research interests include historiography of the early Roman Empire, Hellenistic Judaism, and the reception of classical tradition in early Christian thought, and also Greek medical text and digital classics. Her paper today has the title Desolation, the Sole Path to Liberty, Alliances and Betrayals in the First Jewish-Roman War. You're interested in this paper. And
hello, everyone. So we'll talk about alliance and betrayals in the First Jewish-Roman War. First of all, I would like to introduce you to the historical context of the text. So we're in Judea in the 1st century AD. I have included a map as well. As you can see, the whole region of the Levant, Judea, Samaria, Galilee is under Roman control. So the problem is, because of bad management of the procuratores, of Roman procuratores that were placed in the region, the Jews have decided to revolt against Roman oppression. So we have, let's say, a weird situation where many groups begin to form groups with conflicting interests. They have the same religion, the same language, the same upbringing, but each one of them has immense ambition to rise to power. So I will focus on the leaders of 3 factions. That means of 3 separate groups that try to conquer, basically to have the control of Jerusalem, first of all, and secondly of the whole region. So let's go to the text. I know there are many texts, but I'll try just to take a short look at some of them. Okay, so first of all, here is an introduction. I will not have a deep analysis of these passages, just to know who everyone is. First of all, we have Eleazar, the leader of the Zealots. The Zealots are a group of revolutionary Jews who absolutely reject Roman power and only submit to God. This is the difference with other groups. They're also armed. All of them are armed. I have forgot to say this. So basically, in these passages, we'll see a characterization, Josephus' characterizations of these leaders. What interests Josephus and what is important in the dynamics and the evolution of the relationship between them, the relationship which is in crisis. There is an alliance, betrayals, but we'll see it again. But the important factor is their ethos, their moral values. This is what is determining what is this is what determines the relationship. So Eleazar, son of Simon, was the leader of the Zealots. Josephus said that he has potho ton olon, that craved mastery and had a despotism of his own. So he seceded from the party because he wanted to found a new party. So let's continue to John. John basically is the main, let's say, the personification of evil in Josephus' Jewish war. He is the Galilean terror. He is not from Judea, he's from Galilee, a region northern. So as you can see, John basically is a village boy. He comes from a village. And through his πονηρία and ποικιλότατος το ήθος, πρόχειρος μεν ελπίσει μεγάλα, and because he has also great ambitions, δεινός δε των ελπιστέντων παραγενέσθε, he was ready to attain supreme power. We see that Josephus basically makes a negative characterization of both leaders in those two passages. This also, ποικιλότατος, I would like to stand in this word, ποικιλότατος, το ήθος, also recalls to our mind Catilina's characterization by Cicero. We also see ποικίλος, but in Latin. Various, no, I don't remember now. But ποικιλότατος has almost always in Josephus' work a negative connotation. It means basically denotes a character that is charming but has bad motives. Let's continue now. And here is our third leader, Simon, who starts basically, who takes refuge in Masada and then continues to conquer Jerusalem. Simon was basically joined the brigands who had seized Masada. You can see here, Listas. In the next passage, he uses the term Sicari. Basically, they denote the same group. So, Listas had seized Masada. Sicari are the Listas. Sicari basically is a Latin term, which means those who carry the sica, who carry small daggers. An armed group that had taken refuge in the province. So Simon basically, because he was he was a man of congenial disposition. That means that he had come in terms. He was very friendly with them. He was basically a brigand as well. Και ότι πιστός εδώ εκεί, he was apparently to be trusted. Very fastly, he gained power and large forces and was ready to attack Jerusalem. So he promised them liberty. To the slaves, he promised liberty. To the free men, he promised gifts and rewards. So basically, the motive that all of them present is liberty. But you can see that the deepest desire of three, the common denominator, is absolute power. But the three of them want absolute power. What's going to happen next if all of them want absolute power? So we see this with the Sicari. So basically, Masada is a cursed place. This is where the brigands hide. So here we come to the central, let's say, to the most important passages. We're talking now, we're in years 67 to 70 AD. So civil unrest, there is an ongoing civil unrest in Jerusalem. We see that Simon, it's not necessary to read the text, I just put the text for you to read if you want. So Simon basically descends to Jerusalem, and then he tries to capture the power from John. John already, okay, so I forgot to add these important details. John was from Galilee, but he managed to become leader of the Zealot party, where Eleazar was there first. John managed to become the leader of the Zealot party and managed to control, if I remember well, the majority of the place of the Jerusalem, I think also of the outer court of the Temple of Jerusalem. So we see that Simon threatens his power. He also wants to gain control of Jerusalem. This is important here. Ο δε Σίμων περιελάβουν πανταχώθεν το έθνος. These words struck me because basically Josephus implies, I don't think he implies, he directly tells that he harassed, that he disturbed, that he didn't care about his nation. Το έθνος, the nation is the Jewish nation, of course, they're not the Romans, that he harassed his compatriots in order to get power. So, but as we can see, the tragic, let's say, people, those who are going to submit desolation and complete chaos, were all citizens of Jerusalem, whether they went with Simon or John, because they had no choice. You can see, Simon was even more terrible than the Romans, but the Zealots, whose leader is John, is even more oppressive than all of them. You can see here, το Σύνταγμα των Γαλιλαίων διέφερεν επί μία κακόν και τόλμη. That means that the Galilean contingent surpassed everyone, both in intelligence and in audacity, τόλμη. Because John, with his promises, had actually managed, was basically rewarded, imiveto, rewarded with dynastia, that means with absolute power. But as we can see, there is a part of the Zealots that revolted against John and the rest of the Zealot party. These are the Idumeans or Edomites. So the Idumeans tried to take the power, basically to distance themselves from the envy and the cruelty and the power of John, το τυράννο. He always repeats this word, especially for John, for all of them, but especially for John. So the Idumeans, I would also like to note here that the Idumeans are not Jews. They are of Jewish, they follow the Jewish law at that time, they followed, but they have different ethnic origins. They come, okay, so let's take a look at the map. You see, from southern, today, modern day Israel. And at that time, and at biblical times as well, before Christ, they were often the enemies of Jews. And they were known for their cruelty and their, let's say, and their belligerent character. This is also important. Because, but even them, they tried to distance themselves from the cruelty of John. That means that we have a climax, we have a comparison. Idumeans are very cruel. In other passages of the Jewish war, Josephus presents them as emanis, osper emanis, that they had as an instinct of folly in them. But even them are not so cruel compared to John. Anyway, John had absolute power, but he tried also to repress any revolts from his own party as well as Simon's party. But because citizens have had enough of John's cruelty, they accepted, they accepted Simon finally as an eαυτής tyrannon, as a tyrant of Jerusalem. Tyrannos has always a negative connotation in Josephus. They knew that he was cruel, but they had no other choice. And he entered the city as a savior and a parent, kikidemon ephimoumenos, but ephimoumenos, that means that they welcomed, the citizens welcomed him with open arms. But as soon as he took the power, εσκόπιτα περί της εαυτού δυναστείας και τους καλέσαντας ούχοι των εχθρούς ενόμιζεν, καθόν εκέκλητο. The sole thing that he had in mind was absolute power and basically now I'm forgetting the word in English, and basically oppose the people that had as friends that he had made along the way. So in 70, Titus becomes, after the death of Vespasian, becomes the emperor of Rome, and we have Titus campaigns against Rome at 70 AD. Titus basically approaches Jerusalem. The citizens of the city very rapidly understand that they need to act all together and become united in one body, in one spirit, if they want to have a chance against Titus' soldiers. So the leaders of these factions, there are three factions at the time, as we have seen. Eleazars, who have separated, who basically left the Zealot party. We have John and the Zealots, and we have also Simon, who had the control of the city. So, τότε πρώτον ανέπαυσεν την επαλλήλης έρην ο έξωθεν πόλεμος. Basically, Titus was at the walls of Jerusalem and was preparing to bombard Jerusalem, to conquer the city. They understood that the eris, that the strife, the civil strife was basically a blessing for Titus, a blessing for him, and an obstacle to their cause, to their so-called common cause, which was not common after all. And so they made, let's say, they made a truce. But look here, I have not put in bold these words, but it's important. Κακή ομόνοια, κακής ομονίας. So basically they had finally made an alliance, but it was just an alliance, let's say a temporary alliance. They were obliged to do that, but they had no real, they had not put real effort into that. So did this truce have any effect? Let's see. To passage 7. Διαβόντων δε προς ελλήλους των διαφόρων σπανταπράτειων υπέρ των πολεμίων δεών και μη διηνεκή δίδωσιν αυτής ομόνιαν ο Θεός. Here, Josephus also adds the divine element. So they shouted, they told each other that they had made peace, but even God did not want them to have peace and concord, omonian. We also see this word here on the last line, asevmaton omonia. It's important because Omonia is a gift from God. We have to, basically the person needs to have, let's say, the will to be in communion with the other person, but then God comes and accepts, approves this concord. In the meantime, they have done terrible things, blasphemous things, both in the city and in the interiors of the temple. So, according to Josephus, who was also a high priest, the things that they have done inside the temple, for example, taking refuge with arms and in blood, not being pure, not being purely cleansed, this has taken a toll at their cause. So basically, they had made an alliance, even though, and even John was accepted it, but he was not willing. He did not believe in that. Απιστών. Επιτρέπει δε, απιστών όμως. Οι δε του μίσους και των ιδίων διαφόρων λαμπώντες αμνηστίαν εν σώμα γίνονται. This is in connection with και του μεν κρατήν στάσεις είναι εν αμφωτέρης των δέας ευμάτων ομόνια. In fact, in reality, they were still in war with each other, but in the blasphemies and in the crimes, they had concord, Omonia. Omonia, which was not a real Omonia, because God did not approve of their ethos and of their deeds. So here we come at the end of the relationship. The relationship basically ends with their death. We see we have an evolution. Firstly, they are enemies. Then because of Titus, they become allies, but they still are antagonistical to each other. But which are the last moments of those leaders? Titus has managed to conquer the city and burn the whole city basically in flames. So leaders, John and Simon in this case, have understood that they needed the eleos, how to say that, the magnanimity, the pity of Titus in order for them to escape. So they invited him to a parley. Προκαλούνται τον Τίτον εις λόγους. He becomes angry at them. He will say, after all of this, miarotati. We have also miarotati, where it is. I need to find this right now. Miarotati. Do you invite me now to a parley after doing all those things? But him being like a lenient master, like a praus despotis, this is the antithetical, let's say, couple of words to tyrannos. He's a despotis, he's not a tyrannos, but he's a praus one. And civil leaders are basically the slaves which have inflicted the incorrigible. This means they have inflicted so much pain that cannot be corriged. So, but he, as a lenient master, he accepts it. Then, but in one condition, basically to submit to him. But they say, here we see also that Josephus uses the plural, second plural person. Titus refers to both of them with one speech. And they reply, apokrίνονται, they reply with one voice. Here, Josephus does not make a difference. Here we have the couple of the leaders on one part and Titus on the other part. And they also make the same choices. Αποκρίνονται δεξιάν μη δίναστε παρ' αυτού λαβήν. They do not accept to submit to him, but they still beg him to live with their wives and children. Of course, Titus becomes furious, is indignant that they demand this, and he finally decides that he will not spare anyone. So basically, we see that these mortal enemies finally had the same perspective, the same worldview in their mind. They wanted to be absolute masters, they became absolute masters, but at the end, we also see a positive trait of their character. They did not submit to Titus. Josephus does not emphasizes this passage. He always describes them as miarus, tyrannus, despoticus, etc. Despotic, tyrant, let's say, who have many vices. But finally, they could have survived if they submitted to him, and they decided not to submit to him. So maybe we can see a spirit of patriotism. I do not deny that their ambitions were personal. I do not deny that they cared more about their own fame, their own power, than the fate of their compatriots. But they still had some patriotism inside of them, or some pride. They had pride. And they both, the one was killed, as we can see. God, however, visited both with fit retribution. Simon was reserved for execution under triumph, while John was sentenced to perpetual imprisonment. They both had the same fate, basically. I cannot really make a distinction between them, I mean, in their characterization, even though John is the arch nemesis, is the personification of the bad, of the vicious man. But at the end of the story, they make the same choices, they have the same perspective, and they have the same death as well, the same end. This is it, and here we can see the castle of Masada, the refuge of the Sicari.
Thank you very much for this interesting paper. We're a little ahead of time, but 1 minute. And we have still time for one question, if there is one question. Yes.
Okay, Katerina, thank you. I admit that I could not even date the work if you asked me right now, which was, it made it very interesting for me because it is something new for me. And by listening to you, and especially by your examination of passage 5, yes, I wanted to ask if you can see intertextuality between this passage 5 and how the leaders are described there, both Simon and John, with the description in literature that we have of Pompey and Caesar, who both want to take leadership and who have, I guess, the same motives. They want to help their patria, right? Can you see any intertextuality? What do you think about that?
Okay, right now I cannot think of a specific passage or of specific words from Latin literature, from Cicero, for example. But as far as I remember, Cicero depicts with far more negative colors Caesar compared to Pompey. I think that he was also in the party of Pompey. He was in the Optimates, not in the Populares. But yeah, we can see a comparison. Yeah, I have not thought about that, to say the truth. But yeah, as far as I remember, Josephus is more harsh, more is absolute to the characterization of these persons, compared even to Cicero, who was an enemy of Caesar. But even Cicero was more diplomatic. He was more careful in his words. He was, of course, placed in a different position. We should not forget that Josephus, when he writes this work, he is at peace in Rome. Everyone is killed. He is one of the few survivors. After many decades, basically at the end of the 1st century AD, he writes this work. So Cicero, when, for example, he talks about Caesar in his epistles to his friend Atticus, he is much more careful with his words because he's in danger. He is also in exile. So yeah, maybe you could try to make an intertextual approach, but I don't think that I would.
So for the last paper of the session, I have the honor to introduce Nikos Miltsios from the University of Thessaloniki, where he's associate professor of classics at the University of Thessaloniki. He's a specialist in Greek literature, especially in Greek historiography. And he has published 2 monographs on Polybius and another one on Arrian. So his paper today is based on Arrian and Xenophon, and it is about crisis of trust in the Anabasis of Xenophon and Arrian. Looking forward to your paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Markus, for the introduction. Now, it is a rather detailed presentation, but the last thing I would like is to provoke a crisis of patience in my audience. So I will try to read it in 30 minutes. And most fortunately, there is afterwards the coffee break. So the intertextual, perhaps, yes. The intertextual relationship between the Anabasis of Xenophon and that of Arrian has not received the scholarly attention one might expect, considering not only the research title and Arrian's well-known and frequently acknowledged depths to his Athenian predecessor, but also the established parallels between the 2 works, which underscore the necessity of investigating further aspects of Arrian's reception of Xenophon's Anabasis in his own narrative. I addressed this topic in a previous article where I attempted to demonstrate how often Alexander's leadership behavior in Arrian's Anabasis seems to evoke that of the character Xenophon in Xenophon's Anabasis. This present paper may be seen as a complement to my earlier work, as I shall here expand my inquiry to explore how the 2 main characters are depicted not in their handling of military operations and challenges, but in their responses to crises of trust within their interpersonal relationships. I shall begin by examining the central role of trust and deception in Xenophon's Anabasis, also paying attention to how intriguing nuances in his treatment of these themes appear to be channeled and deployed in Arrian's Anabasis in rather unexpected ways. The speech the character Xenophon addresses to Xuthus in order to persuade him to pay the Greeks their due wages emphasizes particularly the issue of reliability and trust. This is Xenophon's final extended speech in the Anabasis, and this alone suggests the weighty significance of the themes and ideas it deals with for the entirety of the work. Xenophon stresses to Xuthus that the power he has achieved makes it even more imperative that he does not appear untrustworthy. The words of untrustworthy people, he argues, are futile, weak, and incapable of producing any result. On the contrary, those who serve the truth can often achieve more with their words than others can with force. Xenophon uses Suthis' recent experience with the 10,000 as an argument, stating that they agreed to follow him not because he had offered them anything, but because he was considered trustworthy in what he promised them. In developing his argument, Xenophon reminds Suthis that it was due to his own reliability that he succeeded in conquering his kingdom, underscoring the magnitude of this achievement and how it held a value far dearer than wealth. Reliability, however, remains equally crucial for securing his conquests. Otherwise, the loss of power now would prove more painful than if he had never had it. By cultivating the favor and trust of the soldiers, Suthis would not only retain their loyal support, but also attract new allies, as his reputation for reliability would encourage others to join him rather than discourage them through mistrust. This concept also appears at a pivotal moment in Arrian's Anabasis, during the Council on the Hephasis, where Koinos advises Alexander that by honoring the Macedonians' request to return home, he would later find new soldiers more willing to follow him on future campaigns, inspired by his treatment of the current forces. The way in which reliability is linked to the practical benefits that accrue from it in order to convince Suthis to keep his promises is not unfamiliar to Xenophon as a writer. Further on the same speech, when the character Xenophon emphasizes to Suthis how important moral values such as virtue, justice, and bravery are for a ruler, he supports his argument by referencing their practical impact. But I, Suthis, believe that nothing is a better or more splendid possession, especially for a ruler, than virtue, justice, and bravery. For whoever possesses them is rich because he has many friends, and he is also rich because others desire his friendship. And when he prospers, he has people who will share in his joy, but if he falls on hard times, he will not lack those who will help him. The idea of the benefit a leader can gain from their friends in order to consolidate their power also appears elsewhere in Xenophon. In the conclusion of Hero, one of the most detailed developments on this subject, Simonides assures Hero that if he cares for the well-being of his friends, he will not lack those who will eagerly fight for his interests, as if they were their own. As is generally the case in Xenophon's theory of leadership, the attitude and behaviors that a potential leader is called to adopt towards their subjects aim at mutual benefit and the promotion of both parties' interests. In the continuation of his speech, the character Xenophon seeks to restore Suthis' trust in his friendly intentions by using as an argument the loss of trust the 10,000 have in him precisely because of the favor he showed him. He mentions that his companions accuse him of being bribed by Suthis and of primarily serving Suthis' interests. However, if they had seen any negative feelings towards Suthis in him instead of goodwill, they wouldn't have blamed him for such things, since people believe that one should show favor to those from whom one receives gifts. Xenophon also emphasizes his own role in Suthis' success and expresses the belief that Suthis will not tolerate being accused by those who have benefited him. Concluding his speech, he once again asks Suthis to pay the soldiers their due wages so that he can also restore his own credibility in the eyes of his companions, just as it was when the two of them first met. The theme of trust and its betrayal is also highlighted in one of the most pivotal episodes of Xenophon's Anabasis, specifically the arrest and execution of the Greek generals and officers by Tissaphernes near the end of the second book, which constitutes a startling turning point in the narrative. For readers unfamiliar with the events, this development appears rather unexpected, even shocking, due in large part to Tissaphernes' manipulative rhetoric. By employing plausible and self-serving arguments, Tissaphernes indeed manages to give the impression of speaking truthfully. His claim, of course, that his ardent desire is to appear trustworthy to the Greeks seems rather exaggerated, yet his bold insinuation at the conclusion of his speech that with the Greeks at his side he might even aspire to the Persian throne not only fails to cast doubt on his character, but rather is perceived by his interlocutor as an indication of sincerity and trust. For the more discerning readers, however, the preceding narrative contains signs hinting at the unpleasant turn the situation is poised to take. Tissaphernes' self-assured statement in his initial address to the Greek generals that he could successfully request permission from the Persian king to allow their safe return to Greece because he was the first to inform him of Cyrus' plans to wage war against him, takes on a different significance when juxtaposed with the narrator's observation in the opening chapter of the Anabasis that it was Tissaphernes who had slandered Cyrus to his brother, claiming he was plotting against him. The descriptions in 2:4, 24 to 25 of rival officials observing the 10,000's movements as they attempt to return to Greece also carry a suspicious or menacing undertone, especially after the revelation of the Persians' early attempt to lure them into crossing the Tigris. Furthermore, not all the Greeks were as ready as Clerchus to trust Tissaphernes. The narrator repeatedly mentions the 10,000 suspicions of their opponents' intentions. On 2 occasions, appeals to Clerchus and the other generals not to place their trust in the king at Tissaphernes seem to echo the already from Herodotus familiar motif of the wise advisor. In this way, Clearchus is depicted as adamantly insisting that the generals attend the meeting with Tissaphernes despite his soldiers' warnings. The ominous function of these statements as forewarnings is only confirmed once the reader reaches the episode of Tissaphernes' betrayal and murder of the Greek officers. Until then, readers who are not already acquainted with the events, but familiar with the conventions of ancient Greek historiography, may suspect or sense impending misfortune without certainty as to what will unfold. After the deception is revealed, however, certain phrases uttered by characters in the previous narrative, which may not initially seem to convey more than their surface meaning, also acquire a further layer of significance. Only then, for instance, does Clerchus' warning to Tissaphernes about the dire consequences of breaking an oath in 257 become more than a drastic deterrent. And whoever among us knowingly breaks his oath, I would never consider fortunate, for I do not know by what means or where one could escape from the god's punishment, nor in what darkness one might flee, nor in what stronghold one might retreat. The somber way in which the consequences of perjury are depicted here is aimed not only at Tissaphernes, but also at readers of the Anabasis, enabling them to form an ethical judgment on the gravity of the transgression the Persians are about to commit. Likewise, Tissaphernes' emphatic assurance to the Greeks that they can trust the Persians' intention to assist them proves, in light of his deception, not only misleading, but also highly revealing of his character and conduct. Now you can trust our promises that we will make our land friendly to you, and will lead you to Greece without deceit, provide you access to supplies. The accumulation of concepts related to trust, friendship, sincerity, and lack of deceit in Tissaphernes' statement underscores his readiness to manipulate and violate these principles even more strikingly. Furthermore, the masterful presentation of Tissaphernes' deception invites readers to approach with skepticism analogous instances in the text where such idealistic concepts and declarations are employed. The obituary of Cyrus towards the end of the first book is a section of the Anabasis that has occasionally puzzled scholars. The portrayal of Cyrus here is very positive and, at least explicitly, does not contain elements of criticism. In fact, Cyrus seems to embody all of Simonides' exhortations to Hero in Xenophon's eponymous dialogue regarding the way a tyrant ought to govern to benefit both himself and his subjects. However, on a secondary level, Xenophon's remarks take on a different light when juxtaposed with descriptions of Cyrus' behavior earlier in the narrative. For example, in the obituary, Cyrus' integrity is presented as exemplary. As noted in 1978, he placed utmost importance on deceiving no one in any respect, whether in treaties or other agreements. Because of this, he enjoyed the trust of the cities he ruled, individual people, and even his enemies, who felt assured that once they reached a truce with him, they would not suffer any harm. Yet the categorical nature of this statement appears problematic and is open to doubt when one considers that the true aim of Cyrus' campaign was to seize the throne from his brother, an objective he sought to conceal from the 10,000 through repeated deception. The emphasis on the harsh punishments he imposed on the unjust and criminal, particularly the detail that as a result one often encountered people along the roads deprived of feet, hands, and eyes, also seems intended to prompt reflection on whether this practice indicated a high sense of justice on his part, or rather a lack of humanity, restraint, and moderation. The preceding narrative presents instances of punishment imposed by Cyrus. In in 1 to 20, it is noted that Cyrus executes 2 Persian officials on charges of plotting against his life. In 1:6, a detailed account follows of the episode involving the betrayal, arrest, and execution of the Persian noble Orondas, where the themes of trust and deception are prominently featured. Orondas attempts to deceive Cyrus through false promises, secretly planning to recruit horsemen and defect to Artaxerxes. To this end, he composes a letter reminding the king of their former friendship and loyalty and entrusts its delivery to a man he considers loyal. However, this man delivers a letter to Cyrus, leading to Orondas' arrest, trial, condemnation to death, and eventual execution in the tent of Cyrus' most faithful attendant. It is an episode that invites a remarkably wide range of interpretations. The detailed recounting of how Orondas had, even in the past, acted against Cyrus by violating the mutual assurances of trust and friendship they had exchanged, and yet managed to secure Cyrus' forgiveness without facing punishment, might be intended to highlight Cyrus' magnanimity and leniency. However, these details also cast Cyrus' readiness to accept Orondas' proposal despite his prior experiences with the man as somewhat problematic, creating an ironic tension between the narrative of Cyrus' actions and his obituary, where it is observed, among other things, that he did not allow himself to be deceived by the wrongdoers and the unjust. Even more disturbing is the sense imparted by the description of Orondas' fate from the moment he enters the tent of Artapatis to be executed. From then on, no one ever saw Orondas, neither alive nor dead. Nor did anyone recount the manner of his execution. Others made various speculations, and no one ever saw his grave. Xenophon mentions Orondas again in Cyrus' obituary, offering as evidence of Cyrus' popularity the observation that no one under his authority ever defected to the king except for Orondas, who attempted it, whereas many deserted the king for Cyrus instead. Michael Flower perceptively remarked that when combined with the aforementioned account of the mystery surrounding Orondas' execution, this statement by Xenophon takes on an eerie irony, compellingly implying that in reality, no one ever truly managed to leave Cyrus. It is quite interesting that a similar effect is encountered in Arrian's account of the conspiracy of Philotas in his Anabasis. As in the case of Orondas, here too, the theme of trust and its loss is prominently featured. In this instance, however, one gains an even stronger impression that the described events are primarily aimed at revealing problematic traits that had gradually begun to manifest in the main character's behavior. Like Orondas, Philotas undergoes a trial and is condemned to death, even though this was not the first time incriminating information against him had reached Alexander. Previous Alexander disregarded these accusations because of their long-standing friendship, his respect for Parmenion, Philotas' father, and his trust in Philotas himself. Now, however, Alexander decides to execute not only Philotas, but also Parmenion, reasoning that on the one hand, it did not seem credible that Parmenion would not have been involved in the conspiracy when his son was plotting against him, and on the other, that even if Parmenion had not participated, he would now be dangerous, especially after his son's execution, due to the influence he yielded within the army. Arrian also recounts the case of Amintas and his brothers, who were similarly accused of participating in the conspiracy because of their loyalty and friendship toward Philotas. Amintas was tried during a siege. He was struck by an arrow and died from his wound. Commenting on Amintas' death, Arrian notes that his acquittal served him only in that he died with his reputation restored. This observation seems intended to raise questions about whether Amintas may have been deliberately exposed to danger, or even regarding the origin of the arrow itself, as Xenophon does in the case of Orondas. So too does Arrian here appear to imply more than he explicitly states. And most importantly, both writers masterfully convey the atmosphere of suspicion from the realm of action into that of the reader's experience. In both Anabasis, the main characters, upon successfully completing the most demanding part of their enterprises, are shown to experience crisis in their relationships with their companions. Xenophon faces a mistrust of the 10,000 who question his sincerity and integrity, even accusing him of accepting bribes. Alexander receives complaints and grievances from the Macedonians regarding his adoption of barbarian customs and behaviors, as well as a perception that he now favored the Persians over them. Xenophon and Alexander respond to the complaints and accusations of their companions with speeches that display striking similarities in terms of overall spirited arguments, as well as a presence of specific ideas and motifs which clearly suggest the intertextual relationship between the two works. Both protagonists seek to refute the accusations of their companions as blatantly unjust and unfounded, and to that end they describe the adverse situations they had to face and the positive outcomes that resulted from their sound decisions and effective actions, particularly emphasizing their personal involvement in the shared efforts and hardships. At the same time, they make sure not to leave unanswered any thorny issues or lingering questions that had cast doubt on their credibility in the eyes of their companions. Xenophon reminds the soldiers that before allying with Xuthis, they were out in the countryside in the heart of winter, facing a great shortage of supplies and money. Furthermore, their forces consisted solely of infantry, while their opponents possessed numerous cavalry and peltasts, rendering them unable to pursue their enemies and conversely, leaving them under constant pressure. Points out that if he had secured them an alliance with Xuthis, who had the forces they so desperately needed, even without salary, they should consider themselves fortunate. Indeed, in comparison with Xuthis, the soldiers spent the winter with sufficient supplies and without fearing their opponents. In this way, to the achievements they had gained against the barbarians in Asia, they were able to add the glory of their victories in Thrace. Xenophon emphasizes that during the operations they conducted in the service of Xuthis, the Greeks did not lose a single comrade. The last point, slightly altered, seems to be used as an argument by Alexander to his companions in Arrian's Anabasis too. Alexander does not claim, of course, that none of his soldiers died during the campaign, but that under his leadership, none of them fell in battle while retreating to save their own life. In Alexander's speech, the improvement in the Macedonian situation is described in detail and in two stages. Alexander first highlights the actions of his father, Philip II, by which he freed the Macedonians from the constant fear of their neighbors, increased their economic and military power, and made them rulers of others and arbiters of Greek affairs. Then he moves on to his own achievements, presenting himself as a worthy successor of similar and even greater deeds. While in Xenophon's Anabasis, the operations of the 10,000 against the barbarians in Asia are simply referred to as a glorious achievement, in Arrian's Anabasis, Alexander's accomplishments are presented in the form of a detailed list of the benefits and regions that the Macedonians have conquered thanks to his strategic prowess. After I defeated Darius satraps with my cavalry, I added all of Ionia to your dominion, all of Aeolis, Phrygia and Lydia, Coeli, Syria, Palestine and Mesopotamia are your possessions, Babylon, Bactria and Sus are yours, the wealth of the Lydians, the treasures of the Persians, the goods of the Indians, and the outer sea are yours. You are satraps, you are generals, you are brigadiers. As is generally observed, patterns of Xenophon's Anabasis are encountered in Arrian's Anabasis in a more developed and enriched form. This may well be intended to reflect the uniqueness and unparalleled strategic abilities of Alexander, alongside the numerous modifications that these motifs underwent during their adaptation, the various leadership narratives that intervened between the two works. The second common idea between the speeches of Xenophon and Alexander is the emphasis on the personal participation of both men in the efforts, hardships, and struggles of their companions. In this case as well, Xenophon's version is shortened and less elaborated. Xenophon conveys his message by reminding his companions that many times he stayed awake on their behalf and that many times he toiled and faced danger alongside them. The motif of the general who stays awake for his soldiers so they can sleep soundly is also employed by Alexander. However, Alexander's participation in the common struggles is further emphasized through a long list of the wounds he received from various types of weapons on different parts of his body during military operations. Alexander challenges anyone who believes they have fought harder than he has to show their scars on their very body and then compare them. There is no part of my body, at least in the front, that remains unscathed, nor is there a weapon, whether for hand-to-hand combat or those thrown from a distance, that has not marked me. I have been struck by swords, arrows, and siege engines. I have been struck many times by stones, by wooden weapons for your sake, for your glory and for your wealth, while leading you to victory through all the lands, seas, rivers, mountains, and plains. Despite the evident difference in the length and rhetorical dramatization of the two versions, their common point lies unmistakably in the efforts of both speakers to show that all the hardships and sufferings they endured were for the sake of their companions. The emphasis on the constant care exhibited by Xenophon and Alexander for the needs of their companions paves the way for the next common theme of their speeches, the protest against the ingratitude they receive from those whom they have benefited. Xenophon points out to the soldiers that now, when they are safe and free to do as they wish, they discuss his execution, whereas when they found themselves in desperate circumstances, they called him father and promised to always remember him as a benefactor. Alexander recounts a series of benefactions he bestowed upon his comrades and their families, followed by an extensive list of the nations and territories he conquered, in order to show them the kind of king they are abandoning, leaving him to be guarded by the vanquished barbarians. It is noteworthy, moreover, that both Xenophon and Alexander conclude their speeches in the same manner, warning their companions that their gratitude is not only morally troubling, but also practically harmful, as it is going to brand them as unjust and wicked in the eyes of those who will learn of their behavior. The first one is, of course, Xenophon's Anabasis, yet those who have now come to take up your leadership are not so ungrateful either. Thus, as I believe, neither will they judge you as the best with such behavior toward me. And the second is Arian's Anabasis. When you say these things, perhaps you will gain great renown among men, and certainly you will appear pious before the gods. So depart. Finally, the fourth theme shared by the two speeches is the orator's attempt to refute the accusations that were hovering over them. Specifically, Xenophon responds to the allegation that he was bribed by Xuthus in order to persuade the soldiers to fight on his side, while Alexander addresses the complaints of his companions that he had adopted a luxurious lifestyle which differed from that of the Macedonians and more closely resembled that of the Persian kings. However, unlike what we saw with the previous themes, in this case, Xenophon's discussion is considerably more detailed and persistent than Alexander's. Xenophon indeed reflects on the beginning of the interactions between Xuthus and the 10,000, reminding them that the decision to fight alongside him was a collective one. He then presents a series of logical arguments to convince his comrades that not only he was not bribed by Xuthus by withholding the repay, but that he didn't even receive as much as some of them did. He swears twice by the gods that he is telling the truth, calls Xuthus himself as a witness, and emphasizes that if he was ultimately deceived in placing his trust in Xuthus, his conscience remains untroubled and he harbors no sense of shame. He even lends a moral justification to his stance. Yes, by Zeus, I would be ashamed if he were an enemy and deceived me. However, it seems to me that it is a greater shame for a friend to deceive you than for you to be deceived. Alexander, on the other hand, limits himself to responding to the accusation of living in luxury by pointing out that apart from the symbols of royal authority, he possesses nothing of his own, as all wealth and acquisitions are destined for his companions, and that his diet is even simpler than that of some of them. The difference in the space allocated in the two speeches to the orator's efforts to respond to the accusations against them is largely related to the gravity of the stakes in each case. Xenophon faces a charge of bribery, which could lead to his condemnation to death by stoning, while Alexander seeks to appease the dissatisfaction and reactions of the Macedonians regarding the disrespect they felt they had received from him. It moreover reflects the distinct positions of the two figures within their respective communities. Xenophon, although he often assumed an undisputed leadership role among the 10,000 during their adventures, remained one of them. Alexander, on the other hand, despite the atmosphere of equality that characterized his relationship with his companions, was their king. Thus, while Alexander aims to demonstrate to the Macedonians that they are continuously the object of his interest and care, Xenophon is primarily concerned with regaining his companions' lost trust in his integrity and reliability. It is noteworthy that just as in his speech to Xuthus, so here too, Xenophon seeks to restore his audience's confidence in his honesty toward them by highlighting the difficulties that have emerged in his relations with a third party, in this case Xuthus, precisely because of the way in which he's been favoring their interests. The character Xenophon, therefore, in both instances, appears to utilize the crisis that has arisen in his relationship with one side as a means to resolve the crisis in his relationship with the other. Both of his speeches, much like that of Alexander Atopis, ultimately achieve their intended goal, confirming the remarkable abilities of both men in the handling of crisis, not only in the realm of military operations, but also on the level of interpersonal relations. The preceding discussion has further illuminated the close relationship and affinity between the Anabasis of Xenophon and Arrian, a connection often overlooked partly due to Arrian's explicit statement that his principal sources for Alexander's campaign were Ptolemy of Lagos and Aristobulus of Cassandria. While Arrian's familiarity with Xenophon's Anabasis may have inclined him to reproduce certain aspects of his predecessor's approach not fully consciously, I would suggest that many of the passages we examined point more clearly to Arrian's deliberate adaptation of themes, motifs, and techniques from Xenophon's Anabasis in his own work. At this juncture, it may be worthwhile to recall Polybius, who in his attempt to distinguish between the causes, pretexts, and beginnings of wars mentions that the campaign of Xenophon and the 10,000, during which they traversed all of Asia without any barbarian daring to confront them, was the initial cause of the war between the Macedonians and the Persians. Arrian likely shares this perspective, and in recounting Alexander's feats in the East, he often highlights his intertextual dialogue with his most admired predecessor's account of the adventures of the character Xenophon and the 10,000 across the same regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting paper which showed the intertextual relationships between Xenophon and Arrian. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Nico. Very interesting and eye-opening, I think. And I was actually struck by several features that actually made me recall various poetic passages, actually. Even, you know, passages going as far back as Homer. And I remember well Achilles' response to Odysseus in Iliad 9 that I discussed in the morning, where Achilles tries actually to show that he has toiled for his, you know, for the whole army, that he spent sleepless nights, that he was wounded, and so on and so forth. Still, he faced the mistrust on the part of Agamemnon towards him, the lack of sympathy towards him, perhaps the restricted affection and honor towards him from the rest of the army. Anyway, I think there are various actually common themes that turn up already in the Iliad. So the earliest text where we have this kind of tension between leaders, and we see motifs that come up again and again. And I wonder, is it because they were all educated, you know, on the basis of the same text, or we have common circumstances and common,
Yes.
so where conditions, or perhaps both, or even
yes.
even more factors that may actually lead towards that. But thank you for that. It has made me think again. And actually, you know, what we have in the Iliad comes again in tragedy. For example, in Andromache, for example, we have again Menelaus and others, you know, who pretend to be leaders, and they're actually accused that they're not good leaders because they have not toiled for their, you know, for their soldiers. They have not spent sleepless nights and so on. Similar motifs. Anyway, thank you, Nikos.
I thank you, Athena, and perfect. Yes, Achilles and Iliad is another well-known intertext of Arrian's Anabasis, because apart from Xenophon, the character Xenophon, the Xenophon's Anabasis, another intertext would be Achilles, because Alexander himself wanted to be compared with the par excellence general. Yes, it was a model. Thank you.
Just to add another motif to what has already been said, the idea of the king or the leader who starts to behave in a Spartan, in a kind of Persian way, Pausanias, after the Battle of Plataea, Thucydides, who goes on and says how he started to behave in a custom unlike the Spartans and dress like a Persian king and want to be addressed as a Persian, have dinners as a Persian king. So again, the same fear that a leader may break his ties with our local community and start to look to become more Persian-like and liked by the Persians and so on.
Also, Clarence, thank you for this, for pointing out this.
I have one question. Do you think it's important that in the Orontas episode, Klearchos is the one who says Orontas has to be killed? It's not Cyrus. So he's not deciding anything. He deceived him, but then the others have to decide about the punishment. It's strange.
Yes, that's true, but I wonder really if Cyrus was really so influenced by what Klearchus wanted. I think that as we see in the continuation of the narrative, Klearchus seems very easily manipulated by other characters. So I would say that my sense reading the narrative there was more that this is what precisely Cyrus wanted to have as a decision. Yes, this is a nice observation because Klearchus is shown to propose that the penalty for Amintas would be the death. But yes, as in most things, also this is rather complicated and we could interpret it with more than one way, at least, yes.
So maybe just the leader has to do something, but it's not fixed what he has to do. He just has to react, because there's the other episode where these two leaders of the mercenaries went away, and then there was rumor why did Cyrus let them go? Why he's not killing them? And then he had to give a speech and had to explain, oh well, I could kill them, but I'm not doing it because I'm a nice guy. And then everybody was, okay, that's nice, good. But he had to explain why he was doing nothing. So then it was okay when he said I do nothing. But he had to explain it.
Yes, this passage I have to see it again because this moment, yes, it not occurs me immediately.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? So thank you again for this. And now there is the coffee break in the courtyard. Oh, yes.
such as love, longing, and desire, which serve as motives for the conspirators. 4 examples will suffice to illustrate this point. Dionysius, in an effort to exonerate Mars for the rape of Ilia, claims that Amulius raped her not so much on account of desire as on account of conspiracy. Tarpeia conspired with the Sabine king Titus Statius either because she was enamored with the Sabine's jewels or because she desired to accomplish something noble for Rome by entrapping the Sabines within the Capitoline fort. Dionysius attributes Tarquinius's first conspiracy, along with the relatives of Junius Brutus, to the conspirators and the associates longing for the privileges they enjoyed during the tyranny of Tarquinius Superbus. Spurius Cassius, according to Dionysius, longed for monarchical power, thus he contrived a plan to win the popular opinion. These expressions of love, longing, and desire pertain to both a literal affection for a human being or an object and a metaphorical political passion. In a detailed narrative, 1128 to 38, Dionysius recounts the story of Appius Claudius, a patrician deeply in love with Virginia, a plebeian girl. Failing to win her affection through bribes, Appius masterminds a conspiracy with his client, Marcus Claudius, to ensnare her and enslave her. Schematically speaking, this specific narrative is part of an interplay of crises. This one-sided love story unfolds against the backdrop of political instability in Rome, namely during the Second Decemvirate, around 450 BCE. As a Decemvirate judge, Appius falsely declares that Virginia is a slave descendant, disregarding her relatives' testimonies. In the same narrative and within the previous mentioned context, both Appius and Virginia undergo distinct personal crises. On the one hand, Appius faces a love crisis, as Virginia does not reciprocate his affection, and herself, on the other hand, confronts a social crisis threatened by the prospect of enslavement and the loss of her freedom. It is interesting that there is no physical contact between Appius and Virginia. Appius advocates for his cause while she remains silent. His intense gaze meets her tearful eyes, and love consumes Appius while Virginia's life is taken by her father in a redemptive way. Eventually, their unspoken connection becomes a powerful narratorial force. Appius' eros for the young girl ultimately leads to her tragic death, which in turn sparks the Roman uprising against the Decemvirate and its eventual downfall. The main point of my presentation is to show how Dionysius employs sensory experiences, vision, touch, and hearing, as literary vehicles to sketch relationships between individuals and groups. Overall, this conspiracy narrative reveals the intricate interplay of emotions and power amidst critical circumstances. From the outset of the conspiracy narrative, Dionysius emphasizes Virginia's beauty. In introducing her character, he writes, "He, namely Lucius Virginius, had a daughter, the most beautiful among the Roman maidens, who bore the name of her father. Appius first sees Virginia at school. The verb theasamenos conveys a stronger sense than, for instance, oro. It does not merely mean to see, but to gaze or to watch, a term often associated with spectatorship in theatrical contexts. This word choice, combined with the metaphor of a besieged fortress, underscores the overwhelming impact of Virginia's beauty on Appius. He is instantly captivated and becomes increasingly frenzied. The complete occupation of his physical and mental faculties is highlighted by Anaghi, which compels Appius to visit Virginia's school repeatedly, already conquered by his passion. The same metaphor is complete when Appius, just before delivering his verdict, thinks that he deserves the pity of the Romans because he's the one enslaved by Virginia's beauty. This is the only occurrence of theome in the conspiracy narrative. In the rest of it, Dionysius uses the verb oro, both in its sensory meaning, as I see, and its cognitive sense, I perceive or I know, both for Appius and the spectators of the trial. In the beginning, Appius knew that she was betrothed to someone else. Before he commenced his conspiracy, Appius saw that the girl was thought to require an even stronger guard than before. During Virginia's trial, Appius was at first greatly disturbed as he saw all the people enraged and for a considerable time was in doubt what he ought to do. It is remarkable that Dionysius employs the verb oro in its cognitive sense only for Appius, while in its sensory sense, it is employed for the spectators of the trial. This difference implies that Virginia's beauty affects physically and mentally only Appius. The spectators see Virginia's appearance and pity her, but do not love her as Appius does. Dionysius also uses the sight of Virginia's beauty emphasized by the verb oro to convey collective emotions, reactions, and social fears. The crowd is filled with pity as they see Virginia. Dionysius uses visual details to emphasize her state. Her clothing is dirty and her face is cast down in shame. Even though she is distressed, the beauty of her eyes captivates all who see her from time to time. It seems then that Virginia's beauty has a similar effect on the spectators of the trial as it did on Appius, with one key difference. While the spectators lament the injustice of her fate, seeing it as unreasonable, a hubris, and an abuse of power, they also fear for themselves and their families. Reflecting on the wrongs Virginia suffers, they contemplate the potential consequences of tyrannical policies on their own lives. These thoughts are coming and go. Virginia's beauty does not have a permanent effect on the crowd as it does for Appius. Notice the phrase opot idien, which conveys that meaning. In addition, the crowd's reaction to Virginia's beauty and fate is externalized via conversation and crying. Appius sees and maybe expects to be seen, and his sight has a deeper physical and mentally destructive power, which is probably related to the lack of physical connection between himself and Virginia. In fact, Appius is the only one who does not touch her. Markus, his client and co-conspirator, the nurses, and Virginia's relatives touch her or she touches them. Markus is the first one to lay a hand on her. He arrived at school, seized her, and attempted to drag her through the forum openly. The very act itself is considered inappropriate, least of all amidst a crowded forum. This is also stressed by her uncle Numitorius, who, coming up at the tribunal, demanded to know who was the one who dared to touch a girl and a female citizen. Marcus's second attempt to seize and drag Virginia occurs after Achilleus's intervention. Appius declares that the maiden had to stay with her accuser considering her father's absence from Rome. Achilles lost his temper and called Appius a tyrant and an abuser of law. In a prophetic manner, Achilles asked to be beheaded by Appius and foretold that his death would prove the beginning either of great woes to the Romans or of great blessings. A tragic irony, if not an echo of the upcoming death of Virginia. Appius ordered his lictors to intercept Achilles' taunts, yet Markus grabbed Virginia in his attempt to lead her away. Once again, the nearby crowd intercepted Marcus's attempt. Dionysius emphasizes the repeated attempts of Markus by repeating the same vocabulary, namely cognates of the verb epilambano. The scene is further emotionally charged. Dionysius heightens the emotional impact of the scene by having Virginia touching and specifically clinging on her uncle Numitorius and her betrothed Achilles. Andejo, which usually means I resist, also conveys Virginia's emotional attachment and resistance to Claudius's plan, simultaneously stressing her physical connection to those who are protecting her and highlighting thus the familial and romantic ties that Virginia perceives as lifeline. The same sense, touch, is employed before Virginia's redemptive murder. After Appius' verdict, which illegally condemned Virginia to enslavement, Marcus dragged Virginia away while she was hanging and kissing her father, Aulus Virginius. Dionysius paints a rather poignant picture employing the sense of touch, combined with unspoken to us words, as an enhancer of the emotional weight of the scene. Virginia's vulnerability and innocence, threatened by corrupt power and family bonds, are violated through touch. Marcus's attempts to lead Virginia away actually lead her gradually towards her own death and the last touch, her father's embrace and kiss. The tactile gestures become the final act of fatherly love. Dionysius emphasizes Virginius' heartbreak and desire to preserve her dignity and innocence in the face of impending violation through touch. Dionysius uses 8 different verbs to describe Virginius' touch, each one of them conveying a different yet strong meaning. Virginius requested Appius' permission to bid farewell to his daughter, to embrace and kiss her one last time. Virginius asked for privacy, which was granted. He holds Virginia as she is fainting and collapsing, a sign of her utter despair. He consoles her and kisses her. He uses his hand as a cloth to wipe the streams of tears away. The sense of touch, expressed through the father's gentle care in such a heartbreaking moment, underscores the depth of their bond and builds the climax of the narrative. However, the tone changes as Virginius leads her gradually toward a nearby butcher's shop. Suddenly, snatching a knife from the table, he strikes his daughter through the vitals. This shocking act of violence is both a desperate attempt to protect her honor and a devastating expression of the father's anguish. By killing Virginia, he prevents her from falling into Claudius's hands and ultimately losing her identity as a free maiden, choosing death for her over dishonor. Appius seems that he is keeping a distance unusual for an erotic context. Appius could not ask for Virginia's hand, both because she was already betrothed to Achilles, as I said before, and because he had prohibited marriage between plebeians and patricians in the Lex Duodecim Tabularum. Appius attempted to bribe Virginia's nurses to win her over. He maintained his distance, as he had while observing her at school, but he did not bribe the nurses directly. He did it so through his female envoys. His detachment from Virginia is evident, given that his instructions to the envoys were to conceal the identity of the secret lover. When the above-mentioned attempts failed, he chose the most daring way by contriving a plan to enslave her with his client, Marcus Claudius, and a band of the most shameful men. Despite the physical distance between Appius and Virginia, the touch of love holds him strongly. From the very beginning of the conspiracy narrative, Appius is described as being captivated from Virginia's beauty. Dionysius builds on love symptoms based on Plato's Phaedrus. Firstly, beauty penetrates the body through the eyes, then the lover experiences various external conditions, which nowadays could be called as psychosomatic. Ultimately, the lover is driven to madness due to these conditions. In the beginning, though, Dionysius skips the psychosomatic reactions and love frenzy overwhelms Appius. Madness is not a tactile condition, yet in the case of love, madness is the after effect of symptoms inherently felt on the body of the lover. Fever, sweat, and trembling manifest. After the trial, he is not simply out of his mind, but Appius is fully consumed by madness caused by his love for her. The first symptom Appius experiences is being set aflame by his passion. That fire drives him to conspire to enslave Virginia and take advantage of her eventually. Dionysius comments that Appius was not sane by nature, and now he was corrupted by the greatness of his power. His most telling symptoms manifest as Dionysius penetrates both his body, Appius's body, and thoughts during the trial. Appius's love for Virginia made his soul swell and his bowels boil. He neither listened to the pleas of her relatives nor was moved by her tears. Instead, Appius grew enraged by the support Virginia received, thinking that he was the one who deserved pity as he was enslaved by her beauty. It is evident that his feelings are illustrated through physical metaphors, likening his obsessive passion to a bodily affliction. The swollen soul suggests an uncontainable passion, while the boiling bowels emphasize that burning from within, giving the sense of both pain and feverish lust. Together with phlegomenos, Zeon forms a complete picture of the fire of the passion, consuming the body, starting from the outside and going within. This tactile language suggests that his passion is not merely a mental fixation, but something that consumes the body of Appius from the outside, affecting him physically in the inside and intensifying his inherent madness. This leads us to the last sense, that of hearing. Appius's conspiracy is one of the loudest ones in the Antiquitates Romanae. Considering that Virginia's trial is almost fully cited in direct discourse, of course, the direct discourse is not only attributed to male citizens, namely the accuser Marcus Claudius, the juror Appius Claudius, and the advocates Numitorius and Achilles. However, what concerns me is not spoken words, but the sound or noise that permeates throughout this particular narrative, and especially combined with the silence of Virginia. I shall begin by the soundproof Appius. One of the symptoms of love, as I said before, is that Appius experiences the lack of attention of what is said during the trial. The lack of oral perceptiveness amplifies his emotional crisis. His passion numbs his sense of hearing and isolates him from the empathy alone and tormented. This internal silence is externalized when Appius orders the pleaders to be quiet in order to deliver the final verdict. Appius' soundproofing can be compared to Virginia's unspoken voice. Throughout the entire conspiracy narrative, the young maiden does not speak at all, reflecting the social expectations for young girls and women in antiquity. However, Virginia's scream marks both the beginning and the end of the conspiracy narrative, as well as her personal crisis. This is in the first and the last bullet points of the slide. The ambiguity over whose outcry is heard in 1125-28-5, when Markus attempts to drag Virginia through the forum, is resolved by the repetition of the exact same phrase at the end of the narrative in 1137-6, when Virginius kills his daughter and an outcry is heard. Through this, Dionysius creates a ring composition that not only sustains the suspense introduced at the beginning, but also provides closure to both Virginia's suffering and the narrative as a whole. In passages 1131-3 and 37-4, the use of sound reflects the intense emotional resonance of Virginia's plight. The sounds of lamentation, odremos, and the beating of breasts, kopetos, create an audible outpouring of grief, a public expression that resonates through Virginia and the female spectators, emphasizing the shared suffering of the women. This collective voice of protest and mourning amplifies their distress and helplessness in the face of Appius's unjust verdict. This auditory image stands in contrast to Appius's tyrannical decree, highlighting his injustice. At the same time, it contrasts with the most endearing words with which Virginia, in a final appeal, turns to her father, perhaps hoping he might save her. Dionysius thus uses sound to immerse readers in the emotional landscape of the narrative, emphasizing the tragedy through contrasting sounds of grief, desperation, and intimate affection. Dionysius uses sounds also to divide interceptive and supportive groups. The collective voice of the Roman crowd emphasizes the emotional and political turmoil stirred by Appius's conspiracy. He also uses a range of auditory images, outcries, clamor, lamentation, indignation, and even whispered reflections among onlookers. He does so to draw the reader into the intensity of public response towards the misfortunes of Virginia. Each sound contributes to a vivid atmosphere of shared emotions that build as the narrative progresses. The repeated phrasing for the outcry and indignation of the crowd gathered around the tribunal convey a rising storm of vocal protest because these sounds are expressions of a collective declaration of disapproval. The great shout in support of Numitorius' appeal emphasizes the crowd's agreement with the righteous plea, almost as if the people serve as a communal jury protesting the injustice. The crowd's cry upon witnessing Virginia's suffering reaches an emotional peak that overrides even Appius's authority. The soft, sorrowful conversations among the crowd members add a quieter layer to the soundscape. The spectators of the trial communicate with each other as they reflect on the cruelty of fate. This subtle but pervasive murmuring reflects both shared despair and communal reflection of the tragic circumstances. This image offers what is called the calm before the storm. This crescendo of sound is marked by the mixed intense outcry of lamentation and resentment, which reflects the ultimate fusion of emotions. The elevated hands and mingled cries to the heavens portray an appeal to divine justice as the crowd symbolically shifts its pleas from earthly authority to a higher power. Each layer of sound reflects not only the crowd's sympathy for Virginia and outrage for Appius, but also a deeper civic unrest that challenges the tyrannical authority of the Decemvirate. To conclude, vision, touch, and hearing all serve as literary vehicles for the narrative progression. The act of seeing Virginia triggers Appius's conspiracy, establishing her as a central figure in the unfolding crisis. For the crowd, their collective vision of Virginia prompts a moral response, sparking their protest and rallying them against the abuse of power. This dual role of vision in the narrative shows how perception shapes both individual and collective action. The intertwined use of touch and sound in moments of physical contact, let's say in grabbing, snatching, kissing, hugging, and killing, heightens the emotional resonance of the scenes. The sounds that accompany these actions, whether loud or quiet, add layers of intensity from the physicality of Virginia's assault to the more dramatic moments of her death. The idea that hearing is used in a meta-theatrical manner is particularly compelling. Dionysius does not just rely on auditory cues to tell the story, but also prompts readers to recall sounds and conversations from their own lives, making the experience more immersive. This technique invites readers to engage emotionally and intellectually with the events, as the echoes of public outcry or injustice reverberate beyond the text. Thank you.
Nayoti, thank you for this most interesting presentation. The floor is open for questions.
Thank you, Panayoti. I don't have a question specifically. I just have a comment. I want to say how much I appreciated your insight on senses in order to understand this crisis. I just want to say thank you. This was very, very enlightening. And I wish to reread this text with this new perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your talk. I'm asking myself, what would you say? What picture was once Dionysius draw with narrating this episode, who was a well-funded part of the Roman myth, of course, yeah? To draw from Roman tradition or from early Roman history. Normally, there are a lot of heroes and so. And what would you say to make, let's say so, to make the picture more complicated or to rebalance it? Also, what would you say? Is it simply for narrating this the whole tradition or so, and it was part of this tradition, or what message would you say does it have? Because somehow it darkens the early Roman tradition or so, yeah. And why has this have these contradictions survived?
Yes, thank you for your question. I suppose that he's drawing from Lucretia's myth and the rising of the Romans against the Tarquinian dynasty. I don't think that there is a specific reason, nor have I thought about it. But it seems that he's at pains with his narrative. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he has read something that he didn't feel like he liked it. So he wanted to elaborate more on that. There's the narrative of Titus Livius about Virginia, but it's really condensed and it lacks everything that Dionysius has. If someone ever dared to say that Dionysius had read Titus Livius, well, I will say that okay, he wants to get over Titus Livius, but until then, I really don't have an answer why he's so concentrated on Virginia's narrative. Maybe because he's very pro-patrician. Yet he didn't maybe like the Decemvirate. I'm not sure about it. He is also very keen to Siccius Dentatus, who was also a victim of the Decemvirate, and he stresses that his death, his execution actually, and Virginia's death was what prompted the Romans to uprise against the Decemvirate. So both narratives interplay in a bigger scene of how do we say the metapolitevsis to change the regime.
Constitution.
Yes, the change of the constitution.
Other questions?
I don't know much about Greek literature, about Roman traditions, but later on with Augustine, he tried to secularize the Roman myth by showing or by proving that not everything was so very fine in Roman tradition. Yeah? Is there any Greek tendency or any Greek attempt to go a similar way? Because okay, the Romans have conquered Greece, yeah? But to show that there are such a lot of ugly things in Roman tradition. There were there were such a lot of ugly things in Roman tradition. They were militarily successful, but concerning their morals, and so not everything was quite fine. Yeah.
Yes. Let's take it from the beginning. His aim is to show that Romans come from the Greeks. So in the beginning, actually, no, in the whole Roman antiquities, he stresses that connection between Roman ethics, Greek ethics and Roman unethics, let's say. Specifically on Virginia's narrative, I couldn't find any similar narrative to compare them and find what he has to say on this specific one. In other narratives, let's say on the rape of Ilia or Rhea Silvia, what he says is that Mars didn't do that. It was a demon maybe, or Amulius, her uncle. Sometimes he forces information in the narrative that do not have a place in there. For instance, he is very careful not to insult the Roman mythology or the Roman tradition, yet he does so by trying to moralize stories about gods and mortals. In stories concerning only mortals, I couldn't find any such attempt.
Thank you. Other questions? Do we have time for more questions? I had a question. Thank you very much, first of all. I was struck by the characterization of Appius and by your comment that it is reminiscent of Platonic descriptions of Eros. Yes. And I was thinking, do we have, surely Plato comments on the tyrant's soul, or what the tyrant feels, maybe in Plato.
I haven't looked at it.
Maybe in the Republic. No, I was just wondering, how does he describe the tyrant's emotions, and whether there is
maybe in the laws or the Republic there are such references. Yet I haven't looked at it. I have to be honest with that.
Just to say
I talked about the Phaedrus because the swollen soul.
Yes, that was very striking.
Like that that swallow in the Platonic text.
Of course, in Plato, it's a positive thing in a way.
Yes.
It's the Eros is the beginning of moral improvement in a way, but here it is.
No, it's reversed.
It's reversed. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. So it is a great pleasure to introduce Marina Georgakakis. She's a member, of course, of the University of Crete, an MA student of ours. And Marina has studied here for her BA. And she concentrates on her master dissertation on Apuleius and the idea of disgust in Apuleius. Is that right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
But today she's going to talk to us about a famous pair, Dido and Aeneas in N84. Thank you, Marina.
Thanks to you, Professor Tsuni, for the introduction. Now let's fix the microphone. Perfect. Now, thank you again, and thanks to all for being here today. It's a great pleasure to have you attending this gathering. I know how tired we all are, so I will dive right in. Now, the slide, here, yes, okay. How nice. Μπορείς να ξανακάνεις click. Great, okay. Για να δούμε τώρα. Ναι. Όχι. Έχει γυρίσει ανάποδα. It's okay. Okay, so many have observed how conflict in the fourth book of the Aeneid occurs on various levels. On a cosmic level, we have conflict between fate and the gods who oppose the fulfillment of fate. On a human level, we have conflict between Dido and Aeneas, which we will examine today. On an emotional level, we have internal conflict in the mind of each protagonist themselves. And on a historical level, we have suggestions, symbolical suggestions, of the later historical and political crisis of the Punic Wars between Romans and Carthaginians. Now, I would like to focus today on the human and emotional aspect of this conflict in the crisis of Dido and Aeneas. And what do I want to do? I would like to analyze each of these protagonists' behavior as they engage in this crisis, which has social, moral, and political dimensions. And hopefully, I can offer my insight on how crisis shapes human relationships and love relationships. Now, as you will see, we will follow chronologically a linear order, which means that we will follow the way narrator tells those two protagonists' story. Now, every beginning is difficult, and Aeneas' fate is clear from the beginning. He must create a new land for the Trojans. He must create a homeland, and he will do that no matter what. Therefore, his relationship with Dido is presented from the beginning as a diversion from his normal path to Italy. When they first meet in the first book, they both admire each other's beauty, though there is no suggestion of deeper feelings, at least on Aeneas' part, because from the first book, we know that Dido has fallen in love with Aeneas. Venus, with the help of her son Cupid, makes Dido fall in love with him. And so from that instance, when Cupid affects Dido with love, up to the end of the third book, Aeneas will narrate his adventures, his hardships, until he arrives in Carthage. And Dido, who is already in love, is captivated by his charming narrative. Now, book 4 opens immediately with Dido portrayed in a state of crisis. She is in love, she's love-struck, and her love is presented as an illness or a wound, saukia cura, vulnus, a flame, caecus ignis, and most importantly, her judgment and reason are affected. Now, the depiction of love as an illness is known to us from elegiac poetry, Sappho, Catullus, but what is different here is how Dido seems to be presented with the choice she has to make. She has to make a decision, sort of. Will she, between two attitudes towards this new passion she feels for Aeneas. So will she respect her duty towards her dead husband, Sychaeus, to whom she had promised to remain unmarried? Or will she follow her desire and give in to this love for Aeneas? Now, the second one would mean that she would act on this love. She would create this new relationship with him. While she verbally expresses a strong will to remain faithful to her husband, she says, "Ille habeat secum meos amores," meaning he will always have my love, even in death. Her language of emotions reveals something else. Sic fata, having said that, says the narrator, sinum lacrimis implevit obortis. She filled her lap with tears. So we clearly have a conflict between what Dido says she wants and what she really wants. Now, it is Anas's encouragement in the end, her sister, that plays a crucial role into Dido's decision to give in to the love. And she finally does so after she hears the advice she wants to hear from her sister. Now, the first effect of the Queen's love are manifested on a public level. Pendent opera interrupta. This is a sort of a political crisis because Dido has left her, her public works unfinished. She does no longer do things for Carthage. And now Juno, who is the goddess protector of Carthage and of Dido, is displeased by this. She does not like it. So she confronts Venus, who is the person responsible for Dido's passion. Ultimately, these goddesses decide to marry Dido to Aeneas, each one following their own motives, which is irrelevant here. But what is relevant is how the marriage itself, and I mean the ceremony, reflects the characteristics of their relationship. And what do I mean by that? On one hand, we have two young heroes, noble and beautiful, united in love. Dido is associated with Diana and Aeneas is associated with Apollo. But on the other hand, which is the darker side, we have a destructive relationship which is legitimized and the signs are ominous. So this is the darker side. Virgil makes the ritual correct. We have wedding songs. However, the word ulularunt is kind of, and it's not a good word. It means ritual cries, yes, but it also means cries of sorrow. We have torches, fulgere ignes, we have witnesses, conscius ether, but it still remains a supernatural ceremony, an uncanny and uncomfortable one. And as verse 169 shows here, ille dies primus malorum causa fuit. The events of this day were the cause of their upcoming misery. Indeed, the marriage between them creates immediately a political crisis. And Fama is ready to circulate the rumors how the Dido and the Trojan have surrendered to their desires, they have given in to their passion, and so on, which is a criticism well-deserved, in my opinion, because they both engage in this relationship, although it is a decision of the gods, which creates a conflict, a political conflict on both sides. On Aeneas' side, it conflicts, of course, with his duty to reach Italy. His fate is to go there, so what is he doing marrying Dido in Carthage? He cannot stay there forever. And on the other side, it opposes the queen's responsibilities towards the Carthaginians, because she no longer covers Carthage as before, since she is leaving it exposed to external dangers, like King Iarbas. Now, let's see how Jupiter, who is the most powerful of the gods, and whose will also represents the fatum, reacts to this. He disagrees, of course, with the marriage, and he intervenes. He sends Mercury to Aeneas in a dream, and he orders him to remember his duty and leave Carthage immediately. Now, Aeneas is, of course, shaken by the gods' ultimatum, and who wouldn't be? He faces a very difficult decision, and he realizes that his actions have consequences on a universal level. Now it is him who is depicted in a crisis. Arekta hororokoma is kind of funny. His hair has risen from the shock. Now he is in a state of shock and fear. Although his departure, his fuga, is determined, since it is imposed both by Jupiter and by fate, at the same time, he seems kind of to be concerned about Dido, which shows his affection at an early stage, though Furentem is not so positive. We have here a concern of Aeneas about Dido. He could be concerned only about his future, what will I do now, and so on. But he is immediately concerned about Dido. He is explicitly hesitating also, or wavering. In any case, he is in a state of distress. Nunc huc, nunc illuc, per omnia versat, partis rapid varias, so on. And he is facing now a cruel dilemma, because he is affectionate towards Dido, as we can see from small glimpses of his true feelings, like Dulcis Terras, which is for Carthage. He likes Carthage. He wants to stay there. Optima Dido. He likes Dido. Small glimpses, but still. And most importantly, Quae mollissima fandi tempora. What he is concerned about is what would be the softest, the most gentlest occasion to break the news to Dido. Of course, we have a tragic contrast between conflict and desire, because his obligation is to leave and to go to Italy. Classem aptem taciti is his order to his men to prepare immediately the ships for departure, but silently. And in the meantime, he will think about the way to break the news to Dido. Now, we saw before Dido being presented with the same dilemma, follow duty or desire, and she decided to follow her desire. Here, when Aeneas is presented with the same dilemma, leave immediately or not leave immediately, he decides to follow the immediate order of the god. And this foreshadows, this contrast between their decisions foreshadows their upcoming conflict, which will be much bigger. Now, in Dido's eyes, Aeneas' plan was simply to leave Carthage in secret. He was never going to tell her, and he had Dolus in his heart. So this misunderstanding sets afire her internal emotional crisis. She does not wait for any explanation on Aeneas' part. She immediately attacks him, and her speech alternates between attack, insult, attempt at his pity, and in the end, a suggested solution. The entire monologue, as I said, consists of these alternations, and the rotation is, in my opinion, a reflection of Dido's internal emotional conflict, her distress. Now, in the end, she proposes a solution. She says, she does not say, this is what I say, just as Jason left the child to Hypsipyle, and just as Hector left the child to Andromache, so she asks to be assured by a son, by a child from Aeneas. Although her suggestion will be met by Aeneas' coldness. Before he opens his mouth, we see him through the narrator. And the narrator says, Tenebat imota lumina Iovis monitis. Sorry, I'm not Roman, so my pronunciation is not good, but he held his eyes fixed to Jupiter's commands, his decrees. Okay, so far. But he himself is under pressure, and this is shown by the participle obnixus, by the word obnixus, which literally means although he was struggling. And although he was struggling, what did he do? Premebat sub corde curam. He pushed his love under his chest. Although he is in pain, as we saw from verse 332, he chooses deliberately not to say much. At this point, it is deliberate. He is carefully picking his words. Nec me pigebit me minisa Elisa. I won't mind remembering the queen. Very different from I love you, but I have to go. And most importantly, he refuses that there was ever a marriage between them, which is a cold, hard truth for Dido, and one that she is not able to understand. But we, from our perspective, perhaps we can. As Austin comments, Aeneas chooses not to express his feelings for Dido, and this is my interpretation of his larger comment, because had he done so, he would have risked giving in to his desire and staying in Carthage. And this struggle is clear from verses 360 and 361. Stop setting us on fire, you and me, with your complaints, with your pleas, with your cries. I'm going to Italy without my will. This shows that they are both in pain, and the fact that Aeneas is also in pain shows how he cares. In her reply to Aeneas' indifference, Dido is angry. She is raged. She is ready to explode. Her situation is once again critical. She is on the brink of collapse. Aversa tuetur, volvens oculos. At last she bursts. Acensa profatur perfide. And after this, she collapses, which is a sign of her physical and mental breakdown. But Aeneas' position is again more interesting. His stance, and literally I mean the way that he is standing, reflects his inability to act. in this moment of crisis. Linquens multa metu cunctantem et multa parantem dicere means how he wanted to say much, he was prepared to say a lot, but he didn't because of his fear. The scene is concluded by this image of the hesitant yet compliant Aeneas, who wants to say more to Dido, quamquam lenire dolentem solando cupit, he wanted to console her, but he didn't, although he loved her, labefactus amore. The narrator characterizes him in the end as pious, because he follows the commands of the gods. Yes, and here, Austin again makes a very, very interesting comment in the word pious. He says, and he uses the word crisis, he says it marks the crisis of the whole book. He will give us some examples of the use of the word pious in the whole Aeneid. And the most important one is, in my opinion, in Book 10. Now, the use of pious in Book 10 is for it to describe Aeneas's two conflicting feelings over the same action. He is pious because he killed his enemy Lausus, but at the same time he felt two things. First, obviously, satisfaction for his victory, and second, compassion for his dead enemy, which are two completely opposing feelings. He has done his duty, therefore, but it has brought him no happiness, which is pretty much what is happening with Dido. Pious then is a complex word, a one that means a devotion to a personal ideal. Yes, which may nevertheless, when completed, bring pain and sorrow. Now, while Aeneas has made his choice, Dido will still try to convince him to stay a little bit longer. She begs him again, but that will not work, so she turns to her sister Anna, who after all was the one who convinced her to stay. So she asks for help. And she is so desperate that she asks for this pitiful compromise. Tempus inane peto, I'm asking only for time, which is something that Aeneas can do, right? His fate is to go to Italy, but he can stay a little longer. Now, Anna will try, she will try. Also, I should say that Dido is presented in this moment of crisis, she is presented as a person who is willing to make a compromise this big to let him go in order to meet him halfway and to solve the tension. She is prepared to make the compromise. However, Aeneas is not. He is persistent. Anna goes to him and she communicates the message, but he is unmovable. And here he has no choice. Why is he so unmovable? Because fate stands in the way and the gods seal Aeneas's ears, literally, fata obstant and deus obstruit auris viri. It is clear, obviously, that here we don't have a decision on Aeneas's part. There is no choice. He will do it because fate and the gods command at this point. He will not listen to Anna. But it is also clear how he is struggling. It is not what he wants, and he can feel it. Literally, magno persentit pectore curas, and most importantly, mens immota manet, lacrimae volvuntur in annes. So his mind stands unmovable, but his tears are flowing. There is a conflict again between what he feels and what he must do, but here he has no choice. However, Aeneas's will to depart is not as firm as we would imagine, or as we would expect after this cruel demeanor to both Dido and Anna. He is stalling his departure, he is delaying to leave, and he is found asleep on the shore of Carthage. So if he was so in haste to leave, why is he sleeping now? Eventually, it is a new vision of a god's figure needed to, turn his will into action. However, it's not clear whether this vision is Mercury himself or his dream. The figure pressures Aeneas to leave, and eventually this sets afire his haste and the ships depart. No. Yes. The queen sees Aeneas abandoning Carthage, and she is driven mad. For a moment, she thinks of starting a new war, setting his ships on fire, but she decides not to because she has set her mind on something else. Before her final action, her words of hate come out clearly, and it is a death curse. It is not only Aeneas now on whom she will take revenge, it is the whole Trojan people. She curses the entire lineage of Aeneas to eternal enmity with her people, the Carthaginians. Now, as many have observed, this refers retrospectively to the Punic Wars, which is a historical political crisis between Carthaginians and Romans. So while their relationship, their interpersonal crisis ends with Dido's suicide, the conflict between their people is finally resolved with the Punic Wars, several centuries later. And according to this version of the myth from Virgil, interestingly, this seems to be the etiological product of a mythical love crisis, this one. Now, in a sense, the death of Dido following Aeneas' departure is both the climax and the resolution of their love crisis. Aeneas will continue his journey to Italy, while Dido steps aside in a rather dramatic way, leaving some space for Lavinia, which is the future wife of Aeneas in Italy. Now, the relationship between these two begins and ends in Carthage. Therefore, it does not transcend the boundaries of the East, and as Theodoros Papangelis has observed, Dido symbolizes the threat of the Eastern foreigners, as do the Carthaginians for the Romans of the 3rd and 2nd century BCE. Okay, now Aeneas' dedication to his fatum will not allow this threat to obstruct his destiny, even though this threat is a woman whom he loves. Eventually, this threat is confined in Carthage and dies, symbolically with Dido, and in reality with the Punic Wars and the victory of the Romans. In conclusion, as I hope to have shown during this presentation, the emotional struggles of Dido and Aeneas reflect an interpersonal crisis caused by their completely different desires and decisions. Dido's intense love for Aeneas makes her forget her obligation to Sychaeus, and she gives in to this new love, neglecting her duty. On the other hand, Aeneas is torn between his growing love for Dido and his strong sense of responsibility to fulfill his destiny. Their completely different attitudes towards love cause this deep interpersonal crisis, showing how love can lead to tragic consequences when mixed with conflicting obligations. Thank you.
I was thinking we have the 6th book of the Aeneid, and we have the end of the 6th book, where we have the Roman destiny, which is Markus and the maybe as an allegory every possible hindrance that would delay the Romans in their mission of being the main imperial in the world, and to be so focused on the because also, if I'm correct in the 6th book again, we have the meeting of Aeneas and Melina.
I see. Okay, so in regards to the meeting of Dido and Aeneas in the underworld, this is a different, these are kind of two different questions. So thank you for both. For the first one, if Dido is an allegory of each obstruction to Aeneas' different destiny, is obstacle, yes, right. Okay, I'm not sure if it is for each and every one of them, but I think in general, yes. I think that there is a pattern how every obstacle to his fatum is eliminated. And just as Dido is eliminated, I'm thinking also of Turnus. Aeneas' fatum was to reach Italy and to marry Lavinia. to take a new wife there. So I'm guessing perhaps Turnus was an obstacle to that fate as well, just as was Dido, so they were both eliminated. So that could be a similarity. I would have to look further to that. As to the meeting of these two in the sixth book, I would say that for this paper, it offers no new information because they don't speak. There is a role reversal, but they don't have communication between one of them. So it offers us no new insight as to how the crisis ends or how it is evolved. It has ended already. There is no communication. Dido barely looks at him. The roles are reversed, as I said, but that's it. I would perhaps look into that as well and how it relates, but I don't think that it would offer much to this paper, at least. But I would definitely look into how it relates all together. Thank you.
Presented us the conflict or crisis between desire and duty.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to ask you about the political role of the book, because I think this is an important aspect of this filmmaking character, which we don't find in other characters that you mentioned, Greek characters like other characters. So is it motivated only by desire for Aeneas, or is there a political plan implementing that?
Mm-hmm.
Perceptions. I mean, on one hand, it all thinks that she's married, whereas Aeneas does not think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the fact that she stresses also the legal aspect of marriage, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, so we should say that from the beginning, when Dido speaks with Anna, Anna encourages her to engage in this relationship with Aeneas because it would have political benefits. So there is the first thing. Dido, I don't think she gives in because of that, because first of all, she already has the love given to her by Venus. She already feels that. So I think she needs no push as to the political benefit. She already is eager to do it. She already wants to do it. However, she chooses to do it. She also has a decision in that. But I don't think it is the political benefit that pushes her. When they are married, or before they get married, but when they are engaged in this relationship, she shows him around her kingdom. So she says to him, look at this, how I'm doing this, look at that. So she wants him to be involved in her political plans. And of course, it is also a different possibility for Aeneas, Carthage, a different possibility for a kingdom, because he does not yet know his full fatum. He believes that it could be Carthage. He could stay there. Now, I don't think it is political what Dido wants. I don't think it is so much that, as it is her love already inflicted by Venus. But definitely there are some aspects highlighted by Virgil that could deserve further reading.
I think, but I'm not sure where we can find this, that she had a problem with her mother as she was founding Carthage, and this would be, I think, great alliance to be strong against them. So I think there might be very, but maybe not. Similarity of Tito and the situation with the Ptolemaic with Cleopatra, the Mark Antony.
story be on the audience of the Roman audience when doing a story like this?
Thank you. Thank you. Very good question. I was thinking about the intertextuality, and I thought, of course, of Medea, Bacche, when Dido is presented as, Backhatur, Apollonius Rhodius, obviously, as well as Euripides. But this, I thought less. However, I believe it is very, very true. There are big similarities to this relationship. I find that the Roman people would definitely, and it is a mistake from me that I did not give so much attention to this relationship. The Roman people would definitely align the two stories, because Cleopatra is also Eastern, because she also dies in the end with Mark Antony, who are the enemies of this fulfillment of the better patria that Octavian will make. So definitely, yes, they would perceive Dido as another Cleopatra. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Suicide, but she has taken down before that Pompey, Caesar.
That's a difference. So yes. yes. Good. No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have come to the IMS. And it is a pleasure to introduce you to Sofia also a student of Crete, and University of Crete. And the organizer of the conference, I didn't mention that Marina has also organized the conference. Thank you all at once. So I think
is Sexual Dysfunction, Women, and a Condemned Protagonist, a Multifaceted Crisis in Petronius Satyricon. So, as you can see, maybe not see. Okay. As you can see, the following presentation, of course, concerns Petronius Satyricon. The plot of this fragmentary Roman novel revolves around its highly educated protagonist, Encolpius, who wanders around in the decadent and depraved world of the 1st century Anno Domini, not actually fitting into society and constantly having to deal with uncomfortable and rather grotesque situations. The focus of this paper lies on the passages 126 to 140. During this part of his adventures, Encolpius stays at the city of Croton, where he is pursued by the maid Chrysis on behalf of her mistress Circe. Encolpius meets the seductive lady, but has to suffer twice from the failure of sexual impotence. The two consulted elderly sorceresses, Prosellinos and Inothea, are unable to cure him. This experience equals a multifaceted crisis, as I shall show. Encolpius' impotence is a crisis because it can be considered as a biological crisis. The body does not work as it is expected. It is the climax of Encolpius' prior weak sexual performances and a decisive moment for his condition that must be treated immediately. Thereby, we also have an identity crisis. Encolpius clashes with the cultural stereotypes and expectations concerning a male member of society. Another climax, provided that he is an anti-hero from the beginning of the novel. Finally, we have a love crisis, as the sexual act remains unfulfilled and the counterpart, seductive Kirki, remains unsatisfied, thus leading to friction and conflict. The scene in Croton is a decisive scene concerning Encolpius' sexual capability, his virility, and his relationship with society, but only for the specific episode and with comical notes which diffuse the crisis aspect for the characters. With the following interpretation of Encolpius' crisis, we must keep in mind that there's always a comical aspect to it, and that although Encolpius is challenged and suffers, we must not take the situation too seriously. Unfortunately, due to the fragmentary state of the text, we cannot know for sure how the situation develops. We just know that the sexual capability will ultimately be restored. The presentation will be divided in the following sections. First of all, how does the crisis emerge? The women of the Croton episode systematically seem to create the crisis before the incident itself. Of course, other factors might also affect Encolpius, but for the purpose of this paper and the focus of interpersonal dynamics, I have chosen some exemplary passages where the women's deliberate acts and words challenge Encolpius' position. And then, how do said women deal with the crisis? And finally, how does Encolpius deal with crisis? Let's see. The main crisis incident is undoubtedly Encolpius' inability to perform sexually, a fiasco that leads to tensions and questions. However, the crisis emerges in part from certain interpersonal dynamics in the episode. I mean, several very small remarks which are made by various women in the Croton episode, some of them even before Encolpius meets Kirki. And the mentioned remarks concern Encolpius' virility. In several instances, it is alluded that the protagonist of the Satyricon is effeminate, thus forcing him to take on the role of the sexually impotent character in the Croton episode. Consequently, the sexual failure seems to be affected by the other characters' perception of Encolpius in the specific episode. First of all, the Croton episode begins with a description of Encolpius by the maid Chrysis. In her opening speeches, Chrysis gives detailed descriptions of Encolpius, her mistress Kirki, and herself. Therefore, Chrysis' portrait of Encolpius can be perceived as a proemium to the Croton passage, like a proemium of a comedy which determines everyone's role. From the beginning, Encolpius seems to be said to take on the role of the sexually impotent man. The words Chrysis uses to describe Encolpius allude to intertexts and stereotypes which concern mainly women or effeminate men who take on the sexually passive role of the eromenos. Now, with the following passages, because the Satyrica have many intertexts, I will just display them, and if there's any question in the end, we can return to them. First of all, the topic of venal sex alludes to the elegiac topos of complaining about women and eromenoi selling their love and good looks. We have this in Ovid as well as in Tibullus. Then, the subtle critique on Encolpius' technical and not natural beauty and his affected behavior remind us of Cynthia, Propertia's love interest, who is criticized by the poet because she is dressed and behaves like a meretrix, a prostitute. Then, Encolpius has a very complex hairstyle, which alludes to women of the elegiac tradition who resemble a meretrix or are unfaithful to the lover. Then, also Encolpius wears makeup. Previously, Ekinethos in the Satyricon wore makeup. It's the first passage. And undoubtedly, several classical Latin authors claim that makeup in combination with perfumes and a complex hairstyle are an indicator for effeminacy in men. There we have also other makeup passages. Then Encolpius' lustful glance is likened to that of other men who are perceived as partly effeminate, for example, Paris. Furthermore, a lustful glance is often part of the female appearance, as we can see, here, as we can see, where is it? Yes, here. The second one with the daughter which has learned from her mother how to have a lustful glance. Finally, also Encolpius' manner of walking connects him to other women and effeminate men, for example, to Claudia, if we see Cicero's passage. Encolpius' hairstyle, glance, and stride finally strongly resemble a narration approximately dated around the same time as the Satyricon, where a soldier is accused of effeminacy. We can see it down here, where we have, I do not like it when a soldier cares for his skin like a woman. We have the word feminina. So we see that Chrysis has clearly put Encolpius into context and subtly determined Encolpius' role as that of an effeminate, possibly sexually passive male who is not able to meet society's expectations about the typical man, forcing him to take on the sexual role of a woman. Another element of creating Chrysis and to challenge Encolpius' social standing and for the determination of his sexual incapability is a systematic inversion of roles. Unfortunately, we do not have time to see this in detail, but in general, we can say that women in the Croton episode are perceived and behave in a way which leads to a literary reception of motives in intertexts from a new point of view, with Encolpius taking on the role of the women of the literary model. Now, we should turn our attention to another important interpersonal dynamic, the sexual roles. As the women more or less subtly challenge Encolpius concerning his social role as a male, they also seem to dismiss any social rules regarding the correct courting behavior. The women's sexual behavior deliberately undermines Encolpius as a man seeking sexual intercourse, as they seem to take on the active role. First of all, Circe expresses her lust for Encolpius directly without any hesitation, whereas the protagonist remains silent about his feelings. He does not express similar intentions to Circe, neither does he state to wish to conquer her. Even Chrysis, at a later stage of the plot, speaks to Encolpius lustfully. She says, tu desiderium meum, tu voluptas mea. However, these feelings do not seem to be reciprocated. Also, during the attempted sexual intercourses with Encolpius, the women take on the active role, overpowering the protagonist. Specifically, this forced love relationship, again, not against Encolpius' will, but it still is forced, is stressed when Circe and the sorceress Inothea direct and act out the erotic actions, kisses and embraces, whereas Encolpius just endures them passively. We have osculum meum, we have jume ergo amplexum, take my embrace. And of course, we have Inothea, who is very open and direct in her intentions. One of the most important passages proving the women's unusual sexually active role is the passage 127.8. It's the second one here. Apart from Circe's initiative to begin the sexual actions, we have me deduxit in terram. Special attention must be drawn towards the phrase brachis molioribus pluma, in arms softer than down. As noticed by many scholars, the down to which Circe's arms are likened allude to Zeus' plumage. When transformed into a swan, he seduces Leda. Thus, during this specific scene, Circe again performs as the male part, whereas Encolpius takes on the role of a woman. And finally, the inversion of sexual roles is very recognizable in one of the scenes where Encolpius undergoes a treatment for his condition. It's the last passage down here. The sorceress Inothea symbolically acts as the sexually active partner and defines Encolpius' position as a woman's. Specifically, she inserts a leather phallus in Encolpius' buttocks, while at the same time sprinkling a juice on his thighs and private parts. This juice contains nettle seeds, which are referred to by the same term that is used for human sperm. We have semen. Undoubtedly, an experimentation is mimicked with Inothea playing the male part. We have clear proof for that fact thanks to the use of the noun femen, appearing in the plural for Encolpius' thighs. The noun is obviously chosen to resemble the word for woman, which sounds exactly the same, femina. Now, let's go on to the crisis management. How do the women react? The women of Croton deal with the problem in a very specific way, rendering it a public crisis between the characters known to us. Especially in a patriarchal society where women are limited to chores regarding the oikos and men are occupied with the public sphere, it is of great importance that men face all the social expectations regarding their gender. One of these expectations is to be sexually active and able, whereas the female gender is sexually passive. Once this dichotomy is disrupted through sexual impotence, the social definition of being a male is in danger. Therefore, a sexual impotence is socially not acceptable and starts a discussion about the social position of the sexually incapable man. During the Croton episode, the public dimension of the crisis management is visible when the sexual incapability is presented by the disappointed women with terms regarding crime and punishment. Encolpius seems to be a criminal, guilty of being unable to fulfill his sexual duties. In particular, Kirki is the victim of his injustice. Therefore, Encolpius is convicted after having sinned and confessed his fault. For his sins, Encolpius is punished by Kirki. At one point, an anonymous woman connected, it's the first passage, we will go a little bit back and forth, connected to Kirki, probably Chrysis, is referring to Encolpius' sins with terms describing a trial in court. Circe herself deals with Encolpius' problem as if it were a crime, as we can also see from the choice of flogging as a punishment. If we go back, we have verberum notas, we have flagellorum, we have verberibus. Previously in the Satyricon, being flogged is one of the main characteristics of being a criminal. Sexual impotence is described as illegal because it has negative consequences for Kirki and Prosellinos. Kirki's seductiveness is publicly questioned, whereas Prosellinos' so-called magic abilities are exposed as being useless. Thus, their social roles in Croton are being questioned. This crime is taken to court by women, and the problem of impotence obtains public dimensions as it transgresses the simple disappointment of the woman as a partner. Now, in order to fully understand how the women of the Croton episode turn Encolpius' condition into a central problem, we have to underline some connections with an Ovidian intertext, the Amores 3:7. In the beginning, just like Kirki in the Satyricon, the poetic voice of Amores anxiously asks a plethora of rhetorical questions, trying to detect a fault in the beloved woman's appearance, which might be a possible explanation for the impotence. The intensive focus of the Ovidian voice on the beauty and grade of seductiveness of his partner correlates with Kirki's obsession with her beauty during the sexual intercourse. Furthermore, we note the appearance of the term crimen in the Ovidian text, used by the poetic voice to define himself. This term, of course, is connected to the judicial terms used by the women in the Croton episode. Moreover, the Ovidian poetic voice's emotion of shame, the reference to paralysis, and to the fear of death are explicitly expressed by the women of Croton. We get the impression that the women of Croton condemn the protagonist just as the Ovidian lover condemned himself for being impotent. The previously internalized condemnation and blaming of oneself is externalized in the Croton episode as the women openly condemn Encolpius and not Encolpius silently himself. Yet again, this leads to impotence being openly treated as a problem and not just being a misfortune, okay, which is contemplated by the impotent male and his beloved. Finally, along these lines, we must not dismiss the following passage. This passage here. The following passage, where we have the failed intercourse in the Ovidian text, and the desired woman decides to take a bath to cover up the failure. Circe, however, does not try to cover up the failure or mislead her mates, but lets them take part in the aftermath of the failure. The sexual failure is not concealed like in the Ovidian intertext, but it is openly discussed in various instances in front of uninvolved members of the Crotonian society. Alongside the women's open discussion, a verdict concerning Encolpius is also expressed. Not only does Encolpius get publicly judged, but he is also positioned in the social role that fits a sexually impotent man, a dead person cast out of society. Encolpius' social death is expressed through a gradual paralysis, as portrayed in a letter by Circe addressed to the protagonist. As we know, a crisis in medical terms is a climactic moment of an illness or condition, a decisive moment as the patient wanders between life and death. Circe recognizes Encolpius' situation as such and urges him to seek for medical help. The daunting danger of death threatening Encolpius' life is a metaphor which perfectly mirrors Encolpius' medical and social dilemma. In the general aftermath of the sexual failure, sickness and death as metaphors for social death are repetitive motives when Encolpius is addressed by the women. Now, let's have a short look on Encolpius' point of view. Roughly, we could say that Encolpius' mood and feelings change as follows. After the first failed attempt of having intercourse, Encolpius is ashamed, submissive and unresisting in an attempt to please Kirki. At the same time, he does not accept Proselino's help, convinced that he can manage the situation all by himself. After the second failure, however, with Kirki, a moment of agony over his impotence occurs where Encolpius addresses his phallus, as if it were a separate entity and not a part of himself. After this climax, Encolpius seeks help from the dubious sorceresses Prosellinos and Inothea, but as the situation continues to develop, he regains his confidence and starts to question the two elderly fraudsters who torture him under the pretext of wanting to cure him. In the end, the crisis itself is not anymore a central aspect when Encolpius undergoes various treatments. References to his condition get fewer and fewer. The focus lies on the criticism and parody of the priestly office, which the two sorceresses claim to hold. As mentioned, after the first sexual failure, there's no balanced dynamic in the relationship between Kirki and Encolpius, as the latter takes a submissive stance towards the former. Thus, he addresses Kirki with the titles mistress and queen, while seeking mercy and forgiveness. At the same time, he grants her the identity of a judge who decides as she wishes about the fitting punishment for the criminal Encolpius. The protagonist has confessed his crimes, has pleaded guilty, and awaits the court ruling. This picture is created by his choice of words, especially again the plethora of judicial terms. Damnatus, perductus, fateor, peccasse, confitentem, facinora. We have many, many terms. As he seems to surrender to this public stigmatization by the women, his only concern is to please Kirki. He is initially not concerned about himself or possible social consequences. Now, let's go to the last passage where we have the climax of the crisis. It is the second instance of failure that triggers this extensive scene of self-doubt and intense contemplation about the situation that the protagonist is in. A climax concerning Encolpius' psychological state. Hiding ashamed in his bed, he decides, I will go to the English, he decides to address the culprit that does not stop to torture him, his mentula. It is interesting that the interpersonal relationship in Encolpius' women is transferred into Encolpius and his mentula in the specific scene. As Encolpius and his mentula are more and more estranged, he seems to be alienated from the women as well. The term mentula does not appear in the text. However, Encolpius seems to have chosen this term as visible from the female grammatical gender regarding his genital organ. From this choice occurs a wordplay. From the context, it is clear that Encolpius refers to his phallus in female gender. However, the phallus at the same time seems to symbolize a woman. In particular, Encolpius draws from Virgil to refer to his rocky relationship with the women and his phallus. Now we have the presentation we saw just now, but in a new context, because as a literary motive, the relationship between Dido and Aeneas in the Aeneid has been mentioned in the bibliography, specifically the scene where she commits suicide and the scene where the two former lovers reunite again in the underworld. Now let's see where we have Dido hidden in the text. The first reference to Dido is hidden in the ter anaphora and in the fact that Encolpius rises himself on his elbow as he lies in bed. Both features recall the death of the Carthaginian queen. Encolpius has taken on the role of Dido at the time of her death, summing up the mentioned aspects of a social death and of the female gender, which is constantly connected to Encolpius. At the same time, Virgilian verses are literally cited. If we go back again, we can see, first of all, these verses, we can find them exactly here, literally. And of course, the setting of these verses, which regard the final breach of relationships between Aeneas and Dido, is the underworld. And of course, the underworld again refers to the topos of death and sexual dysfunction. However, there's more to it. Just like Aeneas addresses Dido and the queen turns her gaze away, the Mentula, when addressed, chooses to look away and does not answer. The betrayal and crisis between man and woman is emphasized thanks to an intensive wordplay. The Mentula has betrayed Encolpius, and the protagonist is in the position of Dido, who herself feels betrayed by Aeneas. Just like Aeneas provokes the crisis between himself and Dido due to the mission of founding Rome, which has to be fulfilled, the Mentula provokes a crisis between itself and Encolpius, as well as Encolpius and Circe, this time, however, due to being unable to fulfill its mission, the sexual intercourse. However, Dido, as the queen of Carthage, is a person of public interest, and her being betrayed has public aspects to it. In the same way, we can interpret Encolpius' position. His condition and betrayal are of public interest in Croton. The final breach in Encolpius' relations with Circe is expressed through a complex network of allusions to the Virgilian passages, with Encolpius mainly taking on Dido's role behind the facade of him being Aeneas in the underworld. He would like to be Aeneas, but he cannot be, and his Mentula, the Carthaginian queen. The scene is the peak of the crisis with a humorous twist, and Encolpius realizing that yet again he has to play the female part, unable to live up to society's expectations. Now, let's draw our conclusions. The Croton episode is a very interesting episode in terms of interpersonal dynamics and crisis development. It is not a typical crisis, as we must always keep in mind that the narrator has a rather delicate problem, which is described in colorful and comical tones. Thus, we can acknowledge the general humoristic note without devaluing Encolpius' experience as simply parodic. We have to find the fine line there. Furthermore, the narration is subtle, based on many allusions, certain worldviews, and literary reception. Coming to Croton, the protagonist has already been an anti-hero multiple times in the novel, and Croton itself, this situation is exacerbated. It is important that crisis often is connected to interpersonal relations. Specifically, in Encolpius' case, it is directly linked to the definition of what is a man and what is a woman. Thus, Encolpius' crisis seems to be triggered by the way the women perceive him and challenge him on a sexual level. Their behavior could be categorized as follows: subtle allusions with intertexts, literary reception, inversion of roles. We have seen that Encolpius' problem directly affects all the characters in Croton, as the discussion begins about how to socially position a sexually impotent man. Illness and jurisdiction are the main world fields as the women decide to outcast him. Then, what we also have seen is that the women in Croton seem to overpower Encolpius whilst dealing with the crisis, as they decide the outcome. Encolpius himself depends on their reaction in order to respond in an adequate way. Only as long as the women deem Encolpius' problem relevant, he deals with it. We see him being submissive and trying to please the female counterpart without actually contemplating about himself. The only instance he does so is again connected to comical notes due to an unusual reception of the Aeneid. Thus, on the one hand, we have a crisis which employs many notions of the ancient terms. But on the other hand, it happens in a very unusual and modern context. Thank you for your attention.
What do you think? How works this crisis where Encolpius is just a symbol? So a symbol for saying for a self-perceived demasculation of the senatorial, because being Petronius, he's a very kind of emperor with of course Croton, with Greek sympathy. and the special behavior in Romanized. And he says he sees individual special roles, very important, like Atlanta, yes. And of course, the sees that it couldn't act in some important political roles as before. And this combined with the demasculation in a way. It's say like say credibility. How can I with benefits? How can I act with benefits? May I receive them from the emperor, or is it insult for me? How can I negotiate with him? And what do you think is this let's say a challenge or a symbol for the threatening of senatorial male roles?
It is very interesting to see it connected to its time. We actually do not know when this is dated, so we have a fluidity there. But yes, I think in general, we have this demasculation, we have the nostalgia for a time that has passed, from a glorious time where the scholars, they were important, where the men were important, and where we not have just, as we have Trimalchio, who is a rather fat person and who hosts a dinner that takes on hours, and it's just a decadent way of displaying life. I think we have this nostalgia for the power, for old virtues. We have it there, but always on a light-hearted note. So it could possibly be that some notions are hidden in this novel, some comments maybe on the world of that time that the readers could possibly understand and see in a metaphorical way. I guess, yes, that's very possible. I think so, yes.
Thank you. This was very, very interesting, fascinating. Yes. I wanted to ask something. So we have Gorgias here presented with this sexual dysfunction and with this sexual crisis, I would say, in terms of sex itself. He cannot be put into boxes as to what he defines.
Yes.
And I want to ask, how are other men in this novel portrayed? Are they all portrayed in this way? Is this something that concerns the whole genre of Petronius, or is it just important?
Thank you for your question. I would say in general, we have, of course, the fluidity also there, because we have Giton, who is the young slave boy that he's also beloved, and Aschyltos. We have also Aschyltos. I think what is different with Engolpius is the sexual problem, the dysfunctional problem, not so the I'm a male, I'm a female. We do not have this problem because we are more free. We have we do not have this heterosexual pairing necessarily, and this point of view, but we have the point of sexual dysfunction, and we just have one other instance of sexual dysfunction, and where in fact we have also Giton, and we have another person who is called Aschyltos. They are also sexual dysfunction, incapable in this situation, but the situation is differently because they are males, they are exhausted from having too much sex, so they're just, I can't anymore. But Encolpius here is trying, he's really forcing himself, but he cannot. And he is not, and I think neither of the other males is in a such way introduced as being effeminate, because we do have Aschyltos, who is described from a third person who does not know him, and he says, oh, this is a really manly male there who is really powerful and has all the male attributes. Giton is not described. Giton is the Eromenos, the classical Eromenos of the group. But I think really targeted in terms of sexual potency is just Encolpius. But unfortunately, we do not have the whole novel, so we do not know what's happening in the rest.
Thank you. So Petronius has a thing for Encolpius then.
Could be.
Other questions? Perhaps I can ask you, I was struck by this paralysis idea.
Yes.
I think you mentioned that it is some sort of medical discourse is also relevant here. I don't know, is this something that was a discussion in the medical text? Have you read something about that?
I think I'm not sure quite anymore. A good book on this is, of course, McMahon's Paralysis in Cave. He deals with it in an extant monography. And there are some texts where the knees are connected to dysfunction and to sexual potency. So we have an anatomical connection to the legs and the sexuality. But I have not looked into contemporary texts yet to see how these correlate. But we have definitely the idea of this, but I think it is in older texts. We have it in lyrical texts, I think, or even in Hesiod, but I would have to look. It's the first chapter of Mr. McMahon's book.
Thank you. Right, so if there are no other questions, I think we can conclude the session. Thank you all so much for these presentations. Thank you very much. And are there any announcements for?
Later on at 8:30, the conference chairs and participants, speakers are invited at Orthon, the restaurant in the old town. Whoever is not from Rethymnon does not know how to get there, they can consult us at around 8:30, so in an hour and something.